And we are here. You don't have to do that. It is right here. It is right now. Said you never know. How you doing, Brandon Ray Stokley on a Victory Friday?
Oh, man, I'm doing great. I'm
Tell
doing
you what,
great.
The Broncos got to win.
They did. They got to win.
They won a
win.
game. They won a game. And I don't care how it came. I don't care who it was against. The Denver Broncos.
I don't know if we need to be playing this for beating the Jets, bro. I'm just telling you. I don't think we need to be doing all that, Zach, now.
That's
Come on
how
now.
low the
Come on.
Don't forget.
I know the bar's low, bro. I know it's low, but
they were the underdog in this game. Don't forget that.
They were. They pulled a big upset. I don't know if we need the celebration music for beating the Jets for our first win of the year.
It's
but
Friday.
It's all
We're
good.
going to have some fun.
It is Friday. We are going to have some fun, and that was a good win for the Broncos. They needed it.
They did, man. Holy moly. That was, you know what? I'll say this, Stoke. That was a super entertaining football game.
It was. You're right.
Like for the Thursday night crowd, from coast to coast, this game was being made fun of. I heard even the NFL Network hosts, as they were throwing it to the game, were like, kind of jabbing it on the way out. Like, I'm going to need a coffee for my coffee to watch this one. And I'll tell you what, it was a great watch. It was full of cringeworthy moments. A lot of times you're watching the game like with your hand over your face, like peeking through your fingers, like, what am I watching here? But a Broncos win in prime time, and a good win not just for the players but for the coaches and the organization too.
Yeah, it's just it's one of those where losing stinks, and we talked about it yesterday. To get one win, what it can do for you. The players, the coaches, everybody in that building just feels so much better. You got smiles on your faces now, and you're just having fun. Winning is fun. Losing is depressing. And, you think it is for you as a fan, but it's even more so as coaches, players, administrators, everybody in that building. It weighs on you when you lose. And when you lose consistently like that, this is your job. And so just to get a win, and just to get in the building and to go in the building and, after a win is so nice. So for the Broncos, they got the a mini bye here. So
and that's what makes it a little bit even better because you're not sitting in that sewage had you not won. You're sitting just thinking about it and how bad you are. You're 0-4.
You got a little bit extra time to celebrate and enjoy your weekend after a win.
Yeah. Brett Rippon, maybe go back home, do a victory lap.
Why not?
I'll tell you what, man.
Go to Boise. Be the king of Boise for the weekend.
That's right.
How about that, Brett Rippon? Yeah. Good job by him. Overall, good job by him. He had his moments, certainly, that had me pulling out the little hair that I have left, as my wife was reminding me this morning. She threw a bunch of shots in there about the hair.
You.
Yeah. Hey, can we hold it down, please? Somebody's trying to do a radio show in here. Appreciate it. Thank y'all. If y'all want to keep fighting, maybe y'all can go outside and continue it.
Oh, my God.
And if you don't know, now you do. But I thought Rippon handled himself very well. But like I said, he made a few of those throws, and I think everybody kind of expected he was going to make some bad decisions. But a couple of them were, that one where where are you throwing the ball out of bounds?
Dude.
What are you doing? That's elementary.
Was cringe-worthy
that's
stuff.
Elementary. But he stepped up. And I think that's what I take from this game more than anything. When they needed him to make a few plays, guess what? He delivered.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
And that's, yes, there were some mistakes there. And I don't know. I'm not going to get into, is he the quarterback of the future, the backup quarterback of the future, all those things.
We can talk about that later.
Exactly. But last night, when they had to have a few plays, he stepped up and delivered and drove them down the field, and they were able to get the field goal, and then they were able to close it out with the long Melvin Gordon run. So, overall, your quarterbacks are judged, wins and losses, and he's 1-0. So good job, Brett Rippon.
Yeah, good job, Brett Rippon. His first ever NFL start. And, yesterday I said Brett Rippon needs to have a Brandon Allen against the Browns type performance.
You did.
Like 12 for 20, 180 yards. It wasn't that.
No.
You know what game it reminded me of? What quarterback has played here since Peyton that game reminded me of?
There's a lot of them. There's a lot of them. Trevor, Case.
Yeah, Case Keenum.
Okay.
It's like a Case Keenum game where you have these moments where you're like, oh, he really made the play. It passed the eye test. It extended a drive. It converted into a touchdown. But throughout the game, you had those moments with Case where you're like, what are you doing, dude? That's your second pick of the game. It'll be 2 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. Remember week 1 of 2018 against the Seattle Seahawks? It was a comeback win. He had a game-winning drive, Case did. And it was 3 touchdowns, 3 interceptions for like 300 yards. Yesterday, Brett Rippon, nearly 250 yards, 2 touchdowns, 3 picks. Shockingly, wasn't sacked not one time.
Wow. How about that?
It really just kudos across the board to the offensive line.
Much better.
Much better. Now, granted, the New York Jets aren't the Pittsburgh Steelers or the Tennessee Titans or the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. But they do have some dudes up front that can get after the quarterback.
And they do a lot schematically, right?
Sure.
With their scheme and how they try to get pressure on the quarterback. They throw a lot at an offense. Now, they don't have the talent that we saw with Tampa Bay last week or the Steelers, but they do a lot with their scheme that you have to be on top of your game offensively, or guys will just come free. They don't have that talent, but still, it's a lot for an offense on a short week to prepare for that type of a defense.
So you got to be on your P's and Q's.
That's right.
You got a brand new right tackle, right? I thought DeMar Dotson was rock solid. I don't think I heard DeMar Dotson's name on the broadcast.
I don't remember seeing one negative play from him, really. So and I just talked about it yesterday also about Tyler Polumbus was talking about DeMar Dotson and how he really loved his how he is in pass protection when he watched him last year. And so I go back to that and lean on Tyler for that. And it seems like after week 1, not just week 1, but DeMar Dotson, nice job.
Yeah, really nice job.
Didn't get our quarterback killed, so that's a nice job.
No
holding penalties, right?
No, none.
Nice job, DeMar Dotson.
Yeah, and the offensive line and all across the board. And, Timmy Pats. Now, this show specifically may have talked about Tim Patrick more than any other show on this station.
It's not even debatable.
Love Tim Patrick going back 2 years when he was trying to make it as an undrafted second-year player. I forget where he was the previous camp, but he went to what college did he go to? Utah. And we just were so impressed with him in training camp in 2018. We sat down with him, had a great conversation, and remember he had the big old shield logo.
Oh, yeah.
NFL,
you asked him about it?
Yeah, NFL logo that goes from his shoulder to his elbow. I mean, it's a massive logo. That was on his arm before he ever played in a regular season game. And I asked him, like, what were you thinking when you got that tattoo? And he said, it's NFL or nothing for me. And he was out there making plays and had the best game that he's ever played. Now, he's had some nice moments as a pro. That was the best game that he's ever played. 6 receptions, 113 yards, averaged nearly 19 yards a catch, had that awesome touchdown. That was, one of the better throws of the day for Brett Rippon in the back of the end zone through traffic.
Yes, it was.
But I thought
a great throw.
It was a great throw. But I thought, Stoke, the play of the game, the number one play of the game came on 3rd and long. It was like a 3rd and 8 on the game-winning drive where, and I know Melvin Gordon had the game-sealing drive, but the game-winning drive to go ahead by 1, it was looking dismal there. But on a 3rd and 8, that sort of like, I don't know if you want to call it like a slot fade or something like that to the left side of the sideline in between the safety and the corner, and Brett Rippon put it right where it needed to be. It was a
hole shot.
Hole shot. There you go.
Hole shot.
Stokley-esque toe tap before he goes out of bounds. And I just thought that was, if I had to isolate one, and there was a bunch of them, we'll get to them, but one play where the win was truly coming into focus and you cross midfield and it was a big-time throw and catch, it was that play on 3rd and 8 late in the 4th quarter.
That was it. Broncos fortunate on that drive that they got that face mask on Quinnen Williams because the Broncos would have been 3 and out, but they got it. They took advantage of it, and that was the throw, man. It was 3rd and 7 at the 47-yard line, and I don't know, exactly what the Jets were doing. They blew the coverage to a certain degree. Now, was it cover 2 or was it cover 2-man? Was the cornerback supposed to lock on to the man and then you play two safeties over the top? Or was it just too deep where that cornerback has that flat area? I don't know. I couldn't tell because it looked like some guys were running with them and that guy stopped running with his guy.
Almost like he was like trying to pass him off or something, like I'm just kind of responsible
like he had
for
the
this
flat.
area.
Yes, the flat right there. So I don't know who blew the coverage, but what a throw. What a throw. Whole shot to Tim Patrick and got him in field goal range and then, had the intentional grounding there on the 3rd and 13.
Oh, my God.
But it didn't matter. McManus was feeling it, and
man,
he
was
delivered
great.
again. So big-time kick by him. A big-time game by him. I don't know what he went 3 for 3, 2 for 2. I don't know what it was. But
Stoke 3 for 3 from 53, 54, and 40.
That's why John paid him, paid that man that money, right?
D-money.
He's a clutch kicker. He's made some big-time kicks here. And when you have one of those guys, you keep him. So he just got extended before the season started, and well-deserved. And he stepped up in a big way, and that was a big-time kick. So if he misses it, Broncos probably lose that game.
Yeah.
But certainly he drilled it, and then the defense came out and did their thing, which was great to see. So all around, what a great drive that was, though. What a way to respond after losing the lead there. And Brett Rippon made some big-time throws.
Yeah, and I think Patrick had another catch during that drive, too. It was multiple catches for Patrick down the stretch there. So just an all-around big game. And, hey, how about Jerry Jeudy?
How about Jerry?
Getting his first touchdown of his career and the fashion that it came profiles the way that you would think it would come with a potentially great all-time player that we hope that he is.
Yeah, that was a great play. Ball should have been intercepted.
Yep.
Not a
should have
great
had 3.
throw. Yeah.
What was it? A Dysere?
I don't even know, but not a great throw. Obviously underthrown, but give your guy a chance.
Yeah.
You can't give your guy a chance if you overthrow him. So he underthrew it. Jeudy went up and made a play for him. I mean, that's how you gain your quarterback's trust. So big-time play by Jerry Jeudy right there in that moment to get the Broncos on the board. Because if I'm not mistaken, they were down 7-0 at that time. 7-3 at that time.
Okay.
So a big-time play by Jeudy to go up there and make a play for his quarterback. This is what you have to do when you have a quarterback making his first start. The other guys you got to make some big-time plays like that.
Sure.
So obviously Tim Patrick made a few of them. Jerry Jeudy did. Melvin Gordon with that nice run to seal the game. So you have to help your quarterback out, and certainly Jerry Jeudy did that for Brett Rippon, and that was awesome. That was awesome to see. Glad he got in the end zone, and big play at that moment, though, because it could have easily been intercepted.
No question about it. No question about it. And it was Pierre Desir was the DB who blew it, but made up for it with a pick six and then an additional interception. That dude could have had a hat trick.
Yeah.
But speaking of hat tricks, I know he didn't officially end up with that extra half sack, but Bradley Chubb making his first real impact, real contribution for this defense. And it came early, it came often, and it ended up coming late. Ended up slamming the door on the final New York Jets drive, a sack on Sam Darnold from behind.
Yeah, the 4th down play. And that's what it's all about. Can your guys close games out for you? I go back to my Indy days, and we've talked about it with Robert Mathis and Dwight Freeney.
Yeah.
Those guys are game closers. We'd have a lead. The other team has the football. They're trying to drive to win the game. Freeney, Mathis off the edge, closing things out. And we didn't see that, obviously, last year with Vaughn and Chubb. Then Chubb got hurt. But now Vaughn's hurt. Can Chubb be that guy? Can somebody on the defense be the closer? I mean, you have to have those types of plays to win football games in the NFL, and Bradley Chubb delivered in a big way. So that was great to see by him. Obviously, we know the Jets' offensive line is horrendous, and we think our line is bad, and we complain about our group.
Yeah.
Watching last night will make you appreciate our group a little bit more.
No doubt.
But they were banged up. They were on their 3rd left tackle.
Yeah. How about McKee Becton,
poor
the
guy.
emergency tackle? First of all, I got to get this off my chest. Putting that kid in a uniform last night is the stupidest thing that organization has ever done. The stupidest thing that they've ever done.
But you don't even know what his shoulder injury is.
And guess what? I don't care. If you're not healthy enough to start, then that kid, your franchise cornerstone left tackle, who Manish Mehta said yesterday on the drive is their best player in his first 3 games, You can't afford to throw him out there and get him hurt. So when I see him go into the game and the next shot of him is gripping the same injury that held him out of the starting lineup, I'm going, what are you doing? You're
They're
this
trying
close
to win a football game, man.
Yeah, but you're this close
to
to
NFL.
Getting that kid hurt, really hurt.
How do you know? You don't even know what's wrong with
I
his
saw the
shoulder.
look on his face. It was bad enough.
I mean, look, I've played in a lot of games where I couldn't start, but I could play like 15, 16
But you're
plays.
never a franchise cornerstone top 10 pick. This kid's so important.
That wasn't necessary. That wasn't necessary.
It's so important to what they do to put him. If he wasn't healthy enough to start for you to try to win a football game, putting him out there in harm's way in an emergency role just doesn't make sense to me. So when he's there gripping his shoulder,
it's just his face is just like he's about to cry.
Yeah,
he's just like,
he was about to cry.
Come on, big fella. Don't cry. Don't Paxton Lynch it, please.
Right.
Don't Paxton Lynch it.
Don't do it.
No, but and then of course the left tackle gets hurt like on the second play of the game.
Yeah,
and
literally.
here he comes. Like,
Yep.
oh my gosh.
And then he gets hurt. And then there's this other kid that they really don't want to play. I think is Connor McDermott that they really didn't want to play.
Of course they didn't.
And then they got to throw him out on the other side. I'm like, oh my gosh. But Chubb, I'll tell you what. I went back and watched a lot of that game this morning again. Bradley Chubb could have had 5 sacks in that game. He was this close. I mean, a fraction of a second away to getting 4 and maybe even 5. He ended up with 5 quarterback hits in addition to the 2.5 sacks, though.
Yeah. So look, it was a great performance by him. Now, can you do it consistently? Now, I'm not looking for 2.5 sacks, but I need more of a presence felt than the previous 3 games. Fair?
Sure. Oh,
I mean, because he was non-existent. You can't just go out against a JV team and dominate and think like you're the man now.
Of course.
And then no-show us next week against the Patriots.
Of course, though.
And then no-show us the next week against the Dolphins.
It goes without saying.
Right.
It goes without saying.
Now, that's all I'm doing. I'm like taking a step back. I'm not ready to crown Bradley Chubb that he's back yet. I want to see it more consistently, but obviously hats off to him for what he was able to do last night. You play against who's out there, and he stepped up. We've been looking for somebody to step up and close games out, and that's why he's here. And guess what? He did it. Kudos to Bradley Chubb. Great game, great performance, and now I'm hoping that he can use this to spring himself forward here and get some momentum going, get some confidence going. I saw him limping off, and I was like, oh, my gosh.
I know.
Oh, my gosh.
I know.
Another setback here. This is just a disaster.
I know.
But he was able to come back in the game, and great job, Bradley Chubb. That was fun to watch, and I think Broncos country probably was all, smiling watching Bradley Chubb go out there and have a really good game. He needed it.
Yeah, he definitely did. And look, we understand guys fully. And going back to what you just said about Chubb, like we're not crowning Chubb. He had a really nice game against maybe the worst team in the NFL with a third-string tackle. Right. But if you've been walking in the desert for 4 days and someone presents you a Gatorade and you say, "No, I prefer Powerade," that's what some of the stuff on the RamosLaw.com text line, like Chubb should have dominated. He was a third string tackle. What do you expect? Like, hold on a second. It was a slow start for Chubb. We've been in the doldrums as an organization. Let him live for a second.
Exactly.
He has 2.5 sacks in an NFL game. That's a good thing.
It's still NFL players. And look, it is what it is. It's not like Chubb's 100%.
Right.
So, look, you play against who you play against, and it doesn't matter if they're good or they're not good. If you do well and you dominate, I don't think you ought to have an asterisk by it. And certainly for Bradley Chubb, I'm not putting an asterisk by it. Now, there is some context there, obviously.
Definitely.
And we know the facts surrounding it.
Definitely.
But still, 2.5 sacks. He closed the game out on 4th down. And on top of it, hit the quarterback 5 times. That's what we're looking for.
Yeah.
Now, can you continue that?
Yeah.
And obviously, we'll look at the bigger picture at the end of the season. But certainly, hopefully, this game is a springboard to move him forward through the rest of the year, and we can see more of that type of play from him.
Yeah, that'd be great.
That would be super duper great.
That comeback player of the year flyer still in play for you.
Ooh, let's go. That's right. I forgot about that thing. I already forgot about that one.
Let's go. Back in play.
Woo.
All right. You can hit us up, and if you want to serve up some reaction to anything that
I was
we
hitting
said.
them all last night. Bam, 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 bam.
RamosLaw.com text line is open for you, 303-713-1043. It is a staple following a Broncos game. Stokley's pros and cons. We got pros this week.
We got pros.
Let's be appreciative.
We got pros.
We'll go
like
through.
Luda.
We'll go through them next. Reacting to a Denver Broncos victory, the good and the bad. Stokley's pros and cons. He takes copious notes, and we go over them now. Where do you want to start? You want to go pros first, cons first?
No, we're going pros, man. It's a W.
Okay.
A lot of pros. So let's go pros. Mike Purcell had a nice play to start the game and got in the backfield and made a tackle for no gain. So good job, Mike Purcell. Going to the offensive side of the football, Melvin Gordon, nice start by him. The 2 runs that he had, and bam, first down, right? I mean, that's what you want. And when you look at having a young quarterback in there, we talked a lot about, like, how much are they going to use Melvin Gordon? They had to use him a lot, and they did. And that's the way that you want to start off with your young quarterback is turn around, give the football to Melvin Gordon, and go be productive. Take some pressure off of the young quarterback, and Melvin Gordon was able to do that. Third down play to Hamler. It wasn't even close, but got a PI on it. A PI. I thought it was a bad call, honestly. I think there was a few bad PI calls. I thought there was a bad one, O.J. Moutier. I'll get to here in a second. But I thought that was a bad call. Ball was way over his head. But anyway, good break for the Broncos. And they capitalized on it.
And we'll get to KJ Hamler in just a couple minutes. He's got a hamstring. We'll talk about that a little bit later. Yep, it's an issue.
Yep, nice pass from Rippin to Tim Patrick, and I'm gonna have a bunch of those in these pros for 20 yards on a 2nd and 10. So good job there by those guys. I like the screenplay on 2nd and long to Fant. You know, when you're trying to beat the blitz, which, like, we've seen the blitz more than we'll ever see it in the last 3 weeks offensively. Okay, these 3 teams blitz more than anybody else, and you have to have screens in the game plan. You have to have misdirection. You have to have rub, pick plays, all those types of things, and we finally started to see it. And a nice little screen to Noah Fant there, good design of a play, but we need more of those things from Pat Shurmur because, trust me, blitzes are going to continue here.
And that was about 11 yards, right? Fant. So are we talking about this is in the first half still, right?
Yeah, first half.
Okay, cool.
Yep, sure. Let's say it was 11 yards. Sounds good to me.
Yeah, because and I'm looking at the play-by-play here. It was a 2nd and 17, and it made it like a 3rd and manageable.
Yes.
Pretty sure.
Perfect. Nice sack, Alexander Johnson. Darnold got hurt on that play, but that was a nice sack by him to get to the quarterback.
Man, I so badly want to talk about the first possession. We'll get to that in cons, I'm sure.
First possession.
The first possession of the football game.
Oh yes.
I'm sure we'll get to that because there's so much to cover. But A.J. Johnson, we know Alexander Johnson missed on the tackle. He got back to him, and he looked like Kurt Angle. He hit him with the ankle slam. I thought he was going to get.
He could have got penalized.
I thought I just said
Trevor
that
Siemian. Remember against the Bucks when Trevor got slammed on his shoulder?
I do remember. But I just said what you just said to Richie during the break. I said I couldn't believe he didn't get flagged because he had him and he had his arm pinned inside. And,
is that a dirty play by him?
No,
it wasn't. It wasn't a dirty play by him. It's football. But it's not dirty.
No, it's not dirty.
I'm just talking about all the Broncos fans complaining about the end of the game stuff.
I'm sure we'll get to that.
Oh, you know we will.
But when
hold tight, buckle up.
If speaking of hold tight, when Alexander Johnson has him, one hand around the waist, has the arm pinned in, if they threw a flag on that, I'd say, you can't do that in 2020.
Right, you can't slam the guy down.
But he did. He took him to Suplex City. Yeah, that's what Brock Lesnar calls. They took him to Suplex City.
That's where he went, and I thought he broke his collarbone. That's what I thought it was. Me too. Was the collarbone was broken, but he came back in and he played. So
and then Flacco comes in, and then Flacco comes in,
and then comes out on 3rd down and 5. He was 2 for 2, I believe. Like, why would you take the guy out? Leave him in the game.
But it's so funny because I had people tweeting at us. I had my buddy Tommy text me like, you guys jinxed it. You said on the day he got active for the first time.
You called it.
Could he appear against the Broncos? And I'm like, it's so 2020 Broncos. Of course Flacco's going to come in and throw for 350.
And I thought he was going to stay in there the whole game. But I didn't think Darnold was going to be back.
Yep.
But how do you take a guy out on 3rd down and 5? Like, at least let him finish the drive. Yeah. Didn't you think that was odd? I thought it was very odd. But anyway, nice sack there by Alexander Johnson. Judy, wow, what a catch. What a touchdown. Way to go up and get it. Ball hits off the guy's face mask. You go over the top, get it. And just a big-time play. Those are the plays that you need to win in the NFL when you have pretty much a rookie making his first start. first ever NFL start, you got to make those types of plays for him when he gives you opportunities, and Jerry Jeudy certainly did. So really, really nice touchdown by him. First one in the NFL. Kudos to him.
Awesome.
And that was Rippon's first touchdown. Who keeps the ball? My son asked me, who keeps the ball? I said, well.
That goes to Jeudy.
I said, that will be Judy's because he caught it. Now, if he doesn't care, then I'm sure Rippon would like it. That's kind of usually how it works. Some guys don't care. You see some guys that just throw the football down, give it to fans or whatever. They don't care. I don't know if Jeudy wanted to keep it or not. I hadn't heard.
I saw Rippon in the final play of the game take the football back from the official. So maybe he took the game ball and Jeudy gets the first touchdown ball.
Well, it's not the same.
But no, you're right. But I would think if it was a tie, it would go to the first round generational wide receiver if he wants it.
Well, it goes to the guy that has it.
Oh, right,
he has it.
There
right?
you go.
I have it. That's my football. Sorry.
Right.
So if he wants it, he gets to keep it because he has it.
Have you ever been in an awkward position like that or seen an awkward position where there's a little bit of
I have.
Can you expand a little bit?
Yeah, I mean I caught the 49 touchdown. Broke Marino's record back in 04. The one that was never going to be broken, 48 touchdowns, Dan Marino.
Yep.
And we got on a run there, and I caught the 49th. That was the talk. Who's going to catch the 49th touchdown? Because we knew we were going to do it. I caught it, go to the sideline. I'm not letting anybody get this ball. Mm-hmm. I'm taking this thing with me to the shower, with me straight to my car. Nobody's taking this football from me. Of course, guess what happens? Everybody, the managers are coming up like, hey, we need the football. I'm like, bro, get away from me. You're not touching my football. And then, of course, what happens, we end up tying the football game up. We had to make a 2-point conversion. We made it, tied it up. Now we're going to overtime.
And you got to go back out in the field?
Got to go back out on the field.
Oh, no.
I'm like, you got to be kidding me.
You can't just.
So I gave the football to one of our wide receivers who wasn't dressed out. And I said, hold on to this. Don't give it to anybody. Okay? Don't give it to me. He said, okay, I won't. And then, throughout overtime, he's coming up to me. He's like, man, these people are hounding me. They want this football, this and that. And I'm like, finally, I had enough. I was like, okay, just give it to him. Just give it to him. I've never seen it since.
Wow.
Never seen it since.
Where did it go? Did it end up at Peyton's house?
No. I would have stole it back. I would have stolen it back. Trust me.
Replace it with like a neon.
You know how they do with the
Nerf ball?
Like take it out, boom, put a Nerf ball there.
Something's different here.
I think Jim Irsay has it, which is fine. I don't even care anymore.
Oh, Irsay's got it.
Yeah, I believe so. Which is fine. It's been broken. That record's been broken now a couple times, but at that moment, it was a pretty cool football. And I had never seen it since. They
That's
took
crazy.
It, never saw it.
That's crazy.
That's my football story right there. Bradley Chubb with the sack on 3rd and 5. Great pressure right there by Shelby Harris. I think they gave him a half a sack for both of those guys. But really nice pressure in the interior by Shelby Harris, beating McGovern and forcing Sam Darnold out of the pocket a little bit, and Chubb was able to clean it up. So good job by both those guys. Shelby Harris looked good again. Obviously,
he's got to drink more water during the day.
Yeah, was he cramping? Is that what it was?
Yeah, and they said while he was on the sideline, like he needed fluids. You got to get your fluids during the day, I guess.
Yeah, I guess so. Some guys are more susceptible to cramps than others.
Yep, that's for sure.
I remember Dwight Freeney was, he had to be on the special diet and all this stuff, and after games, on the plane, he would just lock up. It's just not fun. Good job. Good stop on again by the defense. The Broncos holding the Jets to a field goal after that awful penalty by Joe Jones.
Oh,
Joe
my
Jones.
Gosh.
What are you doing? Bro,
it's
you were supposed to be
rule.
a special teams captain. You can't touch the center, the snapper. You can't touch the guy.
Oh.
What are you doing? And they missed the field goal. So, you talk about a double kick.
Yeah.
That's what it was. But good job by the defense holding the Jets to a field goal, because that could have been one of those where they score a touchdown there, and it's just like a complete shift in the game.
Yeah.
But a good job by that defense holding the field goal. That was big.
You think about some of these plays that weren't made, or plays like that when you're down one, trying to take the lead on a long McManus field goal. If for whatever reason it doesn't work out, if the 3rd and 7 to Patrick isn't caught, or if there's no Quinnen Williams face mask, and you're looking at stuff throughout the game, that Joe Jones penalty hitting the center, that created it was a 46-yard field goal, created a first down, sets up a 26-yard field goal. Now the game's tied. If the Broncos lose, we're looking back at stuff like that. Like, This is why you're not a good football team.
Right.
And they're still not a good football team.
No, you still stink. But, like, Joe Jones is your special teams captain guy.
Right.
Like, if anybody knows it, he's not a rookie. You know, if a rookie does it, you're like, okay, well, they haven't had a lot of practice time. Like, but Joe Jones, you're here to play special teams, nothing else.
Yeah.
You're not a linebacker.
Right.
You're not going to be a starter. You're a special teams guy. You can't make those types of mistakes. Those are inexcusable. Inexcusable. And he knows better. He's been coached better. He's a smart guy. You just can't do it. It's just like that's how you lose football games. That's how coaches get fired, and just silly plays like that. But they were able to overcome it. So we kind of put it on the back burner.
Right.
But you're right. If they lose that football game, that's the one you look at and say, man, this is one of the 3 or 4 reasons why they lost this football game. This is why they're a bad football team. 3rd and 7, great pass to Tim Patrick on for 40 yards. Just a nice ball down that right sideline. I mean, that was maybe besides the whole shot there at the end of the game to get that first down on the left sideline to Tim Patrick, that might have been his best throw. I mean, that thing was perfectly thrown over the top. Great connection and just a really, really good play there. Nice play by Bosby in the end zone there, right before halftime on Hogan. Good job going up there with his left hand and batting the ball away. It was good to see him out there. I had in my notes right before that, Bassey. Bassey during the 2-minute drive is struggling.
It fell down, right?
Yeah, he was struggling.
Yeah.
He was struggling in a big way.
Yep. They're targeting him a little bit. They're picking on him.
Once again, it was earlier in the game, and Broncos kind of blew a coverage. Remember last week I told you he blew that coverage on Godwin when he scored that 3rd and 10 on that first drive?
Yep.
Once again, I think he blew another coverage early because announcers were like, ooh, somebody blew a coverage here. And I think he did it, and then he was just struggling the 2-minute drive. He fell on his face the one time, and I just think maybe we need to push a pause on the Bassey experiment right now, and let's go with Bosby.
Right?
Guy played well.
He did play well.
I mean, I've always liked this guy.
I've
always been advocating for this guy. I think he's healthy, but give him an opportunity. And I think he's more prepared right now than a guy like Bassey. Not saying Bassey can't get back up to speed here, but right now Bosby should be the guy.
No, I totally agree. I was shocked when Bosby was put on the practice squad and Isang Bassey was promoted and out there playing, and it's kind of shaking out like Bosby's.
Sometimes the shine kind of wears off after a while, right? You look at this guy as a coach, and you're like, oh man, we love his potential. We love what he's about. You kind of love the story too, right? They're humans, and you're like, okay, he's doing some good things, but all of a sudden he didn't have preseason games. He didn't really have those moments to see like what he's really made of during those times. And he's kind of coming back to reality a little bit, and I think the coaching staff's realizing that, and you'll probably see a change here. And it wouldn't surprise me if he doesn't dress here for a few weeks and just put him on the back burner a little bit because he's been struggling.
A little football rehab, it's been referred to with
a little bit too much on his plate right now.
And real quick, you talked about the Bosby breakup. I had my notes here. It felt like back-to-back plays. Maybe it was 2 and 3 plays, but Bosby and Ojemudia.
Well, if you just be patient, that's my next point right here, because Bosby did it first and then Ojemudia was next. But if you just be patient, I'll get to it.
Go ahead and take it away.
Okay, I'm ready. 3rd and 10, 20 seconds left. Ojemudia, great coverage on Hogan, stayed on top, and then found the ball. Awesome. That's textbook coverage. That was flat out awesome job by him. Could have had another pick, almost had another pick. Good job by Hogan breaking it up. But, that's textbook coverage right there. When I see those moments from Ojemudia, I say this guy's going to make it. He's going to be a really good football player. Now, he'll get beat, and we've seen him get beat a few times, but this guy's got something about him, and that's just textbook. Didn't panic.
Yep.
In those moments, you see cornerbacks grab guys and get a PI there. But it was just textbook, fundamentally sound right there, and really good job. Really good job by the young cornerback Ojemudia to end the half and make the Jets have to settle for a field goal there.
Well, I thought that was a pretty cool window of time because we talked about this cornerback room ad nauseum going into the season, and I'll give you a smidgen of credit here. You saying
I'll take any I can get today.
You saying like just trust this. These young guys like just trust this. And I'm like, well, based off what? Drawing from what? And I thought the fact that on whether was it back-to-back plays? I don't know. Back-to-back plays.
Back-to-back.
You got Devontae Bosby and Michael Ojemudia making a play for you in an even game. I thought it was a nice little window for the young room.
Absolutely. It certainly was. So good job by those guys stepping up and making some plays there. And then the second half, look, you start off and good job by the defense. I felt like that was a bad call. After the offense went 3 and out, I felt like it was a bad call on Ojemudia on the deep pass. The pass interference that was called on him on 2nd down and 8. I felt like you're always going to have some hand fighting. And, I don't know if it didn't really hook the guy's arm, but they're just kind of running and, jostling a little bit. And they called the penalty on him there, the pass interference penalty. I thought that was a bad call, but good job by the defense once again, holding a team to 3 points and not giving up touchdowns. That's the difference between winning and losing. And they did that a few times last night. But I thought, especially in those moments, you could kind of be like, really? We just giving them 40 yards on this pass interference call, but they're able to bend but not break and do a good job of holding the Jets to a field goal there. Second drive by the Broncos, good job on a 3rd and 4 to convert. Gordon had a nice 19-yard run there. 3rd and 8 conversion to Noah Fant on a nice little rub play where he's going across the middle. Good design of a play. Rub, pick plays. When they're blitzing a lot, usually it's man-to-man behind it. Sometimes they'll zone blitz, but we caught them in man-to-man. They're blitzing, and Rippon did a good job of backpedaling, giving Noah Fant time to get across the football field. So really nice conversion there. And then the touchdown that you referenced earlier to Tim Patrick, a seam route. Defensive guy did a good job. He was trying to undercut Tim Patrick there, and if it wasn't a perfect throw, it was probably an interception. So great throw by Brett Rippon there to Tim Patrick for a touchdown. So really, really nice drive. Well done there. They were 3 for 3 on 3rd down on that drive.
Oh, look at that.
3 for 3 on 3rd down. So good job, Rippon. Good job, Noah Fant. Good job, Timmy Pats.
Yep, and Jerry Jeudy had a 13-yard catch mixed in that drive as well. And I tweeted, like, I'm not really used to seeing, like, 13-play, 75-yard drives for 7 minutes long. Like, we haven't seen a lot of that.
No.
So it was almost like it was rhythmic a little bit. You built a little bit of rhythm there with Rippon, and it results in a touchdown that took a lead.
But give credit to Pat Shurmur, too. For designing some of these plays. I liked what he did. So
sure.
Give him some credit too. McManus had a big 54-yarder that you referenced earlier again. And then after that, nice job by the defense to hold the Jets to a long field goal. Josie Jewell also had a nice sack on 3rd down, and I put in my notes right after that, Fangio is starting to be aggressive, and you saw that throughout the course of that game.
Yep.
He was like, he wasn't going to play conservative, keep everything in front of us defense against Sam Darnold. He knew their offensive line was beat up, so don't be passive. Be aggressive. Put pressure on those guys to block guys one-on-one. And he certainly started dialing things up, and it worked. It worked.
And Stoke, I know that's his job, but he made the adjustment. And you heard Troy Aikman say, like, this is not really what Fangio does.
Nope.
And he made the adjustment according to the personnel that they were playing, and it paid off.
It did. And I have in here, how about a shout-out to the big fella, rookie center Cushenberry, Sir Lloyd Cushenberry, to get the ball out. I mean, that was an easy interception. Got the ball out. Now, it didn't matter because a few plays later was the pick six.
Mm-hmm.
But that was a great play by him, a heads-up play.
Yeah.
Most offensive linemen, old-school offensive linemen aren't that athletic. They just, fall all over themselves. But not Cushenberry. He's an athletic offensive lineman. So a really, really nice play by him. What?
I know.
You know?
You're thinking of Stink when you say it.
Oh, come on. I was not thinking of Stink when I was talking about unathletic offensive linemen.
Certainly
Come on. Vic, how about Vic with a great challenge? Great challenge. They were short of the 1st down. I don't know what their order of operations is right now about challenging and not challenging, but we really haven't seen anything like the Tennessee game when we needed the timeouts and things like that until last night. And they nailed it. So guess what I'm going to do? I'm going to give them credit. Good job. Good job on order of operation. So hopefully it's all cleaned up now from the debacle that was the end of that football game because it saved them. It saved the Broncos because there was a first down, ruled on the field, first down, and they overturned it. I was absolutely shocked that Adam Gase didn't go for it. Absolutely shocked. I don't know why you don't go for that. You only got a half a yard.
Yeah.
I'm going for that every time. Especially if I'm in the Jet situation. They settled for a field goal there, and obviously it didn't work out, but I thought for sure he was going to go for that. Did you?
I absolutely did. He profiles like the guy that would.
Right.
And I was surprised as well.
On a losing football team.
Right.
He's like, what do you have to lose here? Like, be aggressive. Try to, score a touchdown.
You got more pros left?
Yeah, like 4.
Okay, so just a couple more things to clean up.
Couple more things to clean up. Yep.
And then we'll be forced to address what happened at the start of that football game.
Yes, we will. Love it.
All right, we'll get to it next. We're going over the pros and cons from yesterday. We have not got to the cons yet. We just got to tie the bow on the pros here. And Stoke, go ahead and take it away.
We're looking at the fourth quarter here. I mean, Broncos fortunate to get the face mask penalty on Quinnen Williams. That was a third down play. They were going to have to punt with not a lot of time left in the game. I think it was going to be under about 5 minutes there left in the game. But they were fortunate to get that penalty. There was 5 minutes left to go on the game and keep the drive alive, but they took advantage of it. So great hole throw to Timmy Pats on third and long to get Broncos in field goal range. I mean, what a great throw that was. In a big-time moment, you need a play. It's third and long. If not, you're going to go for it or you're going to punt it. What are you going to do? Vic Fangio and Brett Rippon with just a great throw there. Nice job by Tim Patrick keeping his feet in bounds. And now you're in field goal range. You got a chance to win it. You get the delay. You get the intentional grounding. Doesn't matter. Brandon McManus comes in, 53-yarder, nails right down the pipe. Broncos take the lead. And then I was nervous.
I was nervous too, and I got to interrupt you real quick because it's for a totally different reason. On that drive, I thought that was going to be the final offensive drive of the game for the Broncos.
Yes.
There's just a couple minutes left. Kick the field goal, take the lead. At the end of it, it's just 3 minutes left. I assumed that the Broncos weren't getting the ball back. Melvin Gordon's game prop for yards is
65 and a half?
It was
64 and a half?
It was 62 and a half
Okay.
for me. He's at 65 yards.
Right.
He takes a 4-yard loss. And I'm getting Week 17 flashbacks of Philip Lindsay and the 1,000-yard wager with James Marilat. I'm like, this can't be happening. Turns out they get the ball back and Melvin breaks one. But I just had to, because in that moment, I'm like, this seriously isn't going to happen? It turned out all right.
It did. It certainly did in a big way. And then Bradley Chubb with the huge sack on fourth down. 4th and 3. You need a play. They're right there at midfield. I mean, they got to get 10 yards to be in field goal range. And third and short, stop, 4th down. Bradley Chubb closed the thing out. So great job by him. And then obviously Melvin Gordon there gets stuffed. Looks like he's going to lose a yard or two.
Yeah.
And it's going to be 2nd and 12. Because we got to remember the Jets still have all 3 timeouts.
Right.
So they get the ball back with about a minute 40, minute 35 left, just need a field goal. So the game's still live. It's not over by any means, but a big-time run, finding the crease out to the left there and just going the distance with it.
And how about Brett downfield blocker ripping, getting out.
All you got to do.
Yeah,
just getting away,
throwing himself out there. That was low key, nice little block that set up ultimately Melvin to navigate his way through that defender. So awesome stuff.
Yeah, nice job. Nice job by him. Just trying to make a play and help his running back out. But really, really good run by Melvin Gordon. Good job defense closing it out, but also offense. Offense did a good job right there of getting a first down. We've seen too many times offensively where we have a 4-minute drive and we got the lead, trying to finish a game off. All we need is one first down, and we can't get it.
Right.
But they were able to get in the end zone. So good job offense. Good job defense. Well done down the stretch there, both sides of the football. Good complementary football by the Denver Broncos.
Love it. All right, now for the negatives. The cons.
Well, it starts with Sam Darnold's 46-yard rushing touchdown.
Are you kidding me?
Alexander Johnson had him for a sack on third down, and then Justin Simmons whiffs on him.
What happened there?
Look, it's on the TV right now.
Yeah, it literally is. Wow.
Right now. They're replaying the game, and that's exactly where they're at. What happened there? We're about to see it.
Justin Simmons, it looked like he was a cross between playing in mud and feet were just heavy and like a little bit timid. And Kareem Jackson
just
like what? Kareem Jackson looked like, gosh, we love Kareem Jackson. It looked like he just quit on the play, like he was scared to get involved.
Well, Justin Simmons got juked. That was a nice little juke. He got juked. And what happened with Kareem Jackson was, guess what happened with Kareem Jackson? He thinks he's going to slide. And Sam Darnold almost slid.
Yeah.
Like he was going down.
Like
he's like, okay, I'll get another 10 yards. And then he just kept going. But these defenders, it's tough. And that's the only thing I can think of with Kareem Jackson was, he's there. But if you go to hit the guy, guess what? You're going to get a penalty like the Jets did if he starts to slide. And That's
my
what he
gosh.
did. He looked like he was going to slide. Kareem Jackson led up, and next thing you know, he runs right by Kareem Jackson, and Kareem Jackson looks silly. But if Kareem Jackson hits him when he's sliding, now you're going to get a 15-yard penalty, and you're going to get a $30,000 fine. So try to play defense. It's tough. So I'll stick up for Kareem Jackson in that situation. I guarantee you that's exactly what he's thinking. Have you ever seen Kareem Jackson be timid at all?
No.
And me either.
Nope.
But you're thinking the quarterback's going to slide. It looks like he's going to slide. Next thing you know, you let up because you don't want to try to tackle him when he's sliding because, like I said, it's a penalty and a big fine. And then he doesn't slide. Go figure. It's tough to play defense in today's NFL.
Well, you're giving him a little bit more grace than I am.
Yeah, I am.
I thought it was a horrific look for the Broncos defense.
Certainly it was. It was a bad look.
And it was almost like one of these things like, this is how we're starting. You're playing maybe the worst team in football, and you gave him his career-long run on the opening possession and the highest-paid safety duo in the league, both on the same play, look silly.
Good point.
That was just a hard pill for me to swallow.
Yeah.
And Darnold you know how we've seen Cam Newton do this for years. He just dives into one leg and then pulls out of it like that little juke. That's what Darnold did to Justin Simmons. I just didn't see that coming.
Yeah.
Neither did he, apparently.
But Darnold's athletic. I told you yesterday. The guy can move.
I know.
The guy can move.
I know.
And you got to be wary of his legs.
I watched him up at CU in Boulder run by a Buffalo linebacker.
Well, there you go.
So, yeah.
Did he run by the Buffalo also?
No, he didn't run by the Buffalo, but he sprinted in there for a touchdown when he was at USC. I think that was my first game up there. All right, keep going.
False start, number 88, Vanette. I mean, come on, man. You were inactive last week. You get on the field, and then all of a sudden, we got a 3rd and 2.
Dude.
False start. Dude, you can't have it, Vanette.
What good has Nick Vanette done this year? Can you think of anything positive for old Nikolai?
No, I can't. There's been no impactful play from Nick Vanette at all.
I am A-OK with seeing Nick Vanette or not seeing Nick Vanette again here in a Broncos game.
Yeah.
I'm totally cool with that.
You go from 3rd and 2 at the 15 to 3rd and 7, and then what happens? A 2-yard loss to Royce Freeman out of the backfield, throw the ball to him, and now you're settling for a field goal. The difference there is so huge. You can't have these types of penalties. And obviously he didn't dress out last week, and I don't know. I'm at the point now where, hey, let's just roll with Jake Butt, Noah Fant, and then give me the rookie up here. Give me the rookie. Yeah. Give me Albert Okwuegbunam. Why not? Let's take a look at him because right now Vanette's not bringing anything to the party.
No.
And Albert O might not be ready, but at least give the guy a chance. Give him a shot. Why not right now?
Yeah.
Why not? Let's see if he can make some plays in the passing game.
And you talk about a play that never had a chance. That 3rd down, what do you call it? Dump off, a screen. Royce was out to the right. That thing got gobbled up. That play was dead on arrival. That 3rd down play after the Nick Vanette penalty. You know what I'm talking about? There's it seemed like there was 14 Jets players around Royce Freeman, swallowing him up behind the line of scrimmage.
Yes. And they tried to throw another swing pass. No, they tried to throw the screen pass out to him on one play. You might be talking about that play also where they threw the screen out. They had him out wide, and they threw the old DT kind of screen to him, and that didn't work very well. But those are the plays that you need to dial up against the blitz. But they just didn't execute it very well, and it was a loss of yardage there for Royce Freeman in the passing game.
How much more cons you got?
Boop, 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 boop.
Enough? Okay, we'll get to it next. All right, going over the pros and cons from last night's entertaining as hell Broncos victory.
It was.
Stoke.
Fun game to watch.
The Broncos, on a short week, go on the road to the East Coast against a Greg Williams defense with a third-string practice squad quarterback and hung 37 points up.
They did. Hey, it was an entertaining game.
Oh, my goodness.
All right, the second half. Let's get to the cons so we can knock this out. 3 and out for the Broncos offense to start the second half. That's not how you want to get going there. And then another penalty on Broncos special teams, false start on our center, on our snapper. I mean, you can't have your hands on the ball all of a sudden just rip your head up like that. Now, normally you do these types of little things, these sneaky little things, if it's 4th and 3. 4th and 2, because you're trying to get the guys to jump off, and maybe you'll get a cheap penalty. The refs didn't see it, right? But this was like 4th and 8. Well, what are we doing? What are we doing here? Makes no sense. Even if you get to 5 yards, you're still punting.
Right.
You're not even in field goal range. Sometimes you do it if you're on the fringe of field goal range also.
Sure.
Try to get a cheap 5 yards. Made no sense. Made no sense of why he was even trying to do that and get those guys to jump off. It backfired. Hey, buddy, how about snap the ball and just block your guy and don't hold him and don't get the punt blocked? Let's start with that.
Rock solid plan. And all the Broncos are pointing at the Jets guys like, hey,
right,
like,
yeah,
well,
no, buddy.
No, actually.
Did you see your center?
Right.
It's like he's dancing. Oh, my gosh. Like break dancing over there. I thought it was a bad call on O.J. Moutier for the long PI call. I thought he did a great job there. Look, you're going to have contact. There's going to be contact down the field. You got to let him play a little bit. I thought that was an awful call on O.J. Moutier. I thought he had a really good game, and that was a bad call. 3rd and 4, 10:26 left in the third quarter. Broncos ball. Play clock was at 0. We had to burn a timeout. You don't want to burn your timeouts that early in the second half. You want to keep those. Those things are gold. Tyreek Cleveland missed the block on the punt return, or on the punter, or it was a house call by Deontay Spencer. Just whiffed him. Just whiffed on the punter. The punter makes a tackle. Story of our special teams.
I mean, seriously, between
that's it. Sums it up.
The missed snap and the
Joe Jones, trying to DDT the snapper's head off.
Deontay Spencer house call because friggin' Tom Tupa gets himself in the play.
Tom Tupa. Cushenberry had that great play. We talked about it, right? Knocking the ball out. 2 plays later, pick 6. Just a killer. And then another interception by Rippon. He pump faked the flat. That's what he pump faked the flat, and it was covered, so he pump faked it. And then he never even looked back at the over route coming. He just threw it. He didn't look and gather his thoughts to see if that was open or not. He went through his progressions. Okay, you're going right to left, that's fine. And you got that over route coming. I think it was Jake Butt, might have been Vanette, and never even looked, just threw it. He had a little pressure on him and just chunked it up. You just can't do that. Another interception there from Rippon. Deshaun Hamilton.
Oh, my gosh.
Do you think he should have stuck his arms out? Or, what happened there? And I don't, sometimes you're running those deep routes, and, I'm watching it on TV. It's a lot easier for me to say, stick your hands out there. But he saw the football.
I was going to say, that's where I can't go.
Right,
because
he saw it.
They were saying on the broadcast, well, maybe he didn't see the football.
Oh, no, he saw it.
No, he saw it.
Yep.
It dropped right in front of him to the point where if he had just stuck his hands out, it would have at least hit his hands. I thought he should have laid out for it. Dude.
I'm with you.
Do something. It's a chance to make a play. You talk about make an impression on your coaches and this fan base and the organization. You know what he was lacking there? Oomph. And I thought of you last night. I said, I can't believe this dude didn't make the attempt, whether you come up with it or not. I mean, it was a big ask. It was a 50-yard pass in the air or whatever it was.
4:11 left to go in the game.
And the ball hits.
The ball hits literally a yard in front of him.
Right at his feet.
Dive, straight. I mean, there was nothing. There was nothing. No attempt to catch it at all. None. Zero.
So you got that play, the play earlier in the year where Drew Lock leads them in the left corner of the end zone, right? That was Deshaun Hamilton as well, right? That landed almost right inbounds, week 1, I believe it was.
Yes, absolutely.
You have 2 of these plays here that I'm just
it's starting to be a little theme here.
What's the problem here?
I'm you're bringing up those memories, and it's just I've kind of seen enough. We don't need to have him on the field that much. It's like we're force-feeding Deshaun Hamilton on the football field. Now KJ Hamler goes down, but I tell you what, I need to see more Jerry Jeudy. He's not out there enough. I need to see, and I'll take more Tyreek Cleveland. and I need to see less Deshaun Hamilton. It's just, I mean, these types of plays, like, look, if you got to at least lay out or put your hands out, and if you don't make the catch, okay, you didn't make the catch. That was going to be a tough catch because it was kind of almost back over a little bit. But still, you got to make a better effort there. Melvin Gordon dropped a gimme. Dropped a gimme, ran a little angle route.
I thought
dropped
you there
a gimme
too.
For it would have been a nice gain, and that was at 3:21 left to go in the game, and it was a 2nd and 13. 2nd and 13. Now all of a sudden, you're going to be at he's probably going to gain 10 yards or so, and now you're going to be at the 15-yard line, 1st down and 10. Just dropped it. Just flat dropped it. But everybody wants to tell me, guy's a great pass receiving running back. Still waiting to see it. So we'll see, but you can't drop those.
And he would have had at least another 10-yard gain in front of him. Probably would have got inside the 10, whatever, inside the 5. I got to watch the play again.
Yeah.
But he was led perfectly. Defenders on your back. There's like a safety hanging back there, maybe 15 yards away from you or whatever it was. Just a missed opportunity.
Yeah, big missed opportunity. And then the next play, we get intentional grounding on Rippon. Now it's a 53-yard field goal. Obviously, McManus was nails there. And then defensively, I think it was a 3rd down play before Chubb's sack. Bosby missed that interception. Had a chance for it to kind of seal the game there with an interception just off his hands. Would have been a great catch, but, if you're the Denver Broncos and you're Bosby, you need to make those types of plays.
And it's one of those plays, we talked about it with Joe Jones. If you had lost that game, and Troy Aikman even said it on the broadcast, he goes, if Jets go on to win this game, Bosby's that's going to be a hard one to swallow, because I know he's a DB and all that, but
right.
If there was ever a catchable interception, it's right there. Could have sealed it.
Yep, so that's it. But overall, you know what? They made enough plays. They did enough. Rippon hung in there. Wasn't perfect. I don't think anybody thought it was going to be perfect. He was going to have some moments that had a scratch on our head, but he made enough plays. And when the plays mattered the most, he was able to deliver. And the defense did too, and they closed it out. So good win. Good win for the Denver Broncos. They needed it.
You should have seen Vic Fangio on the Zoom call before it started. So there was some technical difficulties starting this thing to the point where.
What are you talking about, today?
No, last night. Last night.
Oh, last night. Okay, after the game.
Post game. Sorry. They have the stuff up there to the point where ABC7 goes live to the Zoom press conference, and someone knocked the camera, and it just got started 5 minutes late, technical difficulties. But before that happened, Vic sits down, and I don't think he knew that he was on camera yet, that we could all see him. And this dude took the tips of his fingers and put them to his face and just grinded it through his hair. And you saw like 15 pounds of pressure come off of his shoulders. His head was in his hands, and he kept his head in his hands for like a good 5 seconds. It's
a stressful job, man. It's a stressful job, especially when you're losing football games and everybody's injured. I mean, there's a lot of pressure on you. So it's when you win one, man, it's a big relief.
Yeah, when you're first one.
Yeah,
get off the schneid there and go to 1-3 as opposed to 0-4. All right, I got a simple question. Great job, by the way. Pros and cons going through the whole game. Well done. Did the Broncos win it, or did the Jets lose it? And does that matter? I want to hear your answer next. Did the Broncos win it or did the Jets lose it? And does it even matter?
No, it doesn't matter. A win's a win in this league, especially if you're 0-3. It doesn't matter. And, we did talk about yesterday that this game is probably going to come down to who doesn't screw it up the most. That's what we talked about. When you got two bad teams, who screws it up the least and who doesn't give the football a game away. Now, the Broncos tried with the 3 interceptions, but the Jets also did. They had a lot of foolish penalties. They kept drives alive. And the Broncos did just enough, made just enough plays to win that football game. So I think it's a little bit of a combination of both. Broncos went out there and won it. They had to make some plays down the stretch. They got that fortunate penalty against Quinnen Williams on 3rd and 7 or whatever it was, a face mask. But now what do you do with it? Then they were able to convert to Tim Patrick down the sideline there. And so they took advantage of their opportunities. So certainly they helped themselves in moments. McManus drilled the kicks.
Yeah.
And that's what you were going to have to do if you were going to beat the Jets. You were going to have to make a few plays there, and then hopefully the Jets screw it up. And ultimately it was a little bit of both.
Did you see how Quinnen Williams got to Brett Rippon?
Yeah.
Oh, boy. He ragdolled Dalton Reisner.
He's a good football player. I mean, he was a top 5 pick or whatever. I mean, he's a really good football player. So
no, I just talking about the play. I mean, he tossed that man, and just got a little hook in there on the face mask. Wasn't over the top egregious, but he did get a finger in there.
No, he did. It was a good call.
Pulled his face enough, and and then like you said, what do you do with it? Do you hit that hole shot to Tim Patrick? Yeah, they did. Did Melvin close out the game? Yeah. Judy caught the ball.
That's right.
Rippon put it where it needed to in the back of the end zone through a coin slot to Tim Patrick earlier in the game.
Yep.
Man, what a game for Tim Patrick. I'm super happy for that dude.
Was a great game for him. He's getting a great opportunity here with Cortland Sutton being down.
Yeah.
It was going to be one of those, for me, this year was probably not going to be a lot of Tim Patrick as a wide receiver. You got Cortland Sutton. You just drafted Jerry Jeudy. You drafted K.J. Hamler, Tyreek Cleveland. They loved him. They were giving him a lot of run. So it's going to be one of those where Tim Patrick's going to make the football team because he's a great special teams player, and he knows every position. He can fill in anywhere. He's a rock-solid teammate. So he was going to be on the football team, but offensively, he probably wasn't going to get a lot of opportunities.
Right.
But here we are. He's getting a ton of opportunities, and I guarantee he's got to play the most snaps amongst the wide receivers.
He got more targets than anyone else that played.
Well, yeah, I mean,
7 targets, 6 receptions.
Wow. Well, there you go.
Can't get much better than that.
The guy's just a really good football player is what he is.
Yep.
He's not one of those guys that's, going to be a number 1 wide receiver, but he's a really good football player that can do a lot of things. And those are the types of guys you need on your football team.
He kind of reminds me of Cortland Sutton light. He's a big body receiver. He doesn't blow by anyone with speed. He's got rock solid hands. He doesn't make you don't see Tim Patrick make a ton of mistakes.
Nope.
He plays clean football. In some ways, and I'm not saying he's Cortland Sutton, but in some ways, if you're trying to find a replacement for Sutton who profiles like that, a bigger receiver to go with Jeudy, who's a little bit smaller and slight, Tim Patrick, 6'4", 212 pounds, sure hands, good IQ.
Yep.
It's a heck of a guy to have on your roster.
He reminds me of one of my former teammates here in Denver, Glenn Martinez. And Glenn's still around these areas, and I see him every once in a while. But just a guy that knows every single position, and he's a really good special teams player, good guy in the locker room. And those are the guys that you need, and that's exactly who Tim Patrick is. Those guys are so valuable. Look, this guy gets hurt. Oh, we need Tim Patrick. This other guy gets hurt. He plays the X position. Tim Patrick can handle that. So, because you can't dress, 7 wide receivers every week.
Right.
You're usually dressing 5, sometimes 4, depending on what the other positions look like. So, a guy like that can play every position and also is a core special teams guy is very valuable. And what a game he had. He made some big-time plays, some explosive plays.
Love it. Absolutely love it. Happy for him, happy for the Broncos, happy for the fans. I was going through it before. I said, everyone involved, and you said, people being in the building, the people who aren't playing, there's pressure off them. They can feel free to smile, have a laugh. You go to 0-4, some of those things maybe you maybe do behind the closed door and not out in the open, because everyone's walking on eggshells and everyone's in a bad mood. And all that's true, but for the fans too, there's we were talking about it yesterday. Is there a portion of this fan base who wants the Broncos to lose that game last night? Yeah, there is.
And this game could come back and haunt the Broncos.
It could
come back and haunt them.
It could
in the end. We'll see how this thing plays out and what it looks like. But
I was thinking about that last night, saying, are we going to look back and say, man,
was it worth it?
We wanted the temporary satisfaction of not going to 0-4 and getting a win, and foregoing the long-term satisfaction of picking 2 instead of 6, 1 instead of 4.
It's real. It's real. So we'll see how it plays out and what it looks like. But that's where my mind goes. Like, was it at the end of the year, we'll look at this game and say, was it worth it? Remember we beat the Jets week 4, and we were so happy. Well, a lot of fans were so happy, and it wasn't even worth it. We'd be picking number 1 right now, or we'd be picking 2.
Right.
Oh, we might look back at that game in 3 years and say, man, we could have had Justin Fields at 2, but we beat the Jets. We'll see. You know how the teams are doing it now with Patrick Mahomes and Deshaun Watson. Like, we could have had one of those guys, but we took Mitch Trubisky, or this or that. So it's going to be interesting to see how it all plays out.
Yep. And people are playing that game here now.
Absolutely.
Hey, we took Bradley Chubb. We didn't take MVP candidate Josh Allen.
Yep.
So, all right. We can play that game then, but we won't play it today.
No.
Just appreciate the victory today. And
we just played it.
Right.
I did.
Well, touche. All right. I have a question. It's really simple. What the hell happened at the end of that football game? Oh, man.
I'm ready.
We'll take a dive into it next. What in the world happened at the end of that football game? Holy moly. Nothing is easy around here, is it?
Man, you got to be kidding me. I mean, seriously.
James Merrill out of 1043thefan.com drops by to discuss this with us. James, before we get your take, Stoke, I'm really interested to hear.
Sit back and buckle up, James. I got this one, brother.
All right, sounds good.
Well, first of all, I didn't think Adam should have used the timeouts, okay? It was over. But you know what? If you want to send a message to your team that we're going to play 60 minutes and that's going to be our mentality, look, okay, I get it. That's what you want to do. Now it's up to the other team to respond and to protect their quarterback and to play hard until the clock says zeros, right? And to execute.
Yep.
And the Broncos didn't do that, plain and simple. I've watched the plays over and over again. Okay, the first play, when Rippon was throwing the football, right? All it is, it's a max protection play. You got 9 guys in protection. You got 1 wide receiver out there, and you're running them straight down the sideline. The quarterback rolls out to the right and throws the ball 50 yards out of bounds.
Correct.
And you waste 7-8 seconds or whatever the case may be. What happened on that play was Rippon starts to roll out, but he stops. So he doesn't continue to roll out like he should. And then Jake Butt blocks nobody on the left side of the offensive line. And Melvin Gordon blocked nobody. Okay? So 2 guys don't block their guy. And guess what happens? You got guys on the Jets defensive line playing hard. Mm-hmm. What would we say if Vic's guys just took a play off? We'd say, man, those guys aren't playing for him. Those guys aren't playing for him, man. At least, and what have we been saying? Hey, at least they're playing hard. Well, hey, those guys, at least they're playing hard for Adam Gase. Game's over, but they're still playing hard. Guess what? These quarterback hits, if they get a sack, it shows up on their stats.
Right.
This is how they get paid. Oh, how many sacks did you have? How many quarterback hits did you have? So you think they're not going to try to get a quarterback hit or get a sack? Come on. This is their livelihood. So it's up to you, Broncos, to either Pat Shurmur, get a good game plan, get a good play in to not get your quarterback killed, punt it, kick a field goal. I don't care. Take a 3-step drop and throw it, whatever. But if you roll your guy out, hey, chances are they're going to try to play football and hit your quarterback. So that was the first play. Now, the Broncos have it again. 8 seconds left this time. They run the same play. Okay, the little sprint out. Well, guess who doesn't block this time? Sir Lloyd Cushenberry whiffs. And now you got a guy coming straight up the gut. And Rippon just does a half roll. And again, he gets his clock clean. Hey, this is big boy football. You knew what they were doing when they called timeouts. They're sending a message.
Right.
We're going to play.
Right.
So you either respond, Denver Broncos, or you don't. Don't be upset. This isn't Pop Warner or high school. Okay? This is big boy football. You get paid. This is your livelihood. And if you don't like it, then this is the wrong sport for you.
James?
I'm 99% with you, Stoke. I totally agree that I think it's ridiculous that the Broncos and or their coaching staff expected the Jets to quit, right? Like, I don't think you should look at the other team and say, hey, there's 13 seconds left, so let's all quit and call it good and go home, or however much time's left. Like, you shouldn't expect that. So
Right.
I think they're in the wrong for that. I also thought it was foolish once you saw how they were going to play it. Like, you know what's coming. So, yeah, you either decide, hey, we're going to execute better and block better, or we're up 2 scores. There's no way we're going to lose this game. Punt the football, right? Like, why continue to put your quarterback in that situation? If it wasn't Brett Rippon, if it was Drew Lock, if it was Peyton Manning,
Wow.
do you think that would have been the play calls at the end of the game? Of course not. So it was borderline incompetent on a really pretty good night for the Broncos coaching staff. It was the first time I've been happy with that staff, other than, well, I mean, even their special teams made a big play, but they still made some of the blunders that they always make. But really, in every phase where I'm like, hey, you know what? All 3 phases had some creativity tonight. They brought it. I thought they showed some very good things. And then at the end, they just botch it again. Like, punt the football. What are you doing? You're not up 6 to where if it gets blocked and run back, you're going to have, some sort of Pisarcik-like moment. Like, just punt it away.
You could have taken a knee. It didn't matter.
Exactly.
I don't think they would have ran an offense. I don't think they would have ran an offensive play. I really don't.
But here's the one reason it's not 100% with you is because there is some context that goes with it of that team with Greg Williams had already had 5 personal fouls up until then. So you can't just discount that and say, hey, they're just playing hard and they're hitting the quarterback. Yeah, they are, but they're also hitting the quarterback up in the head again for the 5th or 6th time during the night. So it all kind of adds up to where you're like, it's just more dirty football. And I tweeted out during the game, and then I did it again today. Look, the NFL's tried to legislate, dirty football and dangerous hits out of the league. You know what they ought to do? They ought to legislate Greg Williams out of the league. Why does that guy still have a job? Everywhere he goes, this is how his defenses play, right? And they're putting bounties on Kurt Warner and bounties on Brett Favre, and they're knocking Brett Favre basically out of the league. I know he came back the next year and played about half the season, but essentially that NFC title game in New Orleans was the end of good Brett Favre. I just don't understand why that guy continues to be tolerated. What we saw last night from the Jets, look, I get it. Teams that play hard, you're going to get a penalty or two. But to have that many personal fouls on one defense in one game was an embarrassment, especially for a league that likes to say they're taking player safety seriously. Well, how are you taking it seriously when you're letting that guy continue to coach in this league? I find it inexcusable.
Look, I disagree in a big way. He served a punishment. Look, I'm not going to sit here and stick up for Greg Williams.
Did he learn his lesson?
I don't know the guy at all, okay? But football, and if you're a defensive coach and you coach the defensive side of the football, you got to get your guys ready to play. You got to have an attacking mindset, an aggressive mindset. We saw it on Hard Knocks with Greg Williams. Yep. That's his style. Yep. Guys love playing for him. He don't give a you-know-what, right? He's going to say all those – he's like a Rex Ryan type. Guys love playing for him, right?
Sure.
And they're going to be aggressive. Look, do I think they were trying to hurt the Broncos or hurt Mark Rippon or Brett Rippon, whoever it is? No, I don't think so. They're going to play aggressive. They're going to play physical, and that's their style of football. Football sometimes can look a little dirty and nasty, but you have to have that mindset sometimes if you want to be a good defense, and that's their mindset. And I looked at some of those penalties. Look, we hit Bowles. The guy hit Bowles one time. Bowles was still blocking. Bowles was still blocking. The guy came and cleaned Bowles up. I mean, So is that a cheap play? I didn't think so. You want to throw a penalty? Okay, it wasn't cheap. One time there was a helmet-to-helmet on the quarterback that is like, oh, that didn't look that much. Well, that's a personal foul. The one that I did think was the one that I did on the quarterback think was egregious was when the guy slammed the quarterback down with his body weight.
Yeah.
Now, you can't do that. But then you can look at Alexander Johnson and say, hey, you can't suplex the quarterback either. But nobody's talking about that being a dirty play by him. It is what it is, man. Football's a physical sport. You got to have that mindset, and sometimes you cross the line, sometimes you don't. And I know that Greg Williams has a reputation.
Yeah. Sometimes you cross the line, or all the time you cross the line.
They play aggressive. They play an aggressive style of football.
I get it, and I understand football is a physical game, and I'm not trying to put flags on them. I don't want to be characterized as that guy, right? And I think it's one of those things of, you don't know how close. You got to play right up to the line, and sometimes you don't know where the line is unless you cross it every once in a while. I get that. I'm fine with that. I think when the Broncos are winning Super Bowls, some of the most important players on that defense were the guys that brought an edge. It was Malik Jackson and Danny Trevathan and T.J. Ward and even Aqib Talib. Like
Darren Stewart.
Yeah, you have to have guys like that. I get it. But there's also a point where you do it all the time, and you become a team that is dirty. And do people love to play for him? Maybe. But what the hell's Greg Williams ever won? I mean, that guy bounces around all the time. I mean, Josh McCown thinks Greg Williams has a lot of different addresses. I mean, give me a break. That guy's everywhere, right? He doesn't win anything. So, I think he crosses the line all the time. I think he knows where the line is, and he puts a stake in the ground beyond that and decides that's where he wants to live. That's the issue I have with Greg Williams. I don't have a problem with physical football. I have a problem with guys who, in my mind, knowingly want to be dirty and want to intimidate people by being dirty rather than being physical.
Well, and here's what I just want to say about this. There's something in life called just natural consequences. So you're saying, James, like, hey, I want him out of the league. Well, like, the natural consequences are you end up giving 37 points to a third-string practice squad quarterback. That's a bad look league-wide. Like, that's a bad look within the Jets coaching staff. And I don't know if you saw the post-game presser with Adam Gase, but Gase was pissed about it. And he said, like, this is not how we play. And I think he was referring to the 6 personal fouls because ultimately the New York Jets gave up 118 yards in penalties. And had they not done that, even if it was half that amount, because the Denver Broncos nearly gave up 100 yards of their own. They ended up with 94 penalty yards, the Broncos. So if Greg Williams' defense even does half of the nonsense that they were up to, they probably win that football game.
They do. They kept how many drives alive, including the game-winning field goal drive with the penalty?
It's like three different drives it felt like were revived because of that Greg Williams nonsense. So I understand what you're saying, like, hey, this is Bush League, it's dirty, there's no place in the NFL for that. But ultimately, Greg Williams operating the way he does will cost him naturally the way that it did last night.
Well, and you're right, and it's kind of, I guess, my belief in everything, right? Like it's the free market, right? Like he's going to continue to bounce around and fail in places, and when you're with the Jets and you're terrible and you're giving up 37 points to Brett Rippon, at some point people are going to stop hiring you. I get that. I can't believe we haven't hit that point yet. I mean, Rex Ryan eventually got to that point where people just were like, we're not going to continue to hire this guy. The results don't warrant the antics. So yeah, it will get there. And if you made me say, hey, which way would you like it to go? I probably would prefer it just go that way, where he runs himself out of the league. Then the league says you can't be here. That's fine. I guess all I'm trying to say is I don't think there's a place for a guy like that. In the NFL, I think it crosses the line over and over and over again, and that's what bothers me about it. And it cost the Jets a football game last night. It put a stain on what I thought was otherwise, like I say, a pretty good night for the Broncos. Like, guys, I've been Mr. Anti-Vic Fangio for
you still want him fired?
3 or 4 weeks. Well, he bought some time, and here's why, Stoke. I thought for the first time he showed some creativity, right? Like Alexander Johnson was rushing the passer in the first half. Time after time after time. Like, that's not normally what Vic Fangio does. So it was like, hey, we're not getting any results. Rather than stubbornly insist on doing it my way, I'm going to come up with some other ideas here, some alternatives, and see if they work. And they did. Now, they still gave up, 28 points to the Jets, but 7 of that was the pick six. But they created pressure, which we haven't seen all year. They had six sacks last night. I think they had 3 going into the game. So that finally helped. It freed up Bradley Chubb. I thought offensively they did some creative things where, they threw the ball downfield more than we've seen really all year. I think there were 4 deep passes, 3 of which were completed. One of them could have been, but Deshaun Hamilton looked like that guy. You ever have one of those dreams where you like can't move after the football, like you're trying to get there,
yes,
you can't?
Yes, or can't run. Yes.
Right. That was Deshaun Hamilton in that play. It was like a nightmare. But like that was creative. So I if I'm going to be hard on this coaching staff when I think they don't think outside the box and when I think they're overly stubborn, I think to be fair, I got to give them credit when they bring something to the table that I think is unique, and I think it's it's taking a creative approach to solving the problem, and I thought they did that a lot last night. Well, also they stuck with Melvin Gordon, even though I think at half he had 10 carries, 34 yards. But he had some good runs in there, and they stuck with it, and it eventually paid off. So I would give the coaching staff a B last night. I thought they were much better.
And I'm going to say the final thing about the end of the game situation here and put a bow tie on this thing. And I put that on the Broncos coaches and the Broncos offensive players. And that's the end of the story right there. And KKFN HD1 Longmont Denver. James, you had it.
I know, but I didn't want to interrupt you. I didn't know if that was against the rules.
I literally
you had
said it once this week.
You had it, James. You could have said it when you were just talking.
Well, this week you got 4. Listen, I got 1. I got Tuesdays.
Oh,
he did.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's why I'm like, gosh.
Right.
I mean,
wow, Zach,
I get it. You guys are hungry, but
that's who people should be mad at. Don't be mad at the Jets defensive guys for playing hard at the end. Vic Fangio. Don't be all pissy about that. right?
Sure,
It's not
sure.
on those guys and their coaches for having those guys play for 60 minutes, okay? Be mad at Jake Butt, Melvin Gordon for not blocking on the first one, and then be mad at Cushenberry for not blocking on the other one, and then be mad at your quarterback for not rolling out like he should have, and then be mad at your offensive coordinator for calling that stinking bad play.
That's my
Don't be mad at the
Agreed.
Jets because they were playing hard until the end of the football game. I mean, give me a break.
Why didn't they just take a knee? Like, help me out with this. Why didn't they? You're up 37
Because
to
they've
28.
worked on this play, Zach. They've worked on this play for this type of moment, and you get so excited that, you know what? You know how many times you get to run this play? None. You never do. It shows up once every year or two, and now you get to run it. You're so excited if you're Pat Shurmur. So, hey, let's call this rollout where we roll out. The receiver runs down there, and the quarterback just throws it, and nobody gets hit, and it's all hunky-dory and perfect, and it just didn't work out that way. They didn't execute.
It's a prime example. You always hear about these coaches and they spend 100 hours at the office, right? They just work. This is an example of how they should have spent like 98 and gone home and watched Netflix, because this was just a bad idea and they never should have come up with this. But they got all this time. They come up with these things that they think are genius. And it really was foolish. Like you're borderline going to get your quarterback killed to try and burn an extra 5 or 6 seconds off the clock total. Take a knee. If they call a timeout and you have to punt, you have to punt. They're just overthinking it.
Yeah, they really were. They really were. But overall, look, I'm with you. I thought Vic was more aggressive, which you had to be against a banged-up Jets offensive line and a bad offense.
Yep.
And, they made enough plays. They overcame some adversity there because they weren't flawless themselves, certainly with some of the penalties and mistakes and interceptions that they had. And they found ways down the stretch. And I give a lot of credit to Brett Rippon and hanging in there and fighting through a lot of adversity there. And, you go to the sideline after making a couple plays like that, and you're just sick. Like, how did I just throw that ball? How did I just throw that interception? And then that last drive to get that field goal, he made some big-time plays. And so, there was a lot of good things there. And I think you look at Brett Rippon and say, good first step, and you got the win, and we'll see what it looks like this week.
Yeah, no, I thought it was a really good performance by him, considering the circumstances and first start and all that kind of stuff. I do think, though, and I just finished it before I came on with you guys, my column for Monday. He's going to become the next Trevor Siemian and Kyle Sloter and Chad Kelly. And there's something about Broncos country, man. They love to fall in love with mediocre Timmy Try-Hard type quarterbacks.
Do you think? Wait. Do you think Broncos country's fallen in love with Brett Rippon?
I think had he not thrown the pick six, I think there would have been a outpouring of people saying it's time for Brett Rippon and the Drew Lock experiment is over. I think that's the only thing that pumped the brakes on that. No, it's. I'm not saying that, and I think it's silly because
you think Broncos country would have said that.
Oh yeah. Well, you guys still get texts all the time of it's Sloter should be playing here. The guy's never taken an NFL snap. Like apparently every other NFL team is also idiotic and doesn't see how great this guy is because he's never taken an NFL snap. But there are still people in this town who thinks he's the answer. It boggles my mind considering we've had 2 full decades of John Elway and Peyton Manning in this town. Like I get it that Browns don't know the difference. They've never seen it. We should know the difference here. And we continue to just get enamored with these guys. And look, Brett Rippon, he could have a 10-year career as a backup if he wants because he's the perfect backup. He's always going to know the system. He's always going to be prepared, and he can come in and be effective in small doses. But he's like Trevor Siemian of once defenses kind of figure him out a little bit, he doesn't have a counterpunch. Troy Aikman probably said 6 times last night, hey, he doesn't have a lot of physical skills and doesn't have a big arm, but he's a really smart quarterback. Find me the Super Bowl winner that's got that description. Sure. Find me the guy in Canton that's got that description. You're not going to find him. So, look, he had a nice game, a nice performance. I think they maybe found their backup of the future and probably their OC of the future. But did they find their quarterback of the future? Absolutely not. I think people need to pump the brakes on that talk.
Well, yeah, I haven't seen anyone that I hold in high regard that was saying Brett Rippon is.
No, not high regard, but of course. I mean, there's been a few that we've seen on the RamosLaw.com text line that have kind of advocating for that, but I don't think that they
look.
It's
Everyone's going to have a voice in an age of social media, if everyone is going to have a voice,
right.
you're going to hear some,
sure.
dumb takes on a quarterback.
And I saw a lot of them last night on Twitter. By the way, so just want to throw that out there.
He had some nice throws. That touchdown to Tim Patrick was a beauty. I mean, you really can't throw a ball better than that. The ball to Tim Patrick on the game-winning drive was a nice pass on a relatively deep ball. Look, the Jerry Jeudy throw, Jeudy made a great play. It wasn't a great throw, but he went to the right spot. Sometimes you just got to take a shot and let your guys go make a play, and he did. So I'm not trying to knock him, and it probably sounds like I'm totally knocking him. I'm just trying to have a little bit of a reality check, but I thought he was good, and I thought Pat Shurmur did a pretty good job of saying, hey, I don't care that it's his first start. We kind of got to turn the kid loose and see what he can do. And they did. It wasn't just, check down Charlie last night, which was kind of fun to watch.
And I think hopefully, for him, look, I don't think he's going to ever be anybody's plans to be the starter.
No.
He's not going to be that guy. But hopefully he can create, like you said, James, a nice little role here in the NFL as a backup quarterback. And maybe this is the moment that helps him get to that spot. Because as of 2 weeks ago, I mean, this guy was on the fringe of being, on the practice squad or at his house, wherever that is.
Yeah.
Not playing football at all. I mean, that's where he was. He was on that type of bubble. And now he might have himself a good little career as a backup NFL quarterback. So I think that's really the ceiling for Brett Rippon.
You know who he reminds me of? And James, I'll bounce it off you. I mentioned this to Stokley in the first portion of our show. Brett Rippon, in a lot of ways, reminds me of Case Keenum, where he is an absolute star in an air raid offense in college, goes undrafted. They're about the same size. Keenum's 6'2", or Brett Rippon 6'2", Keenum's 6'1". Don't really have a live arm. It's kind of a pop gun arm, but a handful of times during a game, he's going to put it exactly where it needs to be. And also during a handful of times during a game, he's going to have you ripping your hair out and saying, how did you not see the safety? How did you not see the defensive back? And he's going to have 2 touchdowns with 2 interceptions and sometimes give you a shot and sometimes give it away. It's kind of who he reminds me of.
Yeah, no, I think that's a very good comparison. And I think other than the year in Minnesota where he played the vast majority of the season, Keenum's kind of one of those guys of if a quarterback gets hurt in the third quarter, he can come in and, keep things on track. If he has to play a game or two, the season's not going to just implode. He can, maybe go 500 and keep kind of things moving in the right direction. But if he's playing 16 games a year, as we saw here in Denver, he's going to get exposed because he just can't make enough plays week after week after week to warrant that kind of playing time. But there's no shame in that, right? Like I mentioned Josh McCown earlier in the segment here, same kind of guy, right? Like he's never going to be a starter, but I mean that guy, man, he's getting a paycheck now for just sitting somewhere and not getting sick, right? Like isn't he just in quarantine hanging out? There's like an emergency for the Eagles, whoever it is. So there's a role for a guy like that. It's not a negative by any means. It's just the reality check of it. But yeah, Case Keenum, and part of it too, I think, that uniform and that number is just going to look like Case Keenum almost no matter what he does. But yeah, I think that's a good comparison.
Now, you know what really drove me crazy last night? We haven't talked about it yet. Just drove me absolutely crazy. One play offensively. One play. Anybody can guess?
Okay. A play that
Can
drove
anybody guess?
you crazy.
One
third
play.
Third and 6 screen pass to Royce Freeman?
Nope.
wasn't a great call.
What have I been
that thing was-
advocating for? One guy, and it finally showed up last
Jeff
night.
Driscoll playing the Wildcat?
Yes. Not
Yeah.
the Wildcat. Not the Wildcat.
Well,
he did
he
an
kinda-
RPO. He was quarterback.
Sure.
He did an RPO.
Yeah.
And that's what this guy does. But you know what? When he was a starter for a couple games, did we see one of those?
Not one.
We didn't see one of those. Absolutely ridiculous. But now he's the backup. We'll put him in for one play and run an RPO with him. I just don't get it. I don't get it at all. But when he's a starter, we won't do what he does well. And what's his biggest strength? Running the football and doing RPOs, putting the stress on the defense. And that's not only going to help, obviously Jeff Driscoll, but it's going to help the offensive line. It's going to help the running game. It's going to put a lot of pressure on those defenders who has the football. We see it. It's hard to defend that. This guy does it well.
Yeah.
And when he was the starter, we
do
didn't
it.
use him.
I know.
We didn't
I
even
know.
do it. I mean, can you even take a step back and just rationalize that at all? I mean, what are we doing, Pat Shurmur? Come on, man.
And I think he actually drew a personal on that run because he slid, and I think a Jets player jumped into him.
Right.
Actually, that was one of their 6 personal fouls.
And won.
And won.
And won.
The inability to come up with game plans and plays or whatever you want to call it that play to a certain player's strength. I'm with you. That's extremely frustrating. Like we've seen that. We can go back to the Paxton Lynch argument though, and that was part of the equation. So that frustrates me beyond no end. Like, it just drives me nuts when coaches insist on their system as opposed to, hey, let's do what's best for the personnel I have. I don't love the bring a quarterback in, though, kind of thing, and it happened on Sunday night, right? The Saints have the ball. It's 27-27. They're driving for the win. Drew Brees goes and stands on the sideline while Taysom Hill comes in and runs an option and fumbles the football. Ball game, Packers go win. It's like, man, if I'm going to go down, I'm going down with Drew Brees under center, not Taysom Hill running some sort of gimmick play. A little different when it's Brett Rippon and Jeff Driscoll. I get it, but they're driving there. The last thing I wanted to see was it all go up in smoke because a guy who's been standing on the sideline and is cold comes in and fumbles the football or something like that. But the point you're making about coaches not playing to their guys' strengths, I'm right there with you. It's infuriating.
Well, I think, especially in this situation because, I was advocating for this guy to run RPOs. And obviously, the coaching staff understands what he does well because they put him in the game for one play to run that play. Yeah. But when he was a starter for a full game, we didn't see it one time. I just don't understand it. I don't get it. How is that even possible?
Well, I don't think there's anything to really get. They didn't get it right the first time. Here they used that skill set the second time. It paid dividends.
They didn't get it right.
But they mismanaged it the first time. They didn't properly order his best characteristics.
Let's let him throw the ball all over the football field.
He threw it like, what did he throw it 34 times or something like that last week? Something like that?
Not great coaching. And speaking of that, and look, I was all ready to be all positive today because I was pretty high on this team. And I know you guys love to carry
I'm going to bring you down, James.
Love to carry the Tom McMahon pressers, and they're humorous. But, guys, this special teams, from Deontay Spencer bringing it out from 5 yards deep in the end zone, and then you inevitably get a flag and you're starting, Brett Rippon's first ever drive from the 8 instead of the 25, to how do you not know that you're not allowed to hit the center on a field goal and you give them a free first down and it takes a missed field goal and turns it into a made field goal? Like, bad special teams are primarily the byproduct of bad coaching. They're poorly coached teams. You don't see that with teams that are in the playoffs year after year after year. Andy Reid's teams don't have bad special teams. And I know Dave Taub is one of those guys everybody raves about, but come on, Andy Reid didn't have bad special teams in Philly either. John Harbaugh is a former special teams coach. They usually have a good group in Baltimore. Bill Belichick never puts up with that nonsense. How many times do you think Deontay Spencer would bring the ball out of the end zone and drive start at the 8 before he's sent packing in New England? Like, that's starting to drive me nuts, and it's a sign of one, bad coaching, but it's also a sign of, well, what are you willing to put up with?
Yeah, the tolerance of it. Yeah.
Right. And that's the part of it that really, really bugs me. Look, the guy's trying to make a play. You don't want a guy returning kicks that doesn't think he can take it to the house. Like, that'd be the wrong mindset. But he also has to know, hey, if I'm going to do that and I don't make this work, there's ramifications to that. And they tolerate it, and that's what really bugs me about a lot of the blunders on special teams.
Well, James, I hope you didn't misunderstand our having fun with Tom McMahon for competent special teams. Those are two different conversations. We've been talking about bad special teams here each week this season and all of last year.
First game was good.
Yeah. First game was good.
First game was positive.
Good. Yeah, first game was good. But it wouldn't shock me if some point during the season Tom McMahon is an in-season fire. Like, that wouldn't shock me.
That would shock me
at all.
In that phase, and I think this gets overlooked too, how freaking good is Brandon McManus? Right? Yeah, he just drills 2 from 50 plus last night, including the 54-yarder to win it in the rain.
Yep.
I mean,
that was big time.
That's big time. It is. There's a guy who got a new contract, and deservedly so. And we don't even talk about it because we just expect it.
Right.
That's how good that guy is.
Right.
That's Yeah, he's definitely underappreciated for sure.
Yeah, I totally agree. He's one of the top 5 scorers in organization's history, and I think he's going to go up in the Ring of Fame eventually. James, we'll leave it there for now. Have a great weekend, and we'll do this again at some time next week, and we'll yell at each other all over again.
Thanks, James.
All right, sounds good, fellas. Thanks a lot.
All right, there he goes. This is Vic Fangio after the game. His analysis on Brett Rippon. We'll get to that in just a second. They're replaying the game here, so this is kind of cool. We have the NFL Network on here. They're replaying the Broncos-Jets game and seeing some things for the second time. Man, Bradley Chubb was this close. He could have had 2 additional sacks in the first half that, I know he's going against third-string guys, New York Jets, but he actually could have had a game where he had 5 sacks last night.
Yeah, he played really well. Yep. But that's usually how sacks are. Usually you're like, and because they're hard to get.
Sure.
And it's sometimes you're really, really close, but can't just seem to get him down. He escapes or, whatever the case may be. But he did. He ended up getting 2.5 sacks. So that was a good breakout game for him.
It was. This is Vic Fangio. Hey, how was Brett Rippon last night?
Well, it was up and down, obviously. I thought there was some good things. We hit some big plays, which is always important. But they, throwing 3 interceptions, you're not going to win many times in this league. But we found a way to win tonight in spite of that, which I think is a reflection of the fight that we have in this team and these players and the commitment they have to each other, that we overcome -3 and a pick 6 and just an overall great performance by the team. And I thought McManus had a hell of a night kicking the ball, and we did a lot of good things out there.
Serious question. Dead serious. The history of the whole league. How many times has a team gone on the road through 3 interceptions, have one of those 3 be a pick 6, and that's the same team that winds up with a double-digit victory? That's got to be like 0.2% of the time.
0.2. I was thinking 0.1.
0.1.
Yeah.
Dude, that never happens in this league. Never.
No.
They
Usually
gave
you lose a turnover battle, by 3, you're cooked. You're the one losing by double digits.
3 interceptions, a pick 6, 94 yards of penalties, and they won the game. I mean, gosh.
Playing a bad football team.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, that's really what it is. You're playing a bad football team. That's usually what it takes to overcome those types of mistakes, is the other team screws it up also and screws it up more.
This is Vic Fangio when asked why did he rush his team off of the field at the end of the game.
Well, there just was a couple personal fouls there at the end, and our sideline was getting pissed off about it, and I just wanted to avoid any confrontation at the end of the game and having it get ugly there. So I tried to get our guys to leave quickly just to avoid anything happening there. And I thought it was the prudent thing to do.
But he really didn't. He really didn't.
Really didn't what?
He really didn't try to get his guys off the field. He sprinted off the field, and then he saw Bowles, and he was just like, yelling as he was sprinting. And then he saw Bowles, and he grabbed Bowles, and that was really it. It wasn't like he stood there and said, everybody in. He just kind of was running, sprinting into the locker room, yelling. But guys were still standing there, and he was running by guys as they were standing there. He wasn't telling those guys to go in. He was just yelling as he was sprinting off the field. So he wasn't like really out there saying, hey, let's go. We're all getting off the field, making guys get off the field.
Did you hear him yelling, get the F off the field?
Yeah, that's what I said. He was yelling as he was running, but who's hearing him? Guys were looking at him like, well, what is he doing? I mean, he didn't stop and say, hey, Jake Butt, let's go in the locker room.
Yeah,
let's go. Okay. You in the locker room. Let's go. He was just sprinting into the locker room himself, and he saw Bowles, and so he grabbed Bowles. But other than that, I don't really buy that because if you really wanted your guys off the field, you don't sprint into the locker room. You stay out there and you say, let's go. We're going. You grab Jake Butt, you grab whoever's around you, and you tell your coaches, hey, get everybody in the locker room. You don't just say that as you're sprinting.
Okay.
You follow me?
I didn't think of it like that.
But do you follow what I'm saying?
Yeah. It makes sense. What you're saying is making sense.
Like if you really wanted your guys off the field, you're not going to sprint into the locker room and try to be, the first one in there.
Right. Okay.
You're going to stay
Okay.
out there, and you're
Okay.
going to instruct your coaches and your wait staff and everybody, hey, get them off the field right now. Look, a lot of games and a lot of players are heated, and there's a lot of confrontation and all that. I mean, this is what a lot of games, this is how they end, with other guys pissed off at each other.
Right.
Okay? But 99.9, you just shake hands, and if sometimes, guys will get in each other's face. We see that once in a blue moon. Nothing ever happens, and you just break it up and move on. It's not really that big of a deal. And if you're pissed off about it, then how about you just protect your quarterback and call a better play at the end?
All right. More from Vic Fangio. He was asked about the aggressive defense tonight and why.
Well, we had a hard time, as you saw in the first drive, getting that quarterback down, and he's a great scrambler. And, so one way to try and help that is to add another guy to the rush. And kudos to our secondary we gave up some plays, but, those guys had to cover a good bit.
Yeah, early, they weren't getting any pressure there. And so really good in-game adjustment by Vic and his defensive coaching staff. I think against those style of those offenses that are bad, and you're on your third left tackle, their offensive line stinks worse than the Broncos. You want to be aggressive. Make those guys have to think. We've seen it with the Broncos offensive line. When you start throwing different things at them and what it can do to the offensive line and the quarterback, let's try to do that to some bad offensive football teams ourselves. And that's what the Broncos did. So good job of making an in-game adjustment there, and certainly it worked.
You want to pick some games?
Oh, I would love to pick some games since I lost this week.
You did lose this week.
I lost this week.
You brought in a couple pizzas here.
Not just one.
A couple?
Two.
Yeah.
I do it right. When I lose, I want to make sure that everybody can eat that wants to eat, and you have a little variety, pepperoni plus the meat lovers.
No, I hadn't had a pepperoni slice in a while. Tasted good, man. Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Well deserved.
We will pick some games, but also Vic Fangio. And I don't know if you know about this yet.
No, I don't.
Vic Fangio.
I can tell you before you even say it. No, I don't.
Vic Fangio said something very interesting, unprompted, after the game.
Oh.
And I can tell you right now, Philip Lindsay ain't going to like it.
Oh.
I'll play it for you next. Oh, so good to see our sales manager, Sean Brennan, for the first time since before the pandemic.
He's been enjoying himself during this pandemic, I tell you. Whew.
What do you mean by that?
Yeah. Looking a little thicker. A little thicker than normal
You haven't
over there.
seen this guy in 7 months, and the first thing you do is come at him. You are a riot.
I'm taking a page out of my old partner's book. That's a CJ
That's a
line
CJ
right
thing,
now.
right?
Yeah, that's and CJ used to always give it to Brennan, so he knows I'm just messing with him.
That
He looks
is
good.
great.
He looks good.
Hey, interesting comment from Vic Fangio after the game last night.
Can't wait to hear.
Totally unprompted, and I don't even know if he noticed he did it.
Oh.
This is Vic Fangio. Listen close. On did he like the team's ability to finish the football game?
Yeah, that was a tough game to finish. We had to go out there and stop them twice there at the end of the game on defense, where they go for it on fourth down, which they obviously will. So it's always hard to get that in a 2 minute at the end of the game because you got to go 4 and out. Against a really good quarterback who's a great runner. So I'm really proud of the defense there and really just a great individual run by Melvin, who I think is a top back. And, again, is going to continue to get better and better for us, and we love that we have him.
Top back. Top back who will continue to get better and better. We're lucky we have him. Is Melvin Gordon just the starter for this football team moving forward?
Yeah. I mean, how can he not be? First of all, you paid him all that money. They were playing those silly games the first game of the season, started them both. But now that Phillip's been hurt, Melvin had a really good game, did a nice job of finishing there. I mean, how can you take him out of the lineup now? I mean, I'm sure you'll see some Phillip Lindsay, but will it look like Royce Freeman, or will it look like more of a 60-40 split between the two? That's going to be an interesting dynamic to follow moving forward with those two. But certainly it's got to be Melvin Gordon as the true number one starter. Do you agree?
I think that's going to be the way it will be. Because someone goes down to injury, you're already co-starters anyway. He's coming off a game he played well, sealed the game, over 100 yards, got in the end zone. Yeah, he's going to be the starter here. Until something happens otherwise, he's the starter. And that's just the way it is. All right. Someone says, pizza payback. Stoke, why didn't you bring Zach a frozen one-topping pizza? Isn't that what he deserves?
That's right, he does. I was going to do the pizza by the slice, but I like and respect Stephen Priest too much, so I wanted to give him a good lunch.
Right, you respect Stephen Priest too much.
Like and respect. So I wanted, very interesting. I wanted to give him a good lunch today. He deserves it. He's had a good week.
All right. Well,
unlike you.
Thank you, Stephen, for just being a great guy.
Yep.
All right, let's go.
Well liked and respected around here.
That's one of us, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's pick some games, man.
You want to pick some games?
Pick some games,
yeah,
man.
let's pick some games. I need to get back on a winning streak here, so I love it. Friday.
Indianapolis, and I already got one game in my pocket after last night.
Wait, excuse me?
I said I already got one game in my back pocket after last night. I picked the Broncos, and you picked the...
Yeah, so you won. You already won. You won pizza. That's why you have pizza today. You don't get to keep it in your back pocket and roll it over to the weekend also.
I thought it was rollover, like a whole cell phone plan.
No, this isn't AT&T or Verizon. There's no
roll those minutes
rollover.
over.
You just won. That's why you have pizza. So that doesn't continue to count for your record. Oh, unbelievable.
The Indianapolis Colts at the
See what I have to put up with?
Chicago Bears.
I am not taking the Bears. I can't stand the Bears. They should be 0-3. They're 3-0. They stink.
They don't stink.
They stink.
They're undefeated.
Trust me, they stink.
They
I'm
just
taking the
came
Colts.
back and hung
Please pick
30
the
on the
Bears.
Falcons.
Please pick the Bears.
They got new life. You know what they call them?
Go ahead. Who are you picking?
New life Nick.
Oh,
New life Nick
That's
Foles.
right. They got Nick Foles. Wow.
I'll take the Bears at
Perfect.
home. I'll remind you about this next week.
Yeah. Okay.
So there's our first disagreement. You keeping track of these? You're going to text
I'm
me
right.
on Sunday night.
No, I'm writing them down, but
Okay.
I'll still text you.
Jacksonville at Cincinnati.
Jacksonville at Cincy. I think Cincy gets their first win at home. I'm gonna go with Joe Burrow. He's looked good. So give me Cincy, who had a tie the last week against Philly. They were close to breaking out. I'm gonna go with the home team. I know Minshew mania. He can do some things, but I think it's Joe Burrow's time to get his first win.
I agree with you. Jacksonville is 1-2. They started the year off with that upset win over the Colts. Since then, they've kind of come back to earth. A loss against the Titans. They got just absolutely beaten in last week by Miami. So, yeah, I'm with you. I think the Cincinnati Bengals win at home. How about the Cleveland Browns going to Dallas?
Look, I can't take Baker Mayfield on the road. But at the same time, I don't trust the Cowboys. I don't trust Mike McCarthy. If this game was in Cleveland, I'm taking Cleveland. But it's in Dallas, and it's Baker Mayfield. And Odell. I'm going with the home team. I'll go with the Cowboys. I don't trust either one of these teams, though.
Yeah, neither do I. The Browns have won 2 in a row, but they've been against the Bengals and the Washington football team. So a little fugazi of a record for me.
Yeah.
I'm going with Dallas. I'm going with Dallas big. I know
big.
Yeah,
I'm not. I'm thinking it's going to be a close one.
I think Dallas is in like feels
double
like a
digit big,
a must-win situation. Double digit big.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. The numbers that those guys are putting up offensively, by the way, take a look when you get a chance. What they prorate to, be like, wow, Star Wars numbers. The Saints at the Detroit Lions.
Saints, look. They've been they've had me scratching my head the last couple of weeks. They gave a game away to Las Vegas. Obviously, started off hot against the Tampa Bay Bucks, but Drew Brees can't throw the football down the field. They don't throw the football down the field at all. It's maddening. It's maddening, and it's cost them. You got to have explosive plays. Lions had a good win last week, but I'm taking Alvin Kamara. That's who I'm going with.
He's been
Alvin
great.
Kamara. Oh my God! How about that run he had last week?
Stupid.
I'm
just
going
stupid.
Saints over, and Drew Brees over Matthew Stafford and Matt Patricia.
Well, I was hoping you'd do that. Give me the Lions at home. Give me Matthew Stafford. Yeah. I told you before the season started, I thought by the end of the day, I thought Stafford would be a top 6 or 7 quarterback this year. Nice win on the road last week. They go into Arizona and get out of there with a win. The Saints, something's off, man. Something's off, and I've been saying that for 2 weeks now. I'm going to trust the randomness of the National Football League combined with my eyes telling me something's off with the Saints. I think the Detroit Lions upset the Saints at home. Let's move on to Seattle at Miami. Russell Wilson, I saw as the first quarterback ever in the first 3 weeks to throw 4 touchdowns or more. This dude is on an MVP campaign if I've ever seen one. I will not bet against that football team. Give me the Seahawks.
Yeah, but I think this game is going to be really close. I think this game comes down to the last 2 minutes. This isn't going to be a blowout. Seahawks traveling. Seahawks are a banged-up football team also. You look at some of their injuries, they're a banged-up football team. I think the Dolphins give them all they can handle, but I can't pick against Russell Wilson. You just can't. He, like you said, he's on fire. He's a magician. I got to go Seahawks too. But I think it's really, really close.
Okay.
Last possession type of game like we saw last week with the Seahawks Cowboys.
Okay. I'll put that in my back pocket. The Los Angeles Chargers traveling to Tampa Bay to play the Buccaneers.
No Tyrod Taylor for the Chargers. Tom Brady for the Bucks. Give me the Bucks.
Yeah, I'm not going to try to overthink this one.
Nope.
Rookie quarterback against the most winningest quarterback of all time.
Against that Bucks defense.
And they're home. Yeah, this could actually get ugly by the end of this. Chargers are a beat-up football team as well.
Chris Harris is out.
He is out.
Chris Harris is out for a while.
He is out.
Some kind of foot issue.
The Baltimore Ravens looking to bounce back. They travel to Washington. I feel like this one is going to be a statement bounce-back game for Baltimore. I got them huge here.
Yeah, this could be a 20, 28-point win. Big win, Ravens.
Yep, over by the end of the second quarter is my guess. Arizona Cardinals traveling to Carolina. I just don't trust the Panthers. I like what I've seen so far from Arizona. The Panthers did go on the road last week, coast to coast, and win in L.A. against the Chargers.
Impressive win for them.
But I like Kyler Murray in this spot.
I like Kyler Murray. Cliff Kingsbury, he's done better than I thought he would. A lot better than I thought he would. Kyler Murray's just spectacular, though. The things he can do with his feet, with his arm, he can flat out do it all. No Christian McCaffrey for the Panthers.
Right.
They had Christian. I'd say, okay, maybe I go with the home team here, but I'm going with Kyler Murray. Cardinals.
Well, I'll say this. I just want to sprinkle this in. You and I are bullish on Kyler Murray like so many other people. He's got more interceptions than touchdowns this year so far.
Wow.
For Kyler. Yeah, I know he's got more to his game than just throwing the ball, but that's something to keep an eye on here moving forward. Man, this is interesting here.
It is.
You got an 0-3 Vikings team that blew it a week ago. Absolutely blew it. Going to Houston, who's also 0-3. This is a loser go home type of scenario. Someone's going to keep their season alive, and someone is going to fall so far below original expectations.
Yeah. It's going to be season over for one team.
I'll pick first here.
Go ahead.
You know what I'm going with. I'm going with Kirk Cousins and the Minnesota Vikings.
That's who I was going to go with. But and I thought you were going with Houston.
No.
But I want to pick the opposite of you in this one. 2 0-3 teams.
Pick Houston then. Pick Bill O'Brien.
Oh,
he'll come through for you.
Oh, I killed you on that last week. All right, give me Houston. I'll take the opposite side here.
Yes. The New York Giants traveling to Los Angeles to take on the Rams.
Give me the Rams.
This
I'm
could
not
get
taking
ugly.
the Giants. No Saquon. Give me the Rams.
Yeah, that's going to get ugly. I'm not sure what the number is, but I promise you it ain't big enough. The Patriots traveling to Kansas City, taking on Mahomes at home. Cam Newton and Mahomes. Give me Kansas City.
Yeah.
Kansas City not losing that game.
No, at home. Too much firepower offensively. I'll take the Chiefs also.
The Buffalo Bills at the Las Vegas Raiders. Give me the Bills here. They're just a better roster, better quarterback, a better coach, in my opinion. Raiders dealing with some distractions. They got reprimanded by Mark Davis. They are all at the event together and hanging out without the mask.
It was something that was blown way out of proportion. You know, you walk into an event and you got your mask on, and all of a sudden you sit down and you take your mask off. It's like, really? You can't do that? I do it all the time. Everybody does it. When you sit down to eat, you take your mask off. Right?
You got to keep your mask on. And you push the food through.
Or you pull it out and you just drop it in, and then you chew it. I mean, come on. So I think it was blown out of proportion, but, that's the world that we live in right now. But I'm with you. I think when you look at the Bills, they have a better football team, all-around football team. Saying that, Josh Allen, they had that 28-3 lead last week and gave it away. Josh Allen does do some things. He is careless with the football. I don't mind the pitchbacks, some of those, like trying to make a play, but just in the pocket. Just being in the pocket and the way he slings the football around and the ball security is awful in the pocket.
It's awful.
And I don't mind the aggressiveness.
Yeah, 2 fumbles last week again.
Yeah, I don't mind the aggressiveness, but sometimes you got to know when to say uncle and just take a sack. And he still hasn't learned that yet. But I'm going Bills. I like Josh Allen. I like that Buffalo Bills football team.
Yeah, that final drive. Brian Baldinger broke down that final drive. A couple of those throws were like elite throws. 3rd and 22,
yes.
3rd and 15.
The one to Beasley.
The one that Diggs
huge.
Was like anticipatory, like throws it like while he's on his route, turns around, safety's coming down, somehow stuck it in there. It was crazy. All right, so we both got Buffalo. How about the Sunday night game? Football Night in America on NBC. Man, it's not doesn't have the luster of the last couple weeks. This is Philadelphia, who is currently 0-2-1 after a tie last week. Feels like Carson Wentz is playing for his job. He can't play like this and then move forward with him next year, I don't think. But they're playing a San Francisco team that's beat up for the reasons that we know. I'm just still trusting the better roster, the better coach at home.
I'm with you. I'm going to go with the 49ers at home. They are a beat-up football team. Their defensive line, D4, just got put on IR. Bosa's out. Solomon Thomas is out. I mean, they are a banged-up football team, but the Eagles, just something's not right in Philly. They're banged up, too. I mean, every football team's banged up. Carson Wentz, he's been bad, really, really bad this year. Give me the home team.
And what the heck was I just going to say?
Packers-Falcons.
Our boy Nick Mullins starting for the Niners.
Nick,
they like him.
We were
like
advocating to trade for Nick last year.
Yeah. Yep.
He's done a really good job. He's been in that system now for 3 years, and he's a good quarterback. He's a good quarterback.
He is.
He'll make some plays for him.
He's competent.
Yep.
Monday Night Football on ESPN. Is a Super Bowl back from 1997 with the Dirty Bird Falcons against the Green Bay Packers.
Yeah, Packers at home. Dan Quinn still coaching the Falcons. They blew a big lead last week, killed a lot of people's teasers. Did I say that? My buddy back home called me up, had him. Another huge blown lead by the Falcons last week. I just don't get it. Give me the Packers.
Man, I'll tell you what, the Packers were 13-3 a year ago, but I would come in here, felt like Monday after Monday, being like, yeah, I know they won, but they don't pass the eyeball test.
Yep.
And they ultimately got exposed in the playoffs. I like the version of this team a lot better.
Man, you're not lying.
They look great on both sides of the ball. The trenches, the quarterback play. They've overcome not having Devontae Adams in spots.
Yep.
Aaron Rodgers playing like an MVP candidate. They're 3-0. Wins on the road against New Orleans. They beat the Lions at home. They went into Minnesota and won there. Gosh, is this it for the Falcons? Do they start 0-4 and they're just like done? They started 1-7 a year ago. Dan Quinn could be an in-season fire. Yeah.
I was shocked that he made it to Monday. After those two debacles, Cowboys game and then this game.
Historic.
Right. So you're taking the Falcons then?
I'm taking the Packers.
Oh, okay. All right. Got it.
I do think it'll be close. All
I
right,
don't.
Let's give away.
I don't.
Okay.
Well, look, we giving something away?
Well, I want to give away a game ball.
Okay. Oh.
For yesterday's Bronco win.
Okay.
You got someone in mind? I want to go over the nominees here first.
Yeah, perfect.
When I think of the nominees for the game ball, I think, unless I got a blind spot here, I think it comes down to one of 5 players.
Okay.
All right? Or maybe one of 6, because I'll throw Brett Rippon in there in his first
you got to
start.
put Brett Rippon in there.
All right. So
first start, got to win.
I think it either goes
Couple
to
touchdowns.
Brett Rippon, Melvin Gordon, Tim Patrick, Bradley Chubb, Jerry Jeudy, or Brandon McManus.
Wow. I wasn't thinking about McManus, but certainly he's up there. I'll narrow it down to 2 guys.
Bradley Chubb and Tim Patrick.
Close. Tim Patrick and Brandon McManus. I need to have Chubb in there. You're right. Chubb should be in there. I mean, he's the one that closed the game out.
He did.
2.5 sacks. McManus 250-plus yard field goals. Tim Patrick
5 quarterback hits for Chubb.
Yeah, I mean that's
significant.
Yeah, it's impressive. Tim Patrick some big time catches down the stretch. Wow, this is a tough one.
It is, and there's no wrong answer.
No, there's
here,
really not.
Which is a good thing. You got this many candidates in a win.
Rippon, I took Rippon out of it because great story, first start, that's really cool, but 3 interceptions is not cool.
With a pick 6, you don't get the game ball when you throw 3 picks and mix in a pick 6.
Yeah.
And one where you're trying to throw the football away and somehow kept it in bounds for
Yeah.
Pierre Desir.
No game ball for that.
Nope.
Give me Timmy Pats.
Yeah.
I love some Tim Pats. To me, it really did come down to Tim Patrick or Brandon McManus. I mean, he was nails on those field goals, but I think Tim Patrick from the beginning of the game to the end of the game was that guy for Brett Rippon. And he made some big-time catches and had a touchdown. That one on 3rd down, the whole shot on the left sideline to get him in field goal range. He was just a great player all game long. And he just continues to be Mr. Consistency. So I'll give it to Tim Patrick. How about you?
You know, oftentimes in life, we have a tendency to take the people for granted who are the closest to us and are around the most. Maybe they get on our nerves a little bit quicker than, someone else. When I think of Brandon McManus, I think of the most underrated Denver Bronco. He's been around here for years, and we've just got accustomed to him being absolutely freaking nails. He's a top 5 scorer in the history of this organization. He has played here for years and somehow has never missed back-to-back kicks in an orange and blue uniform. That is stunning. They gave him the bag this past offseason right before we kicked off against the Titans, like that week before, and he deserves every penny. And without him, from 54, 53, and 40 yesterday, the Broncos don't win this game. And that's a luxury that every Sunday I see other teams screw up. Like every Sunday, teams wish they had a guy like Brandon McManus, so he gets my game ball.
Good one. Well deserved. Look, I mean, if he misses that kick, Broncos, I feel safe to say they lose that football game. I know there's still 3 minutes left or whatever it was, 2 minutes left, but still, I think they lose it. So that was a big-time kick. You know, all of a sudden you're thinking as a kicker that, okay, where are we at? You know, okay, we're at the 30 or the 25, whatever it was, 20. Okay, it's going to be a 40-yarder, inside 40. Next thing you know, you get a intentional grounding. Now it's a 53, 54. You got to change your mindset there. And he delivered. So it's a great luxury to have a kicker like that. And that was a big kick.
It was a huge kick. And there's so much more to this game that we haven't quite got to yet. We didn't talk about the level of play of Garrett Bowles. We didn't talk about the level of play of the outlaw Josie Jewell.
Yeah.
We're going to get to all that.
Some injuries we need to discuss.
Yep, so there's still a bunch that we need to react to that we'll do Monday, in addition to reacting to all the games on Sunday. Man, have a
punt return right here. Just as we're signing off, it's on NFL Network, and
you can't get dropped by man there. And then who was it that went and congratulated? It was Joe Jones who was like, "Hey, that's a pretty good tackle, man." Like, all right.
Just don't run into the snapper.
You can't
Just don't
do it.
run into the snapper,
You
Joe.
can't do it. Okay, have a great weekend. Enjoy the college football games tomorrow.
Sunday, freed up all Sunday just to relax and watch football and not have to take notes and
what time
worry
should
about
I
the
come
Broncos
over?
Game. I'll call you.
Saturday football, Major League Baseball playoffs, NBA Finals tonight.
That's right.
Just going to be an action-packed weekend. Guys, enjoy it. Stay safe. Stoke, have a great one, man.
You too, buddy.
Shout out to Stephen Priest behind the glass. We'll step aside. We got The Drive coming up next.
What? Come on.
Feels good, buddy.
Oh!
Feels good.
Like we're in the club.
I like it.
Like
You got to rip it.
like 30 years ago, but we're still rip it. Yeah. Just rip
Rip it.
it. Yeah.
Let it fly.
That's a bad remix, huh? Dixie Chicks and Sir Mix-a-Lot? I don't know. Well, what is going on?
Dude, it's a good
Dude.
day. It's a good day. It feels good to win football games.
Dude.
Playing football's fun.
Dude, and here is Del Frisco's with our Victory Friday food. Del Frisco's at I-25 and Orchard back again. Oh, Del Frisco's, we love you. I got a little of that lobster mac and cheese going. Their hamburgers are ridiculous.
I got a lot of the lobster mac and cheese
You
going
got a
on.
lot?
Not just a little. I got the whole dang tub.
I was tempted just to take the entire tub. but
Yeah, I
thought-
did. I took the whole
You
dang
took the
tub.
rest?
Yeah.
It's so good, and I'm paying off bets here today. I'm happy to pay
know.
off this bet.
You know what?
I'm happy to pay
I
off this
love
bet.
betting with you. I love all these Americanos that come my way. I felt very confident in it. DeMar Dotson, we had a bet that DeMar Dotson would not give up a sack. He looked fantastic. Not only did he give up a sack, but he looked great. Matter of fact, he looked even better than I thought he would look like. And
I thought he was going to poop out late in the game, but no, he did all right.
No, Troy Aikman tried to blame him on the Brett Rippon interception there.
Which
but,
one?
It was it was the pick six, wasn't it?
Let it rip. Let it fly. Oh, wait. Don't let that happen. Oh, my God.
He looked good, though, man.
Congratulations to Brett Rippon. Oh, my gosh. So happy for that dude. Whatever. Never mind a game ball, though. Don't need to do that. Why do that? But,
Yeah.
yeah, you don't need to do that. We'll get into that later.
Yeah,
We'll stay positive. Stay positive here in the beginning.
I'm having a hard time fitting in on all these drops here. Goodness.
All right, let's just slow down for a second, go back. Tyler, what'd you think of the game? Just in general, your overall thoughts on the game.
You know what? It was an entertaining football game. If you told me it was going to take 37 points to beat the worst team in the NFL, I would have told you that you're crazy. But, hey, man, you got to do what you got to do. Brett Rippon, he looked good. He looked really, really good. He just looked comfortable, man. And for an undrafted guy in his first start ever, be able to walk in on a short week's notice, be able to do what he did, it looked great. I know he had 3 interceptions, but honestly, for a backup guy to be able to just come in and take control like that, convert on third downs, stay on the field, man, I couldn't be any happier. Honestly, I don't care if it's the worst team in the NFL. A win is a win, and it feels good to win football games.
Yeah, no doubt about it. The whole concept of, listen, we try to say as much as possible, there is no such thing as like tanking for anybody, although it's fun to say tanking for Trevor Lawrence. But that's not realistic. It's not how it works.
Right.
It's just, it doesn't happen.
That's why, everybody keeps asking, like, well, what does this mean for the end of the year? What if we only win 3 games and we won this one? Well, you know what? It's never going to be realistic to ask the guys to tank, so enjoy the moment. Victories are hard to come by. We will reassess that when the year is all said and done, but you're never going to ask those guys to go out there and tank. You certainly weren't going to be able to ask Brett Rippon to go out there and tank.
No.
First opportunity of his life.
It's a fun thing to say as a fan. It seriously is a myth. It doesn't exist. Each and every week, they try to win. NFL teams try to win games. Winning games is so hard to do. I never really quite bought that. And I remember when Peyton was here, and you guys would win, but it wasn't like a great game, but you'd still win. It's like, well, are you a little unsatisfied? Well, we were spoiled. I mean, with Peyton Manning, you win 12 games a year.
That's right.
So there are going to be different types of victory. And, he would always say, you don't take these things for granted. They're hard to do. And you kind of sat there and roll your eyes like, hey, you're Peyton Manning. You just win games. But then when you sit back and you don't have Peyton Manning or a great quarterback or a great team, you do realize just how special it is to win any game.
Oh, darn
and
right.
how hard it is. And it
oftentimes goes right down to the wire.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it doesn't matter if the Jets stink and they're not a good team. So what? It's hard to do, and it should be celebrated.
You know what? It is amazing how bad the Jets really are at football. I mean, that's one thing I took away from that. Wow, are they bad at football? And you know what? The Broncos, they did dumb things also. You know, it's hard to win games when you turn the ball over 3 times.
I can't believe
especially when you don't.
-3.
Yeah, and especially when you don't get any turnovers on the other side.
-3.
You know what? I mean, in my entire career, I could probably count on one hand how many victories I had with a -3 deficit.
I can tell you one.
I know one of them, Cleveland.
Okay, I know another one.
I actually don't know for a fact that was -3, but it certainly feels like it.
I know one very specifically.
All right, what?
You should know it. It's the Chargers game that you and Peyton went in at the same time.
Yep, there's another good one.
You guys were -4.
Right.
But you're only down by 6 points
Yeah.
when you and Peyton win in the game.
Well, that just shows you how bad the Jets are at football. I mean, I'm being dead serious, you know. If you get gifted the ball 3 different times, you should be up. You should be winning. But you know what? Forget it all. Forget the fact that they're a bad football team. Enjoy the moment. They're hard to come by. I thought Coach Fangio, I thought that was one of the best games that he's ever called. Defensively, you know what? You know what I've been asking for all week long? I said, coaches, this is when you have to earn your keep. When all the guys get down and you don't have your starters out there, it's on you now. Schematically, it's on you as a coach that you have to come up with things that can overcome the deficiencies on the field. Well, we don't have a pass rush, okay? Bradley Chubb, you looked great, by the way. Great to see Bradley Chubb come back to life. But I loved what Coach Fangio was doing. He was aggressive. Fangio is not an aggressive defensive coordinator. He was blitzing all the time. I loved the adjustment, putting Bryce Callahan back into the slot. He looked so much more comfortable in the slot. And I just thought it was a very well-called game on both sides of the ball. Pat Shurmur, you know what? That's how you call a game with backups in. That's what you do. You have to come up with ways to hide your deficiencies, not expose them.
Let it rip. Let it fly. I'm glad they let him take some shots down the field, too. It wasn't all dink and dunk. How about Judy's touchdown?
Oh, my gosh.
Dude, it hit off Dezier's face mask. It went through his hands, hit him in the face.
Unbelievable.
And Judy just took it away from him.
Yeah, there is no reason why Jerry Jeudy should have caught that ball, but that's what big-time players do, man. Big-time play from Jerry Jeudy. I put on Twitter, that was the first of many touchdown highlight reels that we're going to get from Jerry Jeudy. Somebody tweeted back at me, yeah, and how about the first ever for Brett Rippon also? I was like, it's hard to call that one a highlight reel for Brett, but Jerry, that's what I'm talking about.
He hit the defensive player in the face, and Jerry Jeudy caught the ball. That, of course, should have been an interception, Tyler. It hit the defensive player in the face. To hit you in the face, it has to go through your hands.
Right. Yeah.
The ball was underthrown. I mean, it was somewhat in the vicinity. Dezier gets hit in the face, and Jeudy picks it up and then walks it in. Great for Jerry Jeudy. Awesome. But that wasn't, and lucky for Brett Rippon on that.
Oh, no doubt about it.
And then in a weird state of karma, Rippon has bad luck with Dezier. So you got to give Dezier some credit for making that pretty incredible interception on the sideline that he was able to keep his feet in while catching that ball. And, of course, Rippon needs to do a much better job of, throwing that ball away. That's a tough lesson to learn. That was severely unlucky because it was such kind of a miracle play by Dezier.
Yeah.
Again, this is a guy who had a ball hit him in the face and missed it, but somehow he's able to make that pick. The pick six was, not good, obviously.
No, Brett had some moments where he looked like a young quarterback in his first start ever. That's what happens. But at the end of the day, when the game was over and Coach Fangio was sitting there talking about whether Brett Rippon was going to be the starter next week or not, and he wouldn't fully commit to him, I just couldn't help but roll my eyes at it. No way you're telling me that Brett Rippon is not going to be your starter next week. That was the best offensive football we've had in 2 or 3 years, man. When was the last time we put up that many points on the board? Seriously.
I could not even tell you.
A long time.
I think it's only the fourth time we've scored that many or more points since Peyton left.
Look, I'm not calling Brett Rippon the second coming here, and I'm certainly not talking about any sort of quarterback controversy or anything like that. But if you're okay with letting a young quarterback like Drew Lock go learn from some of his lessons, make some mistakes, bounce back, certainly you got to be okay with letting a young backup quarterback like Brett Rippon come in there. He did everything he needs to do. Blake Bortles, okay, I'm fine. I'm happy you're on the team. If we need you, we need you, but we don't need you right now.
We're going to have Coach Fangio on here. Well, he's going to do a Zoom conference call. Usually that's much earlier in the day on a day after a game. But, hey, cut him some slack, right? Coming back from the East Coast, all that. That makes perfect sense. We probably can't carry the whole thing. We just got to have some, commercial restrictions here. But I want to hear at least a little bit of it. What do you think, coming up in like 5 minutes, what do you think, aside from injuries, will be the first question of Vic Fangio?
Oh, it'll be about the end of the game. Yeah, no doubt about it. What the heck happened at the end of the game?
All right, Tyler, what the heck happened at the end? We're going to go through that in the water cooler, but briefly what happened in the end. We're going to go through it in the water cooler, like play-by-play.
Yeah.
But in general, what do you think happened?
Well, long story short, that was just a train wreck of the last minute of a football game. That's what two bad football teams look like. Look, listen. Gase, it started with Adam Gase when he calls the timeouts. The game's over, dude. You're not going to win the game. What are you doing? Don't call the timeouts. You look like a big dummy out there, and just don't do it. Then, Fangio, Shermer, really, we're going to call a timeout with, what was it, 4th and 18, 13 seconds on the clock? Mm-hmm. Really? We're going to call a timeout right then? And then you're going to follow it up with a pass, and wait. Then you're going to get crushed. Then you're going to follow it up with another pass, and then you're going to get ticked off that they're trying to play football, and they're trying to win the game. It was just a joke. The whole thing was absolutely embarrassing that Adam Gase called the timeouts, embarrassing that Coach Fangio got all ticked off there at the end of the game. You called 2 passing plays, 2 rollout plays. What do you expect him to do? Sit back and just take a knee?
Well, I went off on Twitter about it today.
It took about 45 minutes to read it all.
Well, one tweet turned into 2, and then I realized I'm now writing a blog on Twitter, and I was rightfully called out by many, including people that work at other radio stations. And listen, I get it. But you just start going on the old Twitter. You have thoughts that pop out. So I'm trying to turn it into a blog. I don't know. I haven't written a blog in so long here. We do such a great job on our digital side, so hopefully it gets posted at some point.
I think most people write the blog first, and then they pull out like the highlights, and then they tweet the highlights.
I tell you what, that makes much more sense than what I was trying to do. But a dude on Twitter showed me there's a way to let your tweets roll, or
that's right.
Something
you
like
just
that.
Got to hit the little plus button before you actually hit send. You can keep adding tweet on tweet on tweet.
No, but there's even something else that makes it more look like a document. I don't even know what it is. It was cool though. He did it, and I was like, oh well, that's. Then I saw my grammar. Oh my gosh, seriously.
Well, DMac,
so bad.
You wrote it
was long
45-minute diatribe on Twitter.
We'll go through it with the water cooler. Props to Bradley Chubb, who got 2.5 sacks. Got one of those sacks that, guys kind of down, you fall on them. But so what? You got that. But his sack late in the game, that was it. That was the moment we've all been waiting for. That was the 4th down. The other team's desperate. Here it is. Let's end the game. That was the play that happened with you guys in 2015 all the time.
Mm-hmm.
All the time. And I know what Broncos fans were thinking when they saw Sam Darnold leading the team down the field. Everybody was gripping that it'd be 1 or 2 plays and they'd be in field goal territory. And their dude, boy, do you have to be careful saying that guy's name. Ficken?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Ficken. What a Ficken kicker he is.
I'm just not going to say it.
Right. It's silly for me to even try. But he was on fire. And, of course, my head was exploding when we got he missed one, but we are so dumb as a special teams unit. I guess Joe Buck does not know all the rules or doesn't know that rule because he seemed to be perplexed with why that was a flag. As soon as I saw it, I was, you can't do that. You cannot just go and bowl over the long snapper. You cannot do it. It was an easy call. There wasn't anything to it.
Yeah, so you know what happened there was, oh gosh, who was it that was actually lined up on him again? Help me out here.
I
Do you
want to say it
remember?
was Joe Jones.
It might have been Joe Jones. That sounds right. If it was Joe Jones, he was supposed to go over a gap, right? He was
Right.
supposed to go over a full gap, and you can make like incidental contact with the snapper's outside shoulder, but you can't go down the barrel of the dude's chest, right?
Correct.
You should be going through the inside of the guard's shoulder and the outside of the snapper's shoulder, and he would have been okay. He just ended up being like a landmark too short.
It's such a ridiculous mistake, though, in a game. You just don't need to do it. Then we almost had it. We almost had the magical moment, the special teams touchdown, and their punter.
Yeah, and then you couldn't like I always laugh at that. Like you make an incredible play, Deontay Spencer, and you make the whole team miss, and then he comes down to the punter, and you can't make that dude juke.
Yeah,
you
but
can't juke that dude out.
Man, that dude got through a block and threw a shoulder to Spencer. That was an unbelievable play by that punter to be able to do that. Basically in the open field too. I'm not really hung up that Spencer didn't get past that. The punter avoided a block on, oh, man, I forget who missed that block. 16, I think. Who's 16?
Ooh.
Help me out.
Benny
Is Tyree
Fowler?
Cleveland 16? I think you're right. Yeah, because Tyree Cleveland was 86 in camp, but he's 16 now, right? That was Tyree Cleveland missing a block. Anyways, whatever.
My head was exploding, though. I mean, when special teams was an issue again, I'm just like, oh, my gosh, Tom McMahon, I said if I have to talk about you after this game, I've had enough. And you know what, DMac, I've pretty much had enough.
Yeah, me too.
Even in a victory, I've had enough. I'm tired
I'm
of
over
special teams being an issue for this football team. I'm tired of you putting
Over
us in harm's way.
Me too. And if we have to listen to Tom McMahon talk about that particular play, and he has to say I have to coach them better. If I really seriously want to hear Tom McMahon say that's on Jones, we've been over it a million times, and I'm really disappointed. If I hear Tom McMahon talk about how he hasn't done a good enough job coaching that rule is so like special teams 101, and the only guy that it applies to is the guy that's lined up in that position.
Right.
I mean, it is like there are not a lot of things to actually think about except for that rule if you're lined up in that position.
Well, that
whatever.
rule didn't always used to be that way, but it's been that way for a while now, and there's certainly no excuse for you not knowing that rule.
None. Zero. You're a special teams guy. You barely have anything to study. You should know the ins and outs of every single special teams rule. You're a professional. There's really
well, and especially
no
if that was Joe Jones, especially for a guy like Joe Jones who makes his living on special teams.
Yeah, what happens is these guys, I'm telling you, they're desperate to stay on the team. So
that's not Joe Jones. Joe Jones that's a blue collar. That's a good dude, man. I mean, he is a really
I'm not saying
good.
they're all good
No,
dudes.
I'm not talking about just a good dude. I mean, he's a good football player. He's a good guy to have on your team.
Well, I didn't know all the rules. Listen, let's not get bogged down in the bad stuff. The good stuff is the Broncos got the W. They put up a lot of points. I think you found your backup, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Right?
I mean, he certainly looked a whole lot better than Jeff Driscoll. I know that much.
Yeah, I mean, way better, right?
There's nothing to even think about here. You're not going to go to Blake Bortles. Why would you go to Blake Bortles at this point? The only reason you would go to Blake is if Brett Rippon went in there and he just stunk it up. He didn't stink it up. He did the opposite of that. He was exciting.
Would you even keep Blake Bortles on the team?
Yeah, I would keep him on the team.
On the 53?
Sure, yeah. Yeah.
What are you doing with Driscoll?
Until Drew Lock comes back 100%. Absolutely,
All
I'm
right.
keeping it on the team.
You're keeping 4 quarterbacks on the 53 then, huh?
I don't want Jeff Driscoll playing football right now. So if you're asking me, do I want Blake Bortles as the backup, the answer is yes.
Okay. Do you want Jeff Driscoll active?
Oh, I don't care. I mean, they used one play, which, gosh, I'm like a genius. I mean, I called out DeMar Dotson.
Unbelievable.
I told you DeMar Dotson was going to look great. I told you that they were going to use Jeff Driscoll down there in the red zone on a designed quarterback run.
You're
I mean,
right.
could I get any more smart? I mean, seriously.
Seriously. What a great day. Thank you to Del Frisco's for feeding the crew. It is so delicious, man. What a treat. Victory tastes better with Del Frisco's. And when we come back at the water cooler, I'm dying to go through it. The end of the game. That's next. the end of the game. We are NFL Network's on here in the TV in the studio.
Yeah, we're about to relive it.
A little bit, yeah. And we just saw where it was 3rd and 5, and they got that sack on Rippon that would have absolutely had the Broncos punting the ball back to the Jets with like 5 minutes to go.
Yep.
And Quinnen Williams
Thank you.
grabbed his face mask.
Appreciate it, dude.
Rippon was like falling down.
Well, you want to know how we were able to overcome 3 interceptions?
Stupid.
Because the Jets had like 118 yards in penalties.
Yeah.
That's how we were able to overcome that.
So dumb. Anyways, whatever. We got the win. But here's how it translated. So it goes from that, and then our guy McManus, man. Well, how lucky are we to have Brandon McManus on this football team? Are you kidding me?
He's been so good for so long. Got that new contract extension here during training camp, and you know what? It looks like it's money well spent so far.
It's incredible. So he drills the long field goal, so they're up by 2.
Yep.
And then it's a 4th down at the 2-minute warning, and Darnold gets sacked by Bradley Chubb, and everybody, we're going to win and all that sort of stuff. Although you got to play it out. You got to get like a 1st down. You still got to play a little football. And on the first play, Melvin Gordon goes for the touchdown.
Right.
Game is over. Right?
Hey, don't forget to mention the touchdown block by Brett Rippon. Huh?
Right.
That
Great.
dude out there in front.
The Jets basically go 4 and out. They can't do anything. It's a 9-point thing, so even if they could do something, but they can't.
Terrible decision by Adam Gase, by the way. I could not believe that he didn't punt that ball. What was he doing? They had 3 timeouts.
You had, let's see how much time they had.
It was just over 2 minutes.
108 left to go.
It was 108?
Yeah, 108 on 4th down.
No. I'm talking about when they were at the 48-yard line.
For the
when
the
they went for
sack.
it, they went for it on 4th down from the 48-yard line. There was over 2 minutes left, and they had all 3 timeouts left.
Well, there's 2:05. Are you talking about the Chubb sack?
Yeah.
Before the Gordon touchdown.
Right.
Because you're down by.
They're down by 2.
You're down by 2.
They're down by 2. You've got over 2 minutes left. You've got the 2-minute warning and it's all 3 timeouts.
Punt the ball
and you
put the
go
pressure,
for it. What are you doing?
Punt the ball and put the pressure back on them.
Put the pressure on the undrafted rookie in his first start ever. What are you doing? I mean, terrible decision. That was a panic decision from Adam Gase.
Okay. Got to think about that one a little bit analytically, but okay, I'll go with you.
Sure. I mean, there's nothing to think about, but yeah.
Well, all right. I don't want to get in that debate, but we get the ball. Broncos get the ball with 1:03, and this is it. And you can see the other players, shaking hands, whatever, because we're taking a knee. Why did the Jets call a timeout right there?
Because Adam Gase is stupid, and Adam Gase was feeling the pressure of trying to keep his job, so he called timeouts.
Because what are you trying to prove?
Well, I mean, you're not trying to prove anything. You're trying to get lucky. You're trying to hope that something bad happens to the Broncos, that they fumble the snap or whatever happens, and you get the ball back and you get another crack at it. But, I mean, there's no logical explanation for why he called timeout other than the fact that it's Adam Gase, man.
Right.
And he was just being an idiot.
This was a terrible coaching decision. I do think there is something to if you've played the game or not, Tyler. I don't think you have to play the game, but I think if you had played the game, you would understand the game isn't necessarily over when the whistle blows. The game is over, Tyler, when the game is over, whenever that happens. And my respect is for the men out there battling for however long the game is still on the line and what they're putting their bodies and training and everything through. But once the game really is over, when you see Mickey Mouse crap like that, that's about guys who have never played the game. That's what that is. Because the game is done. Tyler, if it was a 1-score game, okay, maybe. It was a 2-score game. You let the Broncos take 2 knees and you walk off the field and you deal with it. But not Adam Gase and the Jets. They call a timeout. And they didn't just call one timeout. Yeah, he's asking one more because one more snap, we're done.
Right.
But Adam Gase, for the same stupid reasons you call that first timeout, called the second timeout.
Yep. I mean, look, it was dumb. There's no doubt about it. The game was over. There's no doubt about it that calling the timeouts was it was just dumb. It was just flat out dumb. But what comes next is equally as dumb on our behalf. Right. And Vic Fangio should be flat out embarrassed about what comes next.
Right, because now you just take a knee and time goes off. But anybody with a brain in their head can count down from 45 seconds and do see when we take a knee, there's going to be 13 seconds left on the clock. You're at like the 35, 36-yard line. I mean, if you wanted to be a jerk, you could trot out McManus, but why would you do that?
Well, it's 4th and 18 with 13 seconds left on the clock.
Here's why you wouldn't trot out McManus or do anything. You are risking the health of your players by doing anything. You could do two things.
Oh, no. I mean, listen, I wouldn't have mind if they would have kicked the field goal, but the smart thing to do would just be punt the ball.
Punt the ball.
You're going to have probably 7 seconds evaporate. You could run around. You could do the rugby style. You could do whatever you want. Kick it as high as we want or kick it low. Do a little just kind of squib kick and let time run off. By the time that the Jets get the ball back, there's going to be, maybe 7-8 seconds on the clock. And it's a physical impossibility to score twice in that scenario. So,
and then Fangio decides after calling a timeout.
Yep.
To talk about it.
Yep. Calls timeout on 4th and 18 with 13 seconds on the clock.
Doesn't just let the play clock expire. You take the 5-yard penalty for delay and punt the ball. You don't do what anybody else would do if they've had any experience whatsoever. You're talking to your coaches about a 13-second play. Tyler, can you explain why the Broncos coaching staff thought that decision, not once, but twice, was the right thing to do?
Yeah, I mean, I know what they did, and I've been a part of a game in which we've done that exact thing. What your thought process is that, okay, it's 4th down anyways. We feel like we're going to get we could just take our quarterback, run around, immediately try to get out of the pocket, take off as much time as you possibly can. Then you throw a bomb and you try to take off more clock. The problem was you didn't have the real estate to throw the bomb. So even if Brett Rippon got out of the pocket and he didn't get destroyed, you wouldn't have taken any extra time off the clock anyways because there was nowhere to throw the ball. So it was just you call that when you're on your own 50, when you're on your own 45, something like that. But not in that scenario. No way, no how. And especially when the game is that in hand. I mean, it was just look, you put your players in harm's way.
You did.
That is how people get hurt.
That's
when you
right.
do dumb things like that.
Right.
You take a knee before that multiple times, and then you get down to 4th down, and you decide to put your quarterback in harm's way.
Twice.
You know what? If he gets blown up, that's on you. That's not on Greg Williams. That's not on the Jets. That's on you. You called that. You put your quarterback in harm's way.
The Jets were bad calling the timeouts in the beginning, and then the Broncos countered by being even more stupid.
Correct. And then extra double extra stupid by doing it again.
And then when the game finally is over, thank God Rip's okay, Fangio's running off the field.
Hold on, back up, because it's important that you get to the second part of that where he actually runs the exact same play again.
Yeah.
What did you think was going to happen when your quarterback got destroyed the first time and you called the exact same play? Of course they're going to bring the house.
Right, and they did, and they don't care about penalties at this point because you are allowing them to take free shots on their quarterback. That's what you're allowing them to do because penalties don't mean anything right now. And then Fangio tries to get his whole team out the field. Nobody pays attention to him, except Garrett Bowles, who was willing to fight the entire team because Garrett Bowles is willing to do those types of things. But Fangio looked like a fool running off the field telling his whole team to follow him. Nobody was following him. The players are talking to their friends, their former teammates, guys they work out with. This is what happens. We're not following you off the field like the charge of the Light Brigade as if you're all ticked off like you're some high school coach. It looked ridiculous. And then you talking about, like, guys on our sideline were pissed off. It's your fault. We'll see if he addresses it. Fangio will talk We'll have Kliss on. Yes, they did win, but this is another graphic example of our own head coach that doesn't understand how to manage a game, which is stunning for a guy that's been around as long as he has, that he did not know how to do this or what the ramifications possibly could be for making some terrible decisions. We are so lucky Brett Rippon did not get hurt in those last 2 plays.
Oh, no doubt about it.
All right, we'll hear from Mike Kliss up next. Oh, what's going on? So the presser's happening now? Oh, all right. So we're trying to get a hold of Kliss, but Fangio's presser just happened. Kliss may be doing some stuff. The presser went off a little bit late. What do you want to do here? You want to stall a little bit? You want to hear the presser? What do you? I can play more highlights of that terrible. I mean, everyone's laughing about it. Right. Spot on analysis. That's exactly what was going on. I mean, he's laughing about it. He's having a chuckle about it. Hey, Vic's trying to get his quarterback killed.
You know what? You put your guy out there, you run him around. What do you expect the Jets to do? You expect them to just lay over? Think they're going to stop playing football?
Oh.
Adam Gase called timeouts. Why do you think he called timeouts? Because he wanted his guys to go out and finish the game to the very last whistle.
That's okay.
What do you mean? What do you think the message to his team was when they roll out? I want you to lay down. The message to his team was, I'm calling timeouts because I want you to go out there and finish this game.
Okay, all right. I agree.
Yeah,
I know. No, I think you're right. I just think that's a dumb message for guys in the National Football League.
Okay,
you guys got to the National Football League for a reason, and it wasn't as because you're trying to establish being, paper thin tough guys when a game's really over.
I'll tell you this. I mean, calling the timeouts was dumb, but
there it is. It's on TV right now.
There was nothing dumb about playing to the whistle. If you're a Jets defender and they're going to roll out and the quarterback's going to go out there,
it's an insult. Of course,
I'm going to go try to hit him.
Yes,
I'm going to hit him as hard as I possibly can.
If one team is trying to rub something in your face, you are going to make them pay for it if you can.
Of course.
And because it doesn't matter if you draw any penalties because the game's over, you can do whatever.
Well, I don't know. We were trying to rub it in his face. I think it was just a dumb play call where you were actually trying to get the ball out and you were trying to make time evaporate. So I don't think we were trying to score a touchdown. It was just a dumb play call.
Then you're extremely stupid if you don't know how much time an NFL play actually takes. And you think you can run a 13. See, here it is right here. Like look at everybody. It's like, hey, game's over. High five, whatever. And the Jets call another. Look at Rippon. Look at Rippon. Just like, you got to be kidding me. Seriously? Mm-hmm. Like, he knows. So stupid. Dumb way to end a game, which was a great win for the Broncos. And it was just a stupid way to end things. All right, so Mike is being. Oh, we can hear a little bit of Fangio. You got it? Yeah, I'm kind of curious. We'll listen to a couple minutes. See if it gets addressed. Go ahead, Kevin. Roll it. Jeez. What is Drew? Good question. Oh, there you go. All right, Kevin, that's good. There you go. We'll listen to the rest of it later. We'll keep monitoring. There you go. Brett Rippon, where'd he go?
Right thing to do. After the game, Coach Fangio was asked about it, and he was playing a little bit coy.
Yeah.
Said he did some good things, did some bad things. We'll have to reevaluate it and see where they're at. There's no reason to play any games with Brett. Hey, listen, dude, you did enough. You're the guy.
Here's the play where they almost got their quarterback killed the first time. 4th and 18. 13 seconds. Punt it. Just punt it. Get rid of it. Oh, no. Look at it. Oh, he's looking at his wristband. He's calling a play off his wristband at 4th and 18 with 13 seconds to go. Let's see how this goes for him. Look at, they're all lined up. They're going to blitz. You can see they're going to bring pressure, right? That guy's offsides, but who cares? Right up the middle. Boom!
You know, the dumbest thing about that.
Oh, my God.
The dumbest thing about that is you didn't even really have Driscoll just sprint out of the pocket.
No.
If you're going to do that, sprint out of the pocket.
Look at Quinton Williams.
He dropped back right over his right guard and just stood there and got destroyed. Look, guys got to block. I mean, Dalton Reiser, Lloyd Cushenberry, they both need to block, and there's no doubt about it. If your coach calls a play, don't get your quarterback hurt, but the Jets are going to come after you, and if you think they're not going to, the craziest part about this is that we do the exact same thing.
It's unbelievable. He's flexing his wrist a little bit. You can see, look at him. He's touching his wrist like, ow, that kind of hurt me right there. He's basically calling the same play, and here we go. We are going to do the same thing again. What do you think the Jets defenders are thinking right now?
Oh, my gosh.
And here it is. They bring everybody, and he gets crushed in the helmet. Boy, that is some of the you can't curse on the air. But that's some of the dumbest chocolate cake I've seen in a long time. That is unbelievable.
It would help if Lloyd Cushenberry didn't just get destroyed on that.
Oh, that's for sure. No doubt about it. All right, we got to take a break. We're going to hear from Mike Kliss. We'll hear the rest of Fangio's presser to see if he addresses any of this. And the breaking news, Brett Rippon will start against the Patriots. This is The Drive. Football at 4 is next. All right, I am going to Mike Maroney, Ford Longmont tomorrow. I'm so excited. They have a record new car and truck sales. And so with too many trades, they're reducing inventory. And they've slashed prices 30, 40, up to 50% less. Got a good kid. He's in college. It's just time. It's time to get a good vehicle. And when you can get a good vehicle for $49.95, are you kidding me? This is a no-brainer, and I'll be doing it tomorrow. Send you some pictures and maybe a little video. We're really excited. It's an incredible deal. Never mind the deals they have on those F-150s when you can get the DMac deal that is going to set you up with the camping special, tent, park pass, Yeti cooler. I mean, that's incredible as well. But at Mike Maroney Ford Longmont, listen, if you have a job and you're in $500 a week, they want to approve your credit, and every vehicle they sell includes a money-back guarantee and free delivery anywhere in Colorado. So my guy Anthony, who I've been talking to today, I'll see you tomorrow. And if you're there, I'd love to say hi. Make sure you do so at MikeMaroneyFordLongmont.com, where low prices meet extraordinary service. Broncos win, Broncos win, Broncos win. To talk all about it, our 9 News Broncos insider Mike Kliss, brought to you courtesy of Bet River Sportsbook, McGill's Hotel and Casino. Coach Fangio just spoke, and I guess the breaking news would be that Brett Rypien is going to go as the starter for the Patriots game. Is that right, Mike?
He said that Drew Lock was 50-50 for that game. He said providing Drew Lock wasn't healthy. Brett Rypien. I don't think Drew Lock will be healthy, but Fangio called him 50-50, and if he's not, Brett Rypien will be the quarterback.
Well, Mike,
he should.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I mean, you absolutely earned that right. Mike, we started to check in with a little bit of the presser there, but curious if Coach Fangio was asked about the end of the game and what his response was.
Yeah, he was asked a couple different times. One, I had him explain the fourth down pass, the deep pass. He wasn't
Good luck explaining that.
He was not intending to complete it. He was intending to throw it far away, eat up. There were 13 seconds left. I guess ate up 8 seconds.
Mike, that just begs a logistical question. Because either way, it was going to go back to the Jets. So why in the world would a pass out of bounds be better than a punt through the end zone?
I agree. He put his quarterback in harm's way. He said, he'd do it again. He said it's commonplace to do that.
Oh my God, this guy.
I mean, I've seen it here and there.
Not with 13
he said
seconds.
the quarterback is not supposed to get. He said the quarterback is not supposed to get hit.
Yeah, no kidding.
On that play, but that's on the protection that he got hit. He wasn't blaming the Jets for hitting Rypien. He was blaming his own guys for not protecting Rypien.
He should blame himself for being so dumb. You were trying to work off 7 seconds of the clock. Punt it. If you had no intentions of making a completion, or hand the ball off to a running back. When is this guy actually?
Yeah.
I mean, I cannot take
there
it.
There were actually 13 seconds, weren't there? 13
right.
seconds.
4th and 13.
Right. So you couldn't work off 13 seconds. I dare you to find me any play like that has worked off 13 seconds. And what were you afraid of? The Jets having the ball with 7 seconds to go, down 9?
He overthought it,
Whoa.
which is
and they
which
called
is
the timeout.
Which is what he's and we've talked about this with his game management decisions here so far. Is he's still young as a head coach. I thought he overthought it.
They called time out to talk about it. How dumb
they did.
can
Why are you yelling at Mike?
That's the thing. They called time out. That's what they came up with.
Here's why I'm yelling. Here's why I'm yelling. If they can't figure this out, what else are they missing? If you can't figure out something as simple as this, what more complicated things behind the scenes are you not getting straight? And if you want to talk about reasons to not have your job anymore, you're making a good example.
Oh, well, slow down. I mean, that was the best coached game I've seen out of Coach Fangio in a long time. I loved what he was doing defensively.
I'm getting too upset then.
Well, listen, it was a mistake. There's no doubt about it. But look, it was a win.
He said he would do it again.
It was a win. Let's relax for a second.
I get it.
Why are you so heated?
Because you almost got your quarterback killed.
I got
Twice.
it.
Yeah.
Twice. All right, Mike. What else was he?
See what
Mike,
happened
it's good
there,
to have you.
Adam Gase was a jerk for calling the 2 timeouts.
He was.
And we know why he called the timeouts, because he is mad at Elway, and he's still holds that petty grudge, and he had the onside kick when he was with Miami, and he's still doing that. And but then it looked like Fangio was maybe getting a little payback or there, but that wasn't it. And then when he ran off the field, it looked like there was a problem there. I thought he overthought that too.
Tell me about it.
Really, guys were looking to they can't exchange jerseys anymore because of COVID, but they it didn't. Garrett Bowles was in trouble, but otherwise it wasn't that bad a situation. I thought he
No.
kind of overreacted,
Totally.
overthought that a little bit.
Yep, agreed.
So, anyway, yeah, I thought Gaze was a jerk, and Fangio. I'm using the word overthought it. You use something else there, DMac.
I got my own words.
By the way, Tyler, does he scream and yell at any
my
other
gosh.
guests that are on? or is it
No,
just
I
me
mean,
that brings
typically
it out
we
of him?
usually try to let the guests talk.
Sorry. It's just. See, I mean, Mike, when you told me he would do the same thing again, I like what?
Yeah.
What is
It
happening
set it
there?
off. It sets you off there. I got a lot of texts from people around the league saying that you cannot put your quarterback in
No,
harm's
you
way
can't.
right there.
Right, because the
Because
Jets. Right.
on top of
There you
everything
go.
else, guys, Greg Williams, his
Right.
reputation.
Right.
He's going to take a cheap shot.
All right. We gotta kind of run. Do you got anything else? I mean, I love you, but
Did you ask Mike a single question?
I don't know. It's
It's never long enough, is it? It's never long enough.
It's not. Is there anything really important that we need to know? I mean, we love talking to you. You got any big headlines or?
Well, I mean, how did I do with this phone? This is my wife's cell phone. I left mine
Great.
on top of the hood the other day.
No, you did
and
not.
And it was found by a motorcycle guy. It must have almost hit him on Highway 6, and it's not in good shape. So I'm trying to operate here without my third appendage,
You sound great.
Anyway. There you go.
That phone was good, Mike.
All right, we'll talk to you later. Bye, Mike.
See ya.
I promise I won't say anything. Forget it. I'm done.
Well, let's
done.
hope.
I'm
Goodness.
done. I'm done.
I was on your side,
I
but
know.
you got out of control.
I know. I make it hard on you. It's our 9 News Insider, courtesy of Bet River Sportsbook, McGill's Hotel and Casino. And I want us to be.
We were ranting and raving together,
I
but
know.
goodness gracious, man.
All right, let's get back to it. Let's get back to the game itself.
Yeah.
And look at Brett Rippon and see why he did. How was he able to do what he could do? And I did hear the morning show take you on a little bit today.
Oh, yeah, a little bit.
Okay, we'll get into it next. Yep. Nice job, Melvin Gordon. We'll get into his numbers in just a second, Tyler. But it's time for our injury report, presented by the Elite Sportsbook at the Red Dolly Casino in Blackhawk. The biggest news I think we got out of today is that Drew Lock is 50-50 for the Patriots game, and that Philip Lindsay could have played. That turf in the Meadowlands is terrible, and I do think they made the right decision not playing Philip. That was way too risky of a situation. Plus, we've heard that the ankle injury to Noah Fant looks scary because he got carted off, but hearing it's not that bad and it shouldn't be anything all that serious, which, again, is good news.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Don't want to lose Noah Fant. I do think that Philip Lindsay coming back on a short week on that bad turf was not the right call. It'll be interesting to see how Philip Lindsay gets worked back into the rotation here. I don't know, man. I mean, Melvin Gordon, nice run there at the end of the game, but up until that, he had about 60-some yards and was averaging about 2.9 per pop. And, that last run, it made a huge difference in all statistical categories for Melvin Gordon. But it'll be interesting to see how Philip Lindsay gets put back into the rotation. I'm not so sure that this isn't necessarily the excuse that Coach Fangio was looking for, though, to just kind of go full steam ahead with Melvin Gordon.
Our injury report is presented by the Elite Sportsbook at the Red Dolly Casino in Blackhawk. We did hear after the game that Coach Fangio said, well, I think Melvin Gordon's premier back, that sort of thing. Yeah. And yes, of course. Listen, the whole Mickey Mouse, co-starter thing, we all rolled our eyes at, but they did try to establish that in the first game, which again was kind of like, okay, I mean, I guess if you guys want to do this. I don't think there's much coming back from now, unless Melvin Gordon gets hurt. I certainly hope that doesn't happen.
We'll see. I mean, Philip Lindsay will do what Philip Lindsay does, and when he gets out there, he's likely to pop, and you will be feeling as an offensive coordinator like I want to give him the ball again. I mean, look, I don't think Melvin Gordon looked that special in that game outside of when he popped at the end there. He just looked rather pedestrian to me, to be honest with you.
Well, he did pop it at the end, though, I guess.
He did.
And probably more importantly, because we talked about what you got to do, you were at least focused on. I mean, he had 23 carries.
Yeah, and that was the most encouraging part is that going into that game, I just said, look, you're on your third string quarterback. Can we not do what we did last week against the Buccaneers and try to put the game on Brett Rippon's shoulders? Mm-hmm. You've got Melvin Gordon there making $8 million. Make him go earn his money and make him a featured part of the game plan. And it was encouraging to see them try to make a commitment to the running game with Melvin Gordon. I appreciate it. Honestly, I thought that was one of the better called games by Vic Fangio. I liked what he was doing defensively, the way he adjusted with Bryce Callahan, putting him in the slot, the way that he was blitzing way more than he normally does. And I thought it was I thought it was the best game that we've had from Pat Shurmur so far. He did a good job of having a nice balanced attack. He did not put his guys in position to fail. He used multiple tight end sets, a lot. He was not just out there in 11 personnel, just spreading it out all the way around. No, I thought it was a well-called game by both coordinators.
Yeah, we talked about, who should you be focusing on. We said at least 15 carries for Melvin Gordon and 3 or 4 throws to him. Well, he got 23 carries and 3 targets. 26 looks to Melvin Gordon. Great. Perfect.
Yeah.
Sounds like a great plan. Behind that, Royce Freeman had 3 carries, and he got 2 targets. So 5 involvements of Royce Freeman. What would Philip Lindsay's numbers be? What would be a good balance then if 5 is, I'm going to guess, too little? What would that number be?
Oh, I would imagine it'd be much higher than that. I mean, I would imagine it's in the 10 to 12 mark.
All right. So hold on. Let me 26, 5, 31. So that's 31 carries or targets towards the running backs. 31.
Okay.
Where do you see that percentage breaking down with Melvin Gordon and Philip Lindsay? If 31 was, which is pretty good actually overall. What do you see it? Do you see it 20 for Gordon, 11 for Philip, something like that?
Yeah, and again, it's going to depend on if Philip Lindsay capitalizes on his first couple opportunities or not. And if he goes out there in his first carry, he pops one for 7-8 yards. His second carry, he pops one for 5 or 6 yards, and then all of a sudden he breaks one for 12 to 15. Well, it's going to be hard to keep the guy off the field. But if he doesn't do anything with his first few opportunities, I could see it the workload being way out of whack. I just got a gut feeling that Philip Lindsay's going to do what Philip Lindsay does, and he's going to find a way to get on the field. Probably like a 60-40 type of situation.
We said Noah Fant's got to be a big target. He was.
He was.
Until he got hurt, which sunk. But he had 6 targets.
Tim Patrick looked great.
Tim Patrick looked fantastic. Are you kidding?
Again, that was something else that I pointed out a couple weeks ago when Cortland Sutton went down. I said, watch out now. I mean, Tim Patrick is slowly but surely going to become your most reliable wide receiver on this team. Jerry Jeudy is a very special wide receiver, and he can do things that other people cannot with that speed and those feet. But Tim Patrick is just steady Eddie. Name a game since Tim Patrick has been a Denver Bronco where he was a letdown.
Couldn't tell you. And he's a great special teams player if you need him.
He's a fantastic teamer.
Yeah. And he's got a great, spirit and attitude. And, I'm a Tim Patrick fan, big time. So he went to Utah. He's a Ute.
Oh.
I don't know.
I don't think I'm supposed to like Utah. They told me that's our rival now.
They told you that?
Yeah, but I don't know. You can't just tell me it's my rival. You know,
they're too nice in Utah anyways. All right, so good job. Balanced game plan. Kind of what we wanted. We saw what we needed to. The interceptions were stinky, obviously, but you survived. You didn't get any takeaways on your own. You won a game being -3 on the road. How often does that happen? Pretty good. Pretty good overall performance. I don't care if it was against the Jets.
You know what? There was a lot of good things. There were a lot of bad things. I thought that we looked like a okay football team that beat a bad football team. I'm not going to go insane and act like, man, everything's fixed now. No, it's not. But I promise you this, inside that building, here's the best part about this, is that everybody could just let their guard down for a second. Just take a breath, take a couple breaths,
semi bye week.
Have a laugh or 5 with the guys in the locker room, and it's okay to smile now, and that's a huge deal. This is a long season, man, and to go through the first quarter of the season, your first 4 games, the first 3 you didn't win a single one, man, this is big time just for the guys in that locker room just to be able to sit back and take the pressure off for a second.
I lost a bet on the game. We'll explain why, and it has to do with an issue with you in the morning show. Details next. Coach Fangio, just about an hour ago, how did DeMar Dotson play at right tackle? We had a coffee bet on Dotson giving up a sack. You said it wouldn't happen. I said it would, just to have some fun. But I also was very critical of Dotson because of what I saw the very limited time that I was out of training camp. And I thought he would fade a little bit in the second half. Tyler, what did you see out of DeMar Dotson last night?
Well, look, he was not facing off against premier pass rushers by any means, but he looked great. He looked absolutely great. I mean, he looked rock solid in pass. When I told you my evaluation of DeMar Dotson was this guy, even at an old age, he's going to come in, and in the passing game, he's going to be rock solid. He's just not going to – when he gets beat, he'll get beat every now and then, but for the most part, he's going to have his guy well under control. It's not going to feel like he's in a battle every single play that is going on. I only saw about 2 snaps where he even let his guy get anywhere remotely close to the quarterback. In the running game, you know what? He's not a spring chicken, okay? He's going to have his struggles cutting off backside 3 technique. You just got to understand that, yes, you might be a little limited in the things that you call as far as the running game, and you might have to run towards him more than you run away from him. But overall, man, I thought he looked great. He really did. And anytime you just want to say I was wrong during training camp when I said that he couldn't play football, you're welcome to.
All right. How did he look compared to Elijah Wilkinson?
Oh, you didn't want to say it?
I don't know yet.
Oh, he looked so much better than Elijah, man.
Well, you tell me.
Honestly, it wasn't even close. I do understand why they wanted Elijah to be the guy.
I was just telling you what I was seeing. That's all.
Yeah.
And then we were reporting on what the coaches, Mike Munchak, Chris Cooper, guys who know offensive line play, were doing because they were leaving Wilkinson in, not for Dotson. They could have done this, Tyler, at any point this season, but they didn't.
Sure.
So it wasn't just me. The Broncos were telling you what they thought of the situation.
Well, I know why they went with Elijah. And the reason why they go with Elijah is because he does allow you to not have to be concerned about where he's at in the running game. Like with DeMar, you legitimately, that's a concern. You have to make sure, man, if he's on the backside, he's got a 3 technique, and you're going wide zone away. Oh, I don't know if that's a good idea. He's not going to cut him off. You better call inside zone away where he can get a double team with his guard, and his guard isn't just going to post and leave, right? So with Elijah, you've got the ability to have everything in the playbook going, right? But for me, it was a really simple decision. When it really comes down to it as O-linemen, this is a got-man league. And we get paid to keep our guy off the running back, but more importantly, we get paid to keep our guy off the quarterback. And when you give up sacks and when you give up pressures, you are putting your quarterback in harm's way. And that's exactly what happened when Drew Lock got hurt. Elijah Wilkinson got destroyed. Garrett Bowles and Dalton Reisner didn't handle the game on the other side, and you just had an outright disaster. DeMar Dotson is not going to be an issue in the passing game, and he looked really good to me. So I don't think there's any question about it. Who is the best option at right tackle? It is DeMar Dotson. We'll see what he looks like against a premier rusher, though. I will give a little bit of wiggle room there for you. I mean, when he faces off against some young, fast speed rusher, well, we'll see what he looks like.
No sacks allowed by the Broncos offensive line.
Yep.
5 quarterback hits, with 2 of them being the ding-dong stuff, at the end of the game. So really, 3? I mean, that's it? That's pretty remarkable. And Garrett Bowles, Coach Fangio.
Oh. Hear that, Stoke? You hear that, Stoke?
Wait, hold on. What's up?
Oh, Stoke and Zach were going off about Garrett last week with his 2-hand trap, which was beautifully executed. And they're talking about, you can't jump on the guy's back. And I was on Twitter defending Garrett. Stoke comes after me on Twitter, acting like he knows what a holding call is. I said, listen, go evaluate a 9 route, okay, Stoke? Okay,
wow.
That wasn't a holding. That was not a holding penalty.
Here's the rest. Plus, if I tell Garrett Bowles to fight the entire other team, he will do it.
Well,
he will fight the other team, the entire team.
That's never been an issue with Garrett. Garrett's always been a tough guy.
Right.
He's always been the guy that was willing to push a guy in the back. He's always been the guy that's been willing to do something dirty after the whistle's been blowing. It's never been a question on whether that guy was willing to play tough football. He just did dumb things.
And he's the one player that actually listened to Coach Fangio when Coach Fangio was telling the whole team to get off the field.
Nah, that's not true. He's the one player that Coach Fangio had to go grab by his arm.
He got him. He got him. Everybody off the field. Nobody leaves. Come on, Garrett, let's go.
You know, Garrett's been playing good football, and I'm really proud of him. I'm really happy for him. It's I've been in a situation like Garrett where everybody's just telling you how bad you are at football, and you're the dog of the town, and nobody was rooting for you. Matter of fact, it feels like everybody's rooting against you, and we've had our fun on our show. Garrett, what he's done this year has been very impressive, and I definitely want to tip my cap to him. Keep it going, dude.
GB Zone looks good now. That's like a compliment now. Pretty good.
Yeah, what is the GB Zone? Let's get them all in the GB Zone.
The GB Zone looks all right.
Right.
So what was the problem with the morning show and you this morning?
Oh, Mike just took a little subtle jab at me in Orlando for not knowing enough about offensive line play, and he's saying, Mark, when it comes down to offensive line play, I don't listen to Tyler or Big O. It's you. You're the one that knows everything.
Wow.
So,
that was like football 100 years ago.
Yeah, I mean, look, if you want to know about offensive line play with, Mark Rippon, maybe Mark's the guy for you. But if you want to know about offensive line play with Brett Rippon, I'm here for you.
How is offensive line play, I don't know, like during the 2015 Super Bowl?
No. Man, you know what? I'm not even taking a shot at Mark. It was Mike. Mike was the one I was mad at.
Mike, not Mark?
No. Mark's fine.
But seriously.
It was Mike.
Between the three of you, who knows more about offensive line play?
Well, definitely me. Is it a question?
What's that?
Was that a question?
Nah, this is more rhetorical.
Oh, I thought you were going to get mad at me, though.
Why would I be mad at you?
Oh, you must not have really heard it.
Because you were throwing me under the bus about quarterback talk? I hear it all, dude. Celebrate your next victory at Del Frisco's. Thank you, Del Frisco's, for bringing the crew food today. Absolutely, positively delicious. We love it. We love it. We love it. We can't get enough of it. Tastes better at Del Frisco's. Bradley Chubb, he's back. Details next. In that mix, you heard Bradley Chubb. And what kind of game, Tyler, do you think Bradley Chubb had last night?
Oh, he had a fantastic game. He was all over the place, man. He had 5 quarterback hits, 5 tackles, 2.5 sacks. And you know, those 2.5 sacks, he kind of fell into the epic Sam Darnold violent self-sack. Bradley was first guy there, able to tag, you're it. He got a little bit lucky on that one, but he probably, legit was close to getting 3.5, 4 sacks in this game, and it was great to see him out there doing his deal, man. All that being said, I got to say it with a little bit of a caveat, just like I said with DeMar Dotson. DeMar was not going up against top-tier pass rushers, so I'm eager to see him go up against a top-tier guy. And Bradley Chubb was going up against a backup left tackle. So,
Oh, by the way, what exactly did the Jets do to Mekhi Becton last night?
Unbelievable. I mean,
well, can you explain it? People might not have really caught it.
I told you Adam Gase last week. Connor McGovern had some sort of injury going on. He wasn't supposed to play in the game. Doctors said that he wasn't good to go. So Adam says, all right, well, I'm going to dress you, but you're going to be my emergency backup. So you're not going to play, but you got to wear pads and you got to put a helmet on. You got to stand on the sideline even though you're a starter. So Connor goes out in pregame warmups and he's like, well, I'm out here. I got pads on. I got a helmet on. I don't particularly feel like standing on the sideline. I guess I'll play football. So Adam Gase does the exact same thing to Mekhi Becton. Mekhi's got a shoulder injury going into this game, and Mekhi goes through pregame warmups. Gase tells him, look, you don't have to play, but you got to be dressed as our emergency tackle. So Mekhi does the exact same thing that Connor McGovern does. Look, you're going to make me dress. I'm not going to stand here on the sideline twiddling my thumbs. I'm a football player. If I got pads on, I'm going to go play football. Adam Gase was just Adam Gase, and he put his guys in a bad position where they had to choose, am I going to let my coach down, or am I going to go out there and put myself in harm's way?
And then, how many plays was he even out there? And you can see him on the sideline holding his shoulder.
He was practically in tears.
Right. Ridiculous.
Big boy. And if you think about how crazy that is, Mekhi Becton has played 3 games for that organization and is probably the best player on the entire team. And you put him in harm's way in his 4th game ever, just
Why?
dumb.
For what?
Just stupid, because Adam Gase is stupid. Does that hurt you?
No, I told you, Adam, we haven't really talked all that much. I still like Adam, okay? I'm not going to not like somebody that I consider a friend, but I can tell you that the timeouts were dumb. I know the story with Connor McGovern, and now I saw it again with Becton. That doesn't make any sense.
No.
You get it. I don't know why some of these decisions are being made, especially the end of game stuff, so petty, juvenile, silly. And then Jason Cole, the author of Elway, A Relentless Life, puts it out there. If you only knew how bad the blood was between, Elway and Gase and that sort of thing, it's like, really? See, I'd be okay if these coaches making these decisions were also in harm's way. But when you're making petty decisions for your own ego's sake and you're putting other people's health in danger, I got a problem with that. That's all.
You know what? I laughed at that Cole tweet because, dude, it was a dumb decision to call timeout. But I promise you Adam Gase didn't call timeout because he was thinking about John Elway.
No.
That's not why he called timeout. He called timeout because he was being dumb and he was trying to think that he still had an opportunity to win a football game when it was all over. When Fangio was out there, or when Brett Rippon was out there scrambling around because Fangio had him throw the ball instead of taking a knee or instead of punting the ball.
Twice.
That was definitely not John Elway out there trying to prove a point to Adam Gase.
Yeah, I heard people like, what do you think? Elway's calling down from the booth, the box? Like,
what is this, Al Davis?
To what? hey, coach. Do the stupidest thing you can think of twice. Thanks. John doesn't operate like that. That's not John.
The Adam Gase, John Elway, bad blood had nothing to do with anything.
No, I think you just saw just 2 real dumb coaches operating at full flight stupidity.
Yeah,
in that last minute. Otherwise, the game plan and execution of the Broncos overall was pretty good. In fact, talk about a great adjustment by Fangio, taking Bosby, sticking him out at the corner, moving Callahan into the slot, and sort of cutting things off at the pass.
Yeah, that's why I hate that the ending happened, because we're sitting here talking about that rather than what I thought was one of Fangio's best coach games. And I love the adjustments he made defensively. He is not an aggressive defensive coordinator. He does not blitz often. Well, he blitzed all day long against Sam Darnold, and it was smart. And you know what? When Bassey was out there just getting his butt whipped, well, he made an adjustment. He put Bryce Callahan into slot. He let Bosby come in and play on the outside, and things looked pretty good from then on out.
How about when Darnold ran for that touchdown?
Oh, my gosh.
Are you flipping out?
You know what? When that happened, it definitely felt like we were about to just get steamrolled. Like, are you kidding me?
On that particular,
Sam Darnold's out there looking like Lamar Jackson.
On that particular play, did Kareem Jackson understand the game was going on?
That, between him and Justin Simmons on that play, oh my gosh, that was
Sam
pathetic.
Darnold.
Kareem Jackson's with like Justin Simmons, he just got out-athleted by Sam Darnold, I guess, but Kareem Jackson, that was confusing. It looked like he just laid up there.
That did. Do you remember Aqib Talib's last game here?
I do, yeah.
He just didn't want to be there anymore against the Chiefs. They took him out of the game after that play too.
Part of me wonders if Kareem Jackson thought that Sam Darnold was about to slide or something, and he didn't want to hit him.
That doesn't really feel like Kareem Jackson, does it?
No,
tough dude.
No, I mean Kareem's he's never had an issue with effort.
Aqib was just done. He didn't want to play for the Broncos anymore.
That was just a weird play, and when it happened, I thought we were going to get steamrolled.
It was a bad start, and that was the first time the Jets had led the entire season.
I know. How about that?
Period. All right. No, it worked out.
What'd you think about your dude Sam?
Well, I think Sam Bradford's a good quarterback, but
Darnold.
he is – oh, what did I say? Bradford. Sorry, Darnold.
Sam Bradford was good in his prime.
When he was playing well. I mean, listen, Sam Darnold's in a bad spot. He is with a bad offense. He's got a lot of injuries around him with a coach that's dead man walking clearly. That's a bad spot to be in, and he's been with Gase now for 2 of his 3 years.
Yeah.
It's tough.
It is tough
for Sam Darnold right now. But if you cannot see his arm strength, athleticism, but I'll tell you this. I'll give you this. You want to just ruin somebody's promising career, you stick him in the situation that Sam Darnold's been stuck in, and you can label him a bust if you want. But for you not to admit that there's mitigating circumstances is just disingenuous.
Oh, sure. No, he certainly has not had any help. He's got a bad offensive line. He doesn't have a ton of weapons around him. And you could see there were some plays that he looked like a special quarterback. The thing that drives me nuts with Sam Darnold, though, is all the just dumb mental mistakes that he makes. I mean, he should have had at least 3 interceptions in that game. He should have had as many interceptions as Brett Rippon had. And you look at it like Sam Darnold, he shouldn't be making those type of mistakes.
Yeah.
I mean, he hasn't had a lot of help, but, man, at some point, a star does shine.
Yeah, it's stupid stuff, too. Like, you're right. He makes dumb decisions with the ball, takes sacks where he shouldn't take sacks.
I mean, have you seen a more awkward self-sack than that ever?
I don't know, maybe, I'm not going to, I guess you could call it a bust if you wanted to. I would still say if you put him in a situation like Ryan Tannehill, he'll have a career like Ryan Tannehill.
I wouldn't classify.
Chance.
I wouldn't call him a bust as a player, but I do think his career is over. And did he get any help? No. But
what do you mean his career is over?
He's never going to rise and be a premier quarterback.
He's just toast.
The second the Jets have an opportunity to draft a quarterback, they will. Put it that way.
Well, they're barreling down that path.
Yeah.
We'll get to that in a second. But do want to talk about something that I've known a long time in the NFL. I've known it for a long time. It's just rarely talked about. But I want to review this play by Melvin Gordon. Yeah. Yeah. Do you guys wear cups?
No, goodness, no.
NFL players don't wear cups.
No, that would be a disaster. If you wore a cup, you're talking about broken pelvic bones. That's what you're talking about.
Oh, you think it's worth the risk?
Oh, yeah. I mean,
it's dangerous to wear.
I mean,
a cup.
medically, it is more dangerous to wear a cup than to not wear a cup. Yes.
Really?
Yeah.
Where'd you get that from?
If you get hit
Where was
right
that?
in that
Where was that study done?
That specific shot that Melvin Gordon just took right there.
Yeah.
If he had a cup on and somebody's helmet hits you right in that area,
yeah,
that's going to shatter your pelvic area.
You claim this as if there's been a study on it.
Oh, that's just science.
Yeah.
Yeah,
What science is that?
like smart people science.
Smart people science.
Right.
Who volunteered for that experiment?
Well, it wasn't me because I'm smart.
But this is what the smart people know. If you wear a cup and you get hit like Melvin Gordon
DMac, there's
did.
never been a football player that's ever worn a cup.
I know that. I think it's funny. It's science.
This isn't baseball. This isn't a little ricochet.
A little ricochet.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Little ball coming at you.
Listen, I don't care. I just think it's funny that NFL players, if fans didn't know, don't wear cups. That's all.
No,
Nobody
definitely
wears,
not.
I think most would probably assume you do wear a cup.
Hold on. Do you really not agree with the logic behind what I just told
No,
you?
I'm fine. I'm fine with the logic.
That for real is why guys don't wear a cup.
See, I inherently am agreeing with you until you say something like preposterous.
That is not preposterous
Do you
at
think
all.
the biggest reason guys don't wear cups is there's been scientific research to that area in terms of damage?
I'm saying it is more dangerous to wear a cup. Yes.
And that's why guys don't wear a cup.
Yeah. Yes.
Dude. I next week want to get a couple of your buddies on and don't tell them why, and we'll just ask them why you never wore a cup.
Sure.
And
Let's
the
do
answer, it. The answer we're going to have is because of scientific research.
They will give something similar. They will give an answer that is similar to that. Yes.
All right.
I can't believe you.
Who's going to be the guy? Who are we going to get on? Well, it's got to be a couple of dudes.
Sure.
All right.
Whoever you want, man.
Nobody is going to say they don't wear it because of scientific
What are they going to
research.
say, D-Mac?
I don't want it. It's uncomfortable.
Right? Are you sure about that? You want to put another Americano on this one because your Americano bets are going so well.
The last we could always talk to Stink in Orlando. I mean, they do know more about offensive line play than you do.
Oh.
It's KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver, 5 o'clock. Let's go.
Let it fly.
Oh. Celebrate your next victory at Del Frisco's. Our local Del Frisco's is at I-25 in Orchard, just slightly east of I-25, and they brought in some great food to feed the crew. Hamburgers and steaks, and I think it's some sort of pumpkin spice dessert, and the lobster mac and cheese. Are you kidding me?
Crushed it.
Are you kidding me? Thank you, Del Frisco. So good to have you guys back. Love it. Love it. The Broncos win. The Broncos win. Tyler, what does this win mean?
Oh, wow. That's a loaded question. What does it mean? It means that you can breathe. It means enjoy the moment. If you're in that locker room, things don't have to be as miserable as they were last week. That's about all it means right now. You beat the worst team in the NFL, and it took 37 points to do it. So let's not go overboard here. Let's not start throwing a parade because you beat the Jets. It doesn't mean a whole lot other than the fact that you can sit back, take a deep breath, and say, we have won a football game.
Let's just catch up with the injury situation from about an hour or so ago, Coach Fangio. And he's talking about Fant and Hamler. All right, well, that's a bummer about both of them, especially Noah Fant, who's been playing fantastic.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Noah, I think, is going to be okay, it sounds like. And I hope we get him back here relatively soon. Our injuries they just continue to pile up on us. And as you watch that game unfold, it's like you're just waiting for the next guy. Who's it going to be this time,
KJ Hamler? Well, I did lose that bet, but the spirit of the bet is alive. That Penn State would play before KJ Hamler. That is, I'm disappointed. It's a bummer. Seems like a great young man, but man, Tyler, it's hard for me to believe. I get it. It's a whole new injury, but it's hard for me to believe he was ever fully recovered. And one thing can sort of lead to another, and it sucks. And hamstrings suck. They take forever to heal. They take forever to heal the right way. To me, a hamstring injury needs at least 2 months to just even give it a chance again. Never mind if you're such an explosive player like KJ Hamler. This could be a real issue the whole year.
Yeah, it probably is going to be a real issue the whole year. And, especially when you get multiple injuries on the same leg, I mean, that's going to be a problem. When you're a speed guy, these things pop up on you. You were really not wrong in the bet. You lost the bet, but I mean, the guy is going to be dealing with this all season long, and that's really what you were saying.
He really probably, even though it had been overly cautious, I should have probably won the bet if you're probably going to try to do the right thing by him, which was probably wait till the end of October. But that sucks because you feel good, you look good, you think that you're ready to go. But the type of explosion and speed that you use during a game is just different than practice. And again, the hamstrings suck. And I hope the best for KJ Hamler, but I got to be honest with you, I'm not counting on him for anything the rest of the year. You're just going to have to go without. That being said, how about Tim Patrick, who was absolutely outstanding?
Tim Patrick was great.
And we're going to be without Cortland Sutton. We know that for the rest of the year, unfortunately. But boy, Tim Patrick is filling that role.
Yeah, he's doing a great job, man. I mean, there's never been any doubt that Tim Patrick is a reliable football player. Anytime he has had an opportunity to make plays, the dude has just made plays. He's never let you down. Not a single time can I think of a time that Tim Patrick has let you down. Great to see Jerry Jeudy out there have a highlight reel touchdown. I hope we get a ton more of those. Deshaun Hamilton continues to just be frustrating. Like, what the heck happened on that throw? Seriously, what in the world happened on that?
I don't know. It's like he stopped running.
He apparently, I get it. You can lose the ball. Certainly it happens in the sun, and I guess it could happen with lights in a stadium as well. He clearly must have just not seen that ball at all.
He looked like Phoebe and Friends running. It was weird. It was strange. All right, but that's that. How about Drew Lock? Interesting. By the way, Fangio did say, if Locke isn't good to go, it will be ripping. It'll be let it ripping.
Let it ripping.
And so that means Blake Bortles, I don't know. I guess you're paying for him. You just keep 4 guys on the roster.
Oh, yeah, you don't have to overthink it. I mean,
now you can save yourself some money and just cut Blake Bortles.
Oh, no. There's no reason to cut Blake Bortles now.
Why was Bortles brought in?
To be the next best option. That's why he was brought in.
To who?
To Drew Lock.
Okay. Do you think Brett Rippon is the next best option to Drew Lock, or do you think it could be
knowing
Blake
what
Bortles?
knowing what I know now, Brett Rippon is there's no reason to not allow Brett Rippon to continue to be the backup. But I would much prefer Blake Bortles be the backup to Brett Rippon than Jeff Driscoll be the backup to Brett Rippon. So no, there's no reason to cut him. I mean, the amount of money you're paying Blake Bortles is nothing.
You're paying Driscoll like a couple $1 million this year, right?
I got it.
Just business in the NFL.
If you don't play good football, I don't want you out there.
Right. And they're committed to that money, too. They can't get out of that one.
Well, that is not a big deal either. I mean, $2 million for your backup quarterback is absolutely nothing.
Well, but I mean, Driscoll's not your backup quarterback.
I got it.
He's your fourth-string quarterback.
What are you trying to say?
It's just this situation they're getting in with money, that's all.
No, DMac, this is nothing. Are you kidding me?
When would you play Blake Bortles?
You wouldn't unless you have to. I mean, you put Brett Rippon in there, and he's your starting quarterback. Blake Bortles, you're there to back him up. If Brett plays good football, hopefully you never have to see him.
We're gonna have James Marilat here in a second. I'm trying not to lose my mind.
On what?
The whole end of the game thing. Because we have some audio from Fangio. All right, let me just play it and see where we go. It is interesting to think about Locke coming back. I don't know how I quite feel about that. It feels a little bit early to me, Tyler, to be honest with you, but just on the surface before I get to the stuff that's going to make my head explode. Would you like to see Drew Lock come back as soon as possible, or like he explained with Phillip Lindsay, like Phillip Lindsay could have played last night, but they were being just, a little bit more cautious. Would you rather see that approach with Drew Lock, or if he's good to go, go?
No, I'd rather be cautious with him. I mean, this season is lost. So, just because you beat the Jets, it doesn't change anything as far as what this season is going to look like. There's no reason to rush Drew Lock back. I think it's really important that you get a very healthy chunk of football played from Drew Lock this year. You do need to see what he looks like, and you do need to make a firm final evaluation of him. But I don't see any reason to rush him back. I mean, quite frankly, if you were to tell me that they were going to let Brett Rippon go out there, play against the Patriots, play against the Dolphins, and then let Drew Lock come back after the bye – or wait, is the bye week before and after the Chiefs?
After the Chiefs.
After the Chiefs.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, yeah, just – I would rather see them take the time.
I would too.
What's the rush?
What is the rush? Like, I think KJ Hamler probably came back a little bit too soon. I like the approach with Phillip Lindsay. You got to win. Patriots game's going to be tough no matter what. Just like, hey, man, it's good that Locke is improving to that degree that he could get in a good week of practice. Keep the same situation you did. Didn't seem to be all right. Play the Patriots. Give it your best shot.
Yeah.
And then let's do some damage against the Dolphins. And if you can get a big win against the Dolphins, I don't know, shoot for the moon against the Chiefs. I'd rather have Locke ready in that sort of process than you're coming back a little bit too early for the Patriots and you just get hurt all over again.
I agree. No, I totally agree. If the season was different, I would have a different opinion on this. I mean, football players need to come back and play football if you can, but the season's...
Did you have any moments at all of, wow, Rippon looks better than Locke?
No, I really didn't. Okay. I thought that Brett Rippon looked great for an undrafted rookie that came in there on a short week's notice for his first start. Dude, hats off, man. He couldn't have done any better. But no, I mean, I don't see any skill set that I'm like, wow, I think that he's better than Drew Lock.
All right.
Did you?
No, I did not. And not only is it a no for me, I was sort of waiting for those mistakes to happen. It felt like it was building. His confidence was growing. He was getting a little bit more, sure of himself. And when it happened, I wasn't surprised. When it happened again, it was a little bit of a disappointment.
Yeah.
Because it went for a pick six. And the first interception was goofy. Like, it was just like, it was kind of a great play and weird, and he just didn't quite throw it out of bounds enough. The pick six was concerning. That's like, it's a close game. You're forcing it. That's bad. Like, that's exactly what we can't have you do. And you did it. And somehow your team was -3 in giveaway takeaway on the road and won. I swear to God, guys, can we find another example? Even when you guys were -4 to the Chargers, when you valiantly went in with Peyton Manning to win the game, You weren't home. You weren't on the road. Now, I get it. There's no necessarily home field advantage, but, still. It was remarkable the Broncos got away with that, and all hail Brandon McManus. If McManus misses that kick with 3 minutes to go, the Broncos probably lose that game.
Yeah, no kidding, man.
So way to go, DMac.
He's just nails. He's earning his money. Good for him.
He sure is. A lot of people talk about it was a 9-point game. It was a 2-score game. Dude, that game was down to the wire.
Oh, absolutely.
Come on. Let's be real. All right, the last minute. Coach Fangio talking about passing the ball. One of the dumbest things of all time in Broncos history in terms of managing a game. And here's Coach Fangio talking about it just about an hour or so. Okay, let's just break this down step by step. It wasn't a rub-it-in thing. No kidding. You were just trying to waste time on the clock.
Yeah, that definitely was not a rub-it-in thing.
No, it was just a dumb thing. It is not common with 13 seconds left on the clock, up by 9 points. I bet you can't find another example of any team ever doing that with as much time was left on the clock. Do you disagree with me?
Well, I know the play call. I've executed the play call in very similar situations. That one.
13 seconds left.
That one was just so dang obvious. You'll run that play call when you feel like you can
3 seconds, 4 seconds,
right,
5
right. When
seconds.
you can take off everything that is left. When you can take off all of the seconds that are on the clock.
And you tell your quarterback to roll way out and just huck it in the stands or
But
whatever.
regardless, the Jets were going to get the ball. So, quite frankly, if you're throwing that ball out of bounds, you're actually putting yourself in a worse position by handing them the ball. Weren't we on like the 40, 42, something like that?
It was like the 37-yard line.
37.
Tyler, you are right.
Right.
You are actually strategically wasting the same amount of time
and
as
you're
a punt.
giving them better field position.
And giving them better field position.
Correct.
Okay. More? Yeah, the problem was there was 13 seconds. You know what? 6 or 7 seconds. All right, Coach, I'll go with you on that. How many seconds do you think when Rippon got hit the second time were left? What do you think was left?
Well, the problem is they just overthink it all. That's just the bottom line. You just overthink it. You practice that play and practice. It's been in your arsenal for probably years. You've just been waiting for the right situation to call it, and the situation pops up, and you're like, well, I got to use this play because we've been practicing it. Well, no, it just was not the right time. It was not the right place. It was dumb. It was just dumb.
And it was 6 or 7 seconds. Okay, Coach, I'm going with you. There were 8 seconds left when you did it again. There wasn't even enough time by your own standards to execute the play.
I don't feel as passionately about you about the actual play. What gets me going a little bit, what gets my blood boiling, is seeing the way that Coach Fangio got mad that the Jets were playing football. Like, if you're going to run a football play, understand that they're going to play football, right, and they're going to come after you. They're going to try to go make a play, try to cause a turnover, do something. If you go out there and put your quarterback at risk, don't be mad when they hit your guy. I'm really not look. That was not that big of a deal, DMac. It really wasn't that big of a deal. It was a dumb call. He made a mistake, but Fangio, for the most part, he actually called a good game. So yeah. I'm not going to let that one little play take away from everything else.
Let me hear the last few seconds here. Oh, my God. Illegally the second time. The first time it was offsides because the Jets didn't care about being offsides because who cares, period. You're giving him a free you know what? I'll calm down. Are we talking to James or not? He won't answer. Marilat won't answer? Should want to answer. All right, then I got a little more drama here while we wait for James Marilat. And I have not heard this yet. Did you call or text Gase after the game? Because we had the whole thing with not shaking the hands and
yep.
You're yelling at the team to run off the field. Of course, nobody listened to you.
When was the last time we had two head coaches refuse to shake hands?
I know the last time.
When was it? I don't.
Oh, it was in 2010 with Josh McDaniels.
Of course it was
against
Josh.
The Chiefs, and it was with, used to be the Steelers offensive coordinator, was with the Chiefs, Todd Haley.
Yes.
Yeah, they met at midfield. The Broncos whooped up on the Chiefs that particular day, and Haley just like pointed his finger and yelled at McDaniels. And I believe it was Mike Kliss that brought up that story earlier, which was great. All right, here's Fangio calling or texting Gase. Yeah, well, you caused it, so yeah, I understand why you wouldn't want it. James Marilat from 1043thefan.com on the Fireball Hotline. James, what do you think about the last minute or so of that game and the way the game ended?
Well, I was reading your blog today on 1043thefan.com and couldn't agree more. I mean, it was an embarrassment, and it was caused by the coaches. And was it coaches on both sides that were doing it? Sure, the Jets acting like they still were in it and calling timeouts, but the Broncos could have handled it a lot better in a lot of different ways. The play calling in terms of, hey, we're just going to try and burn a few extra seconds by letting Brett Rippon chuck it up in the air as far as he can was just silly. You were going to burn an extra, 5-6 seconds, and you're going to get your quarterback drilled. It was just, and it was a night where I was actually pretty pleased with the coaching staff. I was happy with Vic Fangio and Pat Shurmur, and I thought, hey, they were creative tonight, and they did some really good things. They're going to get a win. And then they still managed to just bungle something at the end. It was pretty inept, and it was not a good moment by any means. And look, it took both sides to tango, but the Broncos were the team that was ahead. They could have taken the high road and just, kind of rode off into the sunset with their victory, and they didn't. It was a bad look for sure.
What'd you think about Brett Rippon?
I thought he was good. It wasn't great. I think we're going to, probably get a contingent of Broncos fans, the same people who love Kyle Sloter and Trevor Siemian and Chad Kelly, that group that's going to, want to anoint him the starter. I don't think he's that. I think he's a guy that, though, can be a long-time backup in this league because I think he can step in and, he can execute and he's going to know the game plan and he's not going to hurt you. But is he a guy that's going to play 16 weeks a year and, can take a counterpunch or have a counterpunch when a defense knows what's coming? No, but I thought he was good. I thought he was fine. I liked the fact that he stretched the field and, the touchdown pass to Tim Patrick was as good a throw as you can make. He showed some good flashes, but is he the answer? No. The minute Drew Lock is healthy, Drew Lock should be the starter and back out there, and Brett Rippon's the backup. I think they found their number 2 last night. I'll put it that way.
What did this game mean for John Elway?
Well, I think it kind of took some heat off for a little bit because, look, if they start 0-4 back-to-back years, people are going to be upset. And then you're staring at first 0-5 start in franchise history, and the only way to avoid it is going into New England and getting a win. Good luck with that, right? They had to avoid it last year by going in and beating the Chargers in a semi-home game in L.A. because there's so many Broncos fans there. This would have been a different thing. And you start setting too many of those kind of low marks and, kind of historical milestones that aren't positive. Those are hard to overcome when they just start piling up. So I think it slowed that down a little bit. But, look, they lose their next 2 or 3 games and they're 1-5, 1-6. I think the conversations about John, about Vic, about the whole crew, I think they come right back up. But, it's like a mini bye week here, right? We got 10 days now before they play again. It at least quiets the crowd. Quite frankly, people like me that are, not happy with the coaching staff. It shuts us up for a little while. It certainly did that.
Did this game do that for you? I mean, did it change your mind on anything?
It didn't change my mind, Tyler, but it opened my mind to the possibility that, okay, maybe these old dogs can find some new tricks, right? I just didn't like the fact that Vic Fangio was a guy who would just keep doing his thing, and it didn't matter if it wasn't working. He was going to stubbornly insist that that's how to do it. I was encouraged last night, and particularly in the first half. Like, A.J. Johnson was in the backfield harassing Sam Darnold all the time, and I know one time it turned into a long touchdown run, but he was there. He just didn't make the play. But that was because defensively they were doing some different things and, bringing 5 and 6 guys and kind of just trying to create something. Like, the problem I had with what they were doing was it was death by paper cut, right? It was just like it just sort of sat there and it was bend but don't break, and then they would eventually break, and it just was it was painful because they weren't forcing the issue at all. Last night we saw that, so it gave me some hope, Tyler, that maybe they can think outside the box and get creative. But, was I expecting them to fold last night on the last drive and lose again right at the end? I was. So they avoided it. So, okay, step in the right direction.
Did you really? Is that what you were thinking when they were driving with 3 minutes to go? Like, here it comes?
Yeah. But you know what? They brought the heat on fourth down, forced Darnold to, make a quick decision. He didn't do it, and Bradley Chubb got the sack. It was like, okay, there we go. A different outcome by doing something different. It was such a nice. It was so nice to see. It was great. So I'll give them kudos. Look, I'll be hard on them, but I'll give them praise when they deserve it. And last night they deserved it.
Let's go around the room. You already said you thought they were going to probably drive for a field goal, right? Jets
for sure.
Tyler, did you? Be honest.
No, I felt good about it. I thought
did?
I thought the Broncos had been in control.
So you thought they were going to get a stop?
I did, yeah.
Right. I thought they were going to drive for a field goal. Kevin, do you think they were going to drive for a field goal, the Jets, or the Broncos were going to stop them?
I thought the Broncos would stop them.
Stop? Really? Richie? Stop them or field goal?
It was the Jets.
Yeah, I was thinking field goal.
Field goal.
It was the Jets. It was Sam Darnold. It was,
I know, but
what were you guys panicked about?
History.
Yeah.
I mean, the thought that we were about to see what would have been the 5th or 6th game.
Fifth.
Well, it wasn't less than 30 seconds. It wasn't, although it could have been less than 30 seconds, right? They could have thrown the ball down there.
And Tyler, you say it was the Jets. We've seen Mitch Trubisky do it and Gardner Minshew do it. Right. Like,
what's the difference?
It doesn't take Tom Brady and Aaron Rodgers to beat a Vic Fangio defense in the final 30 seconds.
All right, James. Yes, I wrote one tweet. I said, I didn't finish that. Let me, second tweet. I think I was on like my 12th tweet when I realized this is actually a blog. So it's been a while, but it's there at 1043thefan.com, and appreciate it, James.
Yeah, you bet, guys. That was fun.
See you, buddy.
And I'm not trying to fool somebody like Mike Evans would say it's a column. It's on the website. It's a blog. All right? Calm down.
You're a
Mike
blogger.
For this, I'm a blogger. Yeah. Yeah.
You got to know your role. That's half the battle.
Yeah. Mike Evans, he's a columnist. All right, listen, let's get to some of your texts. There's a lot of interesting feedback, especially at the quarterback position. We have to go over our prop bets. You won a bet, which was good. Top 6 still on the way. And at the end of the day, it's a victory for the Broncos, and doesn't that feel good? Sports Radio 104.3 The Fan. The weather has been fantastic overall. The sun's going down a lot sooner, and you know what's going to come. You know the snow is going to be upon us shortly, but take advantage of this specific time of the year where it's so brilliant and beautiful to get my guys from Golden Spike Roofing up on your roof for a free roof inspection. Just use my name. That's a DMac deal. A free roof inspection. Just call 303-942-1386. A local company, a company you can trust. A guy in Spike McCarthy who's been doing this for years. They'll even help you with your insurance, all the way from claim to completion. So take care of the most important part of your home with Golden Spike Roofing. 303-942-1386. For roofing done right to the last nail, call Golden Spike Roofing. I think a good takeaway and something positive, really positive, is to say, well, no matter what, it looks like, thank goodness, we got a good option at backup quarterback.
Yeah.
That actually feels great, considering we thought Driscoll was not going to be any good. He wasn't. And then you got Bortles, which is a huge sign that you don't really believe in Rippon. And then Brett Rippon comes out there and does, for what he needed to do, does a fantastic job.
Doesn't it make you wonder, like, how's this dude been in the building for 2 years and we didn't really know what we had?
You know what I think it is? I think he's short.
Well,
and I think that's just what it's been, is his body size.
I don't doubt that that's a part of it, for sure.
Yeah.
You get evaluated in college, and when you're coming out of college, they've got the size, they've got the triangle, right? It's the size, speed, agility, everything else, and that's for sure part of it. I can see that, yeah.
But I mean, he started 49 games in the Mountain West, was the Mountain West Player of the Year, played 4 years, he's only played quarterback. He's always been his own height, right?
I got to be honest, though. I mean, in preseasons that we've actually watched him in training camp, I've never been blown away by Brett Rippon.
No, because he does not have – it's noticeable that he doesn't have as strong of an arm as the other guys.
Right, and so I was surprised. I didn't think he was going to come out and do that, but he did it, and, credit to him, man. I mean – he is worthy of being your backup quarterback. He is worthy of getting the start next week against the Patriots, and after that, we'll see what happens. But that's about where it dies, and I would agree with James Marilat. Like, nobody get crazy now. Brett Rippon is not better than Drew Lock.
No. Drew has some real special abilities. However, Drew has bad habits that Brett Rippon doesn't. Brett Rippon, mechanically, especially with footwork, is better than Drew Lock. But Drew's got a much stronger arm than Rippon. And at the end of the day, who's going to make better decisions? Now, that's where Rippon kind of turns a corner a little bit. I'm not saying ahead of Drew Lock. I'm not going there. But certainly ahead of Jeff Driscoll and...
Well, I think I would say wait and see on that one, because unfortunately... despite all the good things that he did, he made some bad decisions. That the pick six in particular that Troy Aikman was blaming on his right tackle, that one was terrible. There were 3 guys right there.
It was terrible.
So I don't know that we can just anoint this guy as a great decision maker just yet.
All right.
We haven't seen enough football to say that.
Is he a better decision maker than Jeff Driscoll?
Well, he executes better for sure.
All right. We really don't know about Blake Bortles. We don't. I mean, we haven't seen Blake Bortles as a backup. We don't know.
Right.
But we're just looking for a backup. That's all. You're literally looking for somebody.
You seem to be onto something there with Blake, though. It feels like all day you've been hinting at something that you want to get rid of him.
I don't know why you need him. Seriously, because to me, Bortles was brought in because he was a better option than Rippon, and you weren't sure if he was a better option than Driscoll. Then Driscoll was terrible.
Well, next week against the Patriots, if something were to happen to Brett Rippon, would you rather see Blake Bortles or Jeff Driscoll?
Are you telling me they're both going to be activated?
I'm asking you a question.
I would rather see Blake Bortles.
There you go.
Yeah, he's
so
better.
Easy enough. I mean, don't overthink it.
You're not going to just cut Jeff Driscoll.
You don't have to cut either one of them. I mean, why are you insinuating that you have to cut one of them?
Okay.
You could cut Blake Bortles when Drew Lock comes back if you want to, but until then, there's no reason.
It's just so unusual to have 4 quarterbacks on the 53.
Well, it's not unusual when your starter's hurt. That's highly unusual if your starter is healthy, but when your starter's hurt, that's not unusual.
On the 53?
Yeah.
All right, I'll take your word for it. Seems unusual to me. Usually you roll with 3 quarterbacks, and then you stick, maybe if you're adding a 4th, a guy on the practice squad, which is what you could do theoretically if you just said, all right, Blake, it's been a fun couple weeks. We are adding another quarterback, but it's somebody we clearly feel is below Rippon and Driscoll, and we're just going to add him onto the practice squad.
Well, DMac, we wouldn't be in this situation if Jeff Driscoll wasn't bad at football. So,
Well,
so
right.
if Jeff Driscoll came in and looked good, you wouldn't have to concern yourself with it. So you would only have 3 quarterbacks on the roster.
Right.
But no,
Right.
that's not the situation that we have. We've got a very unique circumstance in which your starter's down,
Right.
your backup that you went into the season planning on him being your backup, he stinks, and now here you are, and you got to carry forward. So it's just what it is. Some years you got to do odd things.
That being said, I mean, I loved the RPO Jeff Driscoll play. I mean, it was just one, but it worked. And then I heard the Stokley show saying it was an and one football play. Like you got 9 yards and one. You get the flag.
Oh, there you go.
I think that's a hysterical way to describe it. You did get that because, it is funny. Like he's still afforded the same protections as a quarterback, but we all know he's really not. He's just in there to run the ball. I mean, I love what they do with Taysom Hill for the most part. I don't know. I mean, you got a crash test dummy. You might as well use them. So
when he actually came in the game, I seriously
did you freak out?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Were you yelling?
I seriously couldn't even believe it. I mean, I predicted it just a few hours before the game that you were going to see Jeff Driscoll. It was going to be an RPO, a designed quarterback run down in the lower red zone. It was upper red zone instead of lower. But I mean, amazing that he actually came in. I don't foreshadow that as being a plan moving forward, though. I don't think you're going to be using Jeff Driscoll much in that role.
I liked it. Only in the NFL would 6'2" be considered small. For a quarterback, it is. Keenan, there's no way Keenan was even 6'1", by the way. Yeah, for a quarterback in the NFL, 6'2" is pretty small. What can I tell you? Our guy Timmy Tebow was relatively short as a NFL quarterback. I mean, it just is what it is. It doesn't mean you can't play if you're shorter. You can. Looks like the Broncos found their backup quarterback. Now it's time to find out if they have their starting quarterback and a possible franchise quarterback in Drew Lock when he comes back from his injury. What did you make of Fangio saying he was 50-50 for the game against the Patriots?
Well, I'm really not surprised by it because they didn't put Drew Lock on the IR, and they've been insinuating all along that they were hopeful that Drew would be able to come back quicker than most people thought. I don't think Drew's going to be back this week. And as far as I'm concerned, I think you and I are both in agreement that I would honestly just prefer to see him not come back. You don't have anything to gain by why would you rush him back right now? What do you have to gain by rushing Drew Lock back?
I don't know. You got plenty of time to really evaluate things. I mean, unless – all right, I'll give you an unless.
All right.
All right. I'll tell you what the unless is on the other side, and we'll do our prop bets next. Let's go through how we thought this thing was going to shake out. See who did what. We'll have the top 6 coming up. We'll look at the Patriots. Chiefs, right? Yeesh. On now. Juicy.
I always forget that we got football this weekend, you know?
How many times?
It's like the week's over.
Right. How many times did you feel today that it was Monday, not Friday?
Oh, yeah. I mean, well, I really just felt like it was supposed to be Saturday. I felt like it was supposed to be a day off right now.
All right. Score of the game, you had 2017 Broncos. I had 23-13 Jets.
Boy, were we wrong.
You were righter than me, but I mean.
Not even in the ballpark.
No.
Nobody saw this high-powered offensive game coming.
Let's see how we did on the rest of the stuff. Brett Rippon will have over-under 230 passing yards. Nice over-under. We both said the under, and we both circled 175 as to a more realistic goal. Well, 99 boo-boo. Yeah, 242 yards by Brett Rippon.
Yeah, Brett, man, I was just kind of hoping he would come in and be a game manager. He was more than that, man. I mean, he took some shots down the field, and he got helped out. I mean, the Jerry Jeudy was a big-time play by Jerry Jeudy.
Yes.
Shouldn't have been a completion. Shouldn't have been a touchdown. But
No.
you know what? When you throw the ball to guys like Jerry Jeudy, they'll do things like that for you.
By the way, Sam Darnold, exactly 230 yards passing. How about that? Technically, Darnold might have had a better line than Rippon. Rippon was 19 of 31 for 242 with 2 picks, or 2 touchdowns and 3 interceptions. Darnold was 23 of 42, 230, but was sacked 6 times, but no interceptions, no touchdown. Sam Darnold's quarterback rating was 70.5.
It's not good.
Brett Rippon's was 67.6.
Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Wow, that's pretty interesting, huh?
Yeah.
Gosh, would you have thought that?
No, I was surprised by it. That's why
I guess it comes down to the 3 interceptions. That is a big deal.
It's a big deal. Seriously, and I'm not asking the boys in the back to do this, but how often do teams that go -3 giveaway takeaway win on the road? It cannot happen that often.
No, somebody was calling me out because I said the day of the game, they're like 97% of the time, the turnover ratio is going to tell the story of who won or lost the game. Well, turns out I got caught in that 3% of the time last night.
It happens. True or false, Jeff Driscoll will play tonight. You said true, I said false, barring an injury to Rippon.
You should probably give me another Americano for this one.
We did not put it on the line.
Yeah, but it's probably deserving of it.
It was a good call. One play, you got it. You got it. I almost got
it.
Well, it was funny here in Aikman and Buck. They were like, hey, if you're just going to throw the ball like that at the end, put in Driscoll. I mean,
there you go.
You don't care about him, just put him in. Who will finish with more rushing yards, Melvin Gordon or Frank Gore? Well, this wasn't even a competition. We both said Melvin Gordon. Melvin Gordon had 107 yards. Frank Gore had 30 on 13 carries. You know, it's funny, though. Yards per carry was probably pretty darn close until Gordon got the 43-yarder.
I believe before the 43-yarder, Melvin Gordon was averaging somewhere around 2.9 a pop.
Yeah, and Gore had 2.3, so
yeah.
Hardly a big game for any of those guys. But then again, hey, the game goes 60 minutes, you get a big run, looks better.
Frank Gore is 37 years old. If Melvin Gordon didn't have more yards than Frank Gore, we had big-time problems.
Yeah, they're rushing attack. The Jets they're a disaster. Okay, true or false, the Broncos will score a defensive touchdown. We both said no. We were both right, although Darnold could have kicked off the cookies a little bit, but it never happens. So there you go. I mean, we didn't think it was going to happen. I was disappointed they didn't get any turnovers.
They should have. I mean, Sam Darnold coughed up at least 3 or 4 that you had a shot at. Now, I'm not saying that they were all easy throws, easy catches, but you had an opportunity to intercept at least 3 or 4 of them. You should have got at least one.
Yeah, and good for Sam Darnold to hang on to the ball, but when Bradley Chubb hit him for that last sack,
right,
could have easily seen that ball coughed up. So.
Yeah, no doubt.
All right, what I was thank you, Kevin, Richie, Fred. What I said going into the break, there's an unless in terms of should you bring Drew Lock back or not. I said there is an unless.
Yeah, what was the unless?
Unless you think the Broncos can still make the playoffs.
Okay, no, I'm with you. And, in Coach Fangio's mind, the answer to that is probably yes. In my mind and realistic analyst minds, you look at it and you say, no way. You don't stand a chance. But if you're the coach, you won one game, okay? You've lost 3 games. By the way, that's exactly what I predicted they would be at right now. I called it perfect.
Well, you and I both had them 1-3 after 4 games.
Yeah.
We did, both of us. In a
different
way.
Except for you changed your prediction. I got them all right.
Wow, I think you're right, aren't you?
Yeah.
Wow, you are right like before the season.
I mean, I got them all right.
Good for you, man.
Yeah, thank you.
All right.
I mean, it's a skill set. It's
Wow.
a crystal ball skill set.
Wow.
But, I mean, if you're Coach Fangio, you look at it, you say, look, mathematically, we are not eliminated from the playoffs. And I still want to go to the playoffs. We got to play the Patriots. It's a tough game. If we want to go to the playoffs, we got to win a couple tough games. Drew Lock gives us the best opportunity to win that game.
I said before the season started, this Patriots game would be first of all, I didn't know if Cam Newton would even be starting. We'll see what happens this weekend, but it looks good. I said if you can beat the Patriots here, this is where your whole season will change. And I thought this is the right time of year, the right amount of time together for certain things to be flushed out that it could click in. And I just didn't really believe in the Patriots. Couple of things. We'll see how the Patriots play this weekend. I may still take the Broncos over the Patriots. We'll see.
Really?
But it begs the question. If you still think you can make the playoffs, and Drew Lock is good to go, should you be aggressive and play him? Because that's the point of every year to make the playoffs.
I think you go deeper than that, DMac. I think you go, if you're Vic Fangio, do you feel comfortable in your job security? Do you feel comfortable that if you don't go to the playoffs, that you still have a job next year? Because if you feel comfortable in that, then you should probably do the prudent thing. You should probably do the best thing for Drew Lock and buy your time until he's fully healthy and don't rush him back onto the field. But if Vic Fangio is a normal football coach and football coaches always feel like their job is on the line, then he's going to do everything in his power to win every game he can.
I would watch this very, very carefully. Very, very carefully. I think they want to play Drew Lock. I think there was a subtle moment to kind of prove my point about them really wanting Drew Lock back. I think they were very happy with Brett Rippon. I think they definitely like Brett Rippon better than Jeff Driscoll and think he's a better option. Good for Brett Rippon, he did that. But there was a very subtle moment when the game was over. Very subtle. But Vic Fangio usually does give away game balls. I've seen him do it many times in the past. I thought for sure they were going to give a game ball to Brett Rippon for getting a win in his first NFL start. And I thought maybe you throw one at Chubb. I mean, it's been a long road back for Bradley Chubb, and you certainly should give one to McManus.
Well, I definitely would have tossed one to Chubb. I definitely would have tossed one to McManus. I probably would not have given a game ball to Brett Rippon.
Oh,
but
wow.
But the other two, I agree with you.
Wow, seriously?
Dude, he threw 3 interceptions. That's like they guarantee that you're going to lose a football game if your quarterback throws 3 interceptions.
Well, I think Vic agrees with you, my friend.
Yeah.
And he gave away 0 game balls.
Yeah, what's up with that? Why?
I don't know. It was just kind of a rah-rah, we can get better, way to go, guys. It was funny because you could feel the team waiting for that, like, hey, hoorah moment that you kind of get, pat guys on the back. And it was, everyone was kind of geared up for it. It never really happened.
It didn't happen.
It didn't happen. And I think by Fangio saying, hey, he did all right, he could have done better, I think they actually agree with you. Like, hey, we're glad we won. We think you're better than Jeff Driscoll.
Yeah.
But listen, man.
That wasn't a game ball worthy performance.
It was.
In your mind, that was?
Sort of. Because of what it took for Rippon to actually be in that situation and at the end of the day succeed.
I mean, it's a feel-good story. He's an undrafted guy.
Right.
It was a short week. Sure, I understand all that. But at the end of the day, he did throw 3 interceptions against the worst football team in the NFL.
I can't debate you on that. It feels like the bar is low. It's funny. I don't know. I don't know. He just didn't do it. He didn't give out any game balls. I mean, I don't know if they'll give out game balls next week, but he didn't do it at the moment.
I wonder if
it's a subtle.
Is that unusual for him, though? I mean,
oh man, I've seen videos of him doing it.
I feel like every win I ever had, a coach always gave out a game ball
to somebody.
It's
right?
just like what you do. The game's over. You get a hoorah.
Right.
Von Miller, nice job, dude. You won the game for us.
Flip him a ball, right?
Yep, you got the ball.
And sometimes 2 or 3, maybe even 4 game balls, right?
Right.
Like, how do you not give a game ball to Brandon McManus? Now, listen, the coach, and maybe people are going to get game balls later. I'm just talking about in the moment. That's all. And more specifically, I'm talking about Rippon. They have higher expectations for what they want at quarterback. They liked his performance. But I do think if Drew Lock is good to go, he'll play against the Patriots.
Well, there's no question if he's good to go, yeah.
Well, how good are you to go, right? What is what? I mean, the Jets are sticking out. Becton, he wasn't good to go, but he was playing.
Right.
McGovern the week before like it.
No, there's a huge difference. I know what you're saying.
KJ Hamler was probably not – I mean, he's probably okay, but not completely ready to go.
Right.
But a win is a win is a win, and we're thrilled about that. And we're super pumped that our friends at Del Frisco's dropped off food for us. Celebrate your next victory at Del Frisco's. Man, does victory taste sweet. Thank you, Del Frisco's, for that. Friday, Monday, I don't know. Who cares? The Broncos win. Top 6 is next. Story number 1. Because the Broncos beat the Jets, the likelihood of getting Trevor Lawrence now seems greatly diminished. Is that a big deal or not a big deal, Tyler Polumbus?
Well, I don't know that it's actually that diminished. You won one game, and if you don't think that the Broncos are very good at football, how many games do you see on that schedule that you think that they're going to win?
It's a fair question, but it was weird. Like the Jets were like something like 1-6 or 1-7 and finished 7-9 last year.
I know.
The Jets actually went on quite a run at the end of last year. So, all right, well, maybe I'll temper my question by asking you, do you see the Jets close or turning something around? Or?
Oh, no. The Jets,
all right.
It doesn't get any worse than the Jets.
All right, so how many wins do you think the Jets have up their sleeve?
I don't know what their schedule is. I don't know who they're playing, but I think any NFL team, I just assume that you're going to accidentally fall into 2 or 3 victories over the course of the season, and the Jets are probably no different than anybody else. If Sam Darnold turns it on and doesn't turn the ball over, I'm going to say 2. By the end of the season, 2. They just fall into him some way, somehow. I can't explain it.
So if they're 2, the Broncos at 1 are still in the mix.
That's right.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, if that's your hope, sure, it's still alive, I guess.
It's not my hope, but it's a funny thing to think of. All right, ring it, Kevin.
All right. Any of our great listeners that have been listening all day long, they know that you feel very passionate about the end of the game. But
yes, I wrote a blog about it.
How about that?
1043thefan.com.
When was the last time you wrote a blog?
It's been a while.
Yeah.
But I write long, senseless tweets. I should just put them together more often.
That's right. Turn it into a blog.
Yes.
I thought it was a pretty good game by Coach Fangio. I thought it was a pretty good game by Pat Shurmur. I thought that the way that they managed the game, the way that they called the game, the way that Fangio adjusted with Callahan, putting him in the slot, bringing Bosby in, being aggressive, blitzing. I liked the game plan from Coach Fangio. What happened at the end of the game was dumb on both sides. There's no doubt about it. It was just done by Gase. It was done by Fangio. But
Agreed.
Does it take away from all the good things that happened?
No, but it puts into perspective the biggest deficiency with Coach Fangio, and that's game management. He still doesn't really get it.
Yeah, you're right.
And the fact that they called timeout and they could all talk about it and they still did what they did shows that there's something wrong there. There's some wrong lack of communication.
Who do you think called that play? Was it Fangio or was it Shurmur?
I think Fangio. I think Fangio told him to go for it or call an offensive play, and then Shurmur had to. Well, what they needed was some sort of coach with a little bit of chutzpah to go up to Fangio and scream punt, 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 punt. Punt, coach.
Yeah, I'll
punt.
give you this. It does just amplify what we've already seen with game management issues.
Yes.
And it just kind of brings it all up again, man. He needs somebody in his ear helping him with issues like this.
If he had Mitch Tanny in his ear, he would have been screaming, punt, 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 clock, punt. Meaning you just have to punt. Look at the clock. Look at the time. Like they mathematically were not figuring things out.
They weren't.
And then Fangio,
you were going to give him better field position.
Fangio doubles down on that today by saying that the goal was not to complete the pass, but to burn like 6 or 7 seconds. And like you just said, by that logic, you were giving them, for whatever wacky reason, better field position.
Yeah, you are.
Why would you do that?
I mean, the game was over no matter what, so I don't care if you took a knee in that situation and handed them the ball where it's at.
Take a knee.
Fine, take a knee if you want to.
But why not improve your field position?
No, look, it was all frustrating, but for me, it doesn't take away from what I thought was one of the better called games by Fangio, and I'm going to stay on the optimistic side and say he just needs help with that issue.
Yeah,
and let's get him some help.
He does. That's a great takeaway. That's a bigger takeaway than, oh, you're making a big deal of nothing. Well, we're making a big deal of nothing until you're in a game like you were in Tennessee and you make bad decisions that result in a loss. And we are seeing the red flags. And that was a huge red flag. Ring it, Kevin. Where are you with Coach McMahon and special teams? Because to see that penalty where Ficken missed the kicking, and then because of the penalty, the Jets were able to put Ficken in a better field position. I'm being so careful here.
No, you're doing great.
Thank you. Where are you with Tom McMahon that he could not coach up his troops, and there's always seems to be something dumb happening on special teams?
Yeah, I'm over it. I told you coming into this game that if I have to talk about Tom McMahon again, I'm ready for him to be fired. And, you know, I'm never actively rooting for somebody to be fired, but I'm over it. I'm over talking about Tom McMahon. I'm over talking about us spotting the other team 7 points at the beginning of the game. I'm over talking about one of our special team stars that doesn't know the rules, and the only way he wouldn't know the rules is if Tom McMahon isn't teaching him the rules. It's just gone on, man. I mean, it's gone on long enough. He's putting us in position where it's hard to win football games, and you can't do that.
Couldn't agree more. Ring of Kevin.
All right, given what you saw out of Brett Rippon, what's the best thing to do with Blake Bortles at this point?
Cut him.
Cut him?
Yeah.
Why? Why cut him?
Add another young quarterback to the practice squad.
What?
Or put him on practice squad.
Oh, my gosh.
One of the two. You probably...
Well, I can see putting him on practice squad, but definitely not cutting him for another younger guy. The only reason he's here is because you needed a veteran that you could count on going and playing in short notice. You don't need a younger developmental guy. Definitely not.
Well, I mean, you probably need a fourth quarterback until Drew Lock is completely healthy.
Right.
I don't know. You know, there's not a big rush to do anything. I mean,
well, that's my point.
What are we talking about here? We're talking about the last guy on the roster. I mean, it's weird that you have probably 4 guys on the 53.
Why is that weird, though?
But who cares? I don't care. It's just a little odd. It's unusual. I don't care, though.
Yeah.
These are unusual times.
I mean, your starter's hurt. Your backup got benched.
But
it doesn't even feel weird to me.
I don't need to see an experiment out of Blake Bortles to see if he's better than Brett Rippon.
Right.
I mean, don't forget, the Broncos coaching staff told all of us, hey, we're not even fully committed to Brett Rippon for the entire game. If things weren't going right for Rippon, Driscoll could have been just put in as the quarterback, not the crash test dummy.
Yeah.
So with Bortles, I don't really care. I guess it doesn't really matter. He's probably a better backup than Jeff Driscoll. So if you wanted to activate him as the backup to Rippon next week, that's fine.
Right.
Maybe that's what you do.
Well,
Maybe
that's exactly what you do. I mean, if you're trying to win games, you play your best player as your starter. Brett Rippon is your best player right now, assuming that Drew Lock is not healthy. And then if you are still trying to win games, you want your best player available as your backup. Blake Bortles is a better backup option than Jeff Driscoll. There was a point in time where I thought for sure we would see Blake Bortles playing football against the Patriots. I did not see this coming for Brett Rippon. Good for him, man. Good for him.
I do not
think
things. We're not going to hear quarterback mambo number 10.
Good. Good.
Oh, man. As soon as we say that, I feel like for some reason we're going to see Blake Bortles playing against the Patriots.
Let's hope not.
All right, ring it, Kevin. I saw that the ratings are down for the NBA Finals. Do you think there's just less interest because of the timing of the finals or because who's in the finals?
They're competing with NFL. There's no question what's going on right now. Nothing can compete with NFL. You put the NBA Finals on at the same time as the NFL, you are always going to be down. So I don't read anything into it other than just the timing of the pandemic and where they're at right now.
Yeah, I think it's probably more the timing than anything else. I think it's a pretty good matchup. Well, we'll have it on tonight. Are you curious to watch it tonight?
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
me
no,
too.
I'll definitely check in with it. I mean, I don't know if I'll watch it start to finish, but I'll have it flipping back and forth. And I'm curious about LeBron James. I'm curious about Tyler Hero. I hope that Miami can make a series out of it, but it doesn't look like it right now.
You can catch the game tonight right here on the Fan at 7 o'clock when we get off the air. Nick and Cecil will be on Twitch. Is that right? Yes. Okay. So Nick and Cecil on Twitch. Just search 104.3 The Fan on Twitch. By the way, very quickly, did you see that the Marlins beat the Cubs?
I did see that, yes.
That series is over. The Marlins beat the Chicago Cubs.
Were all the replacements still playing?
That is amazing. Ring it, Kevin.
Bradley Chubb, 5 tackles, 2 TFLs, 5
Yes.
quarterback hits, 2.5
Yes.
sacks.
What a
Could have
game.
been 3.5, 4 sacks
Could have
very
been.
easily.
Yes.
Is he back?
It looks like. You got to tell me about the quality of offensive lineman he was playing. Why don't you tell me that?
No. That's my only hesitation with it. I'm happy for him, and here's what I hope. Sometimes you just need that spark as a player, and you need to go dominate on somebody. And it doesn't really matter who they are, whether it's a practice squatter or whether it's a Pro Bowler. If you dominate somebody, you just kind of get that feeling, and you get that taste, and you want to taste it again. So I'm hoping that this has got it's a little bit of a jump start. It's a kick start for Bradley Chubb. But, no, he was going up against a third-team left tackle.
Yeah, but, still, he got it done.
He did.
And he talked about being back. I think that does a lot for you. So, boy, Josie Jewell had 2 sacks. Josie Jewell, man, holy cow.
Josie Jewell had a good game. Josie Jewell has
let's,
quietly been, him and Garrett Bowles have been 2 of your very quietly solid football players that a lot of people were down on coming into the season.
Hey, of course I wouldn't give him a game ball like Coach Fangio, but Josie Jewell, 10 tackles, 2 sacks, 2 tackles for a loss, 2 quarterback hits, pass batted down. My man, have a day. Josie Jewell. Bring it! Rabbit! Rabbit! All right, I'm looking at the Fan Football Pick'em where you can win $250 to King Supers. It is a Football Friday, Tyler.
It's a good thing I picked the Broncos.
You're off to a good start.
1-0.
There you go. I am not off to that same start. But I'm not rooting for him to lose. I'm okay, I think I came in like I got 15 out of 16 2 weeks ago and came in a tie for first and lost in a tiebreaker.
It's tough to do.
I'm pretty sure I came in a tie for last place last week. So I'm all over the place. But, yeah, I did pick the Jets. You picked the Broncos. Good for you. Indianapolis against the Bears. What do you like in this one?
This might be a quietly intriguing football game. Phillip Rivers, man. I told you before the season the dude wasn't dead. It wasn't all over.
I spent time watching the Colts and the Jets. That offensive line for the Colts is no joke.
Right.
No, you can do a lot of things with that offensive line.
Now,
and Phillip Rivers looks all right.
Phillip Rivers looks fine.
Yeah.
He looks fine.
Yeah.
Now, do you believe in the Bears or not? Do you believe in Nick Foles? Do you believe that that record is real?
I do not. I think they're the worst 3-0 team in the NFL.
I do not either. I've got the Indianapolis Colts.
And that's why I'm picking the Bears. Jacksonville against Cincinnati. Will Burrow get his first W?
I think so. Yeah, man. I mean, Cincinnati's not a very good football team. Jacksonville's not a very good football team. But at the end of the day, when I'm doing pick 'em, I just kind of start with the quarterback battle. Joe Burrow or Gardner Minshew? Who's a better quarterback?
Burrow,
Joe Burrow.
by a mile.
Joe Burrow. So at some point, he's going to start winning some games. I got Joe Burrow in this one.
I got Joe Burrow as well. I think Jacksonville, how they won a game at all probably will seem like a miracle as the season kind of goes. That was a team, you want to talk about tanking for Trevor. But they did win a game. I don't think they win this one. Cleveland goes to Dallas. Does the magic happen with Baker Mayfield? It's the first time in 50 years Cleveland's in the season with a winning record.
No way. Baker Mayfield is being hidden right now. They are doing everything in their power to not put the game on Baker Mayfield's shoulders, and it's working so far. Odell Beckham Jr., Jarvis Landry, they're getting a little bit frustrated. They've got no catches coming their way. They hardly have any touchdowns. I got the Cowboys all the way in this one.
I am taking the Browns.
Wow. Explain that one.
Hall
of Fame 5.
Kind of a Hall of Fame 5. I'm rooting for Baker Mayfield, and Dallas is kind of beat up. The confidence level with Cowboys fans isn't very good. Talked to one today. He was despondent, to say the least. So go Brownies, go. The Saints at 1-2. Going against the Lions also at 1-2. Surprised that the Saints are off to a little bit of a stumble to start the year?
When this season's all said and done, the Saints are going to be right there at the top where they belong. They're a very good football team. They've got Pro Bowlers at every single positional group. Drew Brees is just a little bit off this year. At some point, it's going to come back together. And yes, I got the Saints in this one.
I'm taking the Detroit Lions. Wow, you're making some bad choices. I think the Saints
really
are
poor decision making.
Figment of imagination in terms of W's.
And the Lions, led by Adrian Peterson, they look like the real deal, huh?
I may have gotten Matthew Stafford in a family fantasy draft auto pick. Maybe. Steelers on the road. Well, that game's not happening. When is that game happening, by the way? Week 7? Is that right? Steelers and the Titans? Yeah, sorry. More Titans coming down with the Rona, too.
Saw that.
So
2 more, right?
Not good. Seahawks in Miami. Wow, that's a road trip right there. That's about as far as you can go. Do you believe in Russell Wilson?
Do I believe in him? Yeah, the dude's playing out of his mind. Let Russell cook, huh? The guy is your MVP right now, and they will dominate the Miami Dolphins.
Keep your eyeballs on it. The Broncos play the Dolphins in just a couple weeks, so we'll be paying attention, but I don't know how the Seahawks don't win that one. Your Herbert? Is Herbert still the quarterback, or is Tyrod feeling better?
I think Herbert's still going, yeah.
Herbert against Tom Brady in Tampa.
Tampa. Yeah, the Chargers are... They're holding on for dear life right now.
You realize the Broncos would be tied with the Chargers if the Chargers lose.
Okay.
Huh?
What does that mean?
Fighting our way back in.
That doesn't put us in first.
It just ties us with the Chargers. We're not by ourselves in last.
Okay.
Right.
Tampa.
Ravens taking on the Washington football team. I talked to our pal, Nikki Javala, today.
Yeah, what old Nikki have to say?
She just rang me up to say, hey, how's it going and what's happening? And told me what's happening with the Washington football team. The Washington Post is one of the few papers that is sending their reporters to road games. Most places are not doing that, but Nikki is traveling with the best of them. She says she travels in the Northeast and the airports are deserted, and then she makes a connection through Charlotte, and everybody's it's like a concert. So just different ways of dealing with things, Tyler.
Those flights out there, though, man, they're like 30 minutes. You're up and down.
Yeah, she
NFC
actually
East, just boom.
You know, it's funny you say that because she said, I'm not even bothering flying to, Philly, New York, that sort of thing. All right, Baltimore and the Ravens. Does Lamar Jackson bounce back?
Oh yeah.
Cardinals going against Carolina. Kind of a bump in the road for the Cardinals against those Lions last week. Kyler bounced back against Carolina.
Sure, Carolina's not a good football team. Kyler Murray is, that guy, he might be more dynamic than Lamar Jackson. I mean, it is, the way he is just playing with people out there.
Minnesota 0-3, Houston 0-3. We're not the only 0-3 toilet bowl. We got the Vikings at Houston.
I'm surprised by both these teams. I thought they were both going to be pretty good football teams this year. To be 0-3 and 0-3. Gosh, I don't know who to pick in this one. I took the Texans, but I don't have a real strong gut feeling on either one of them.
I took the Vikings because I like your boy Kurt.
There you go. His name's Kirk, but
I was close. Giants 0-3 going against the Rams at 2-1 in LA. Yikes. Is this the biggest point spread of the week?
What is it?
I don't know. I'm just asking, is this the biggest point spread of the week? I mean, I cannot. Is there a game that is worse? That's got to be the biggest point spread of the week right there.
I love watching Sean McVay's offense, man. It is a thing of beauty. Everything has got a reason. All those motions, everything builds off one another. I love watching the Rams, man. Obviously, I'm taking the Rams.
The Patriots and the Chiefs, probably the best game of the weekend. Let's see. Do we think that's the best? I think that is the best game of the weekend. In Kansas City. That's going to be a good one to watch. That, by the way, that is just a afternoon game on Sunday. That's not a primetime game. Just get that at 2:25 on Sunday.
Chiefs, they kind of opened it up last week, and I don't see them slowing down now. They didn't look very great against the Chargers, but boy, did they open it up against Baltimore. I don't see them slowing down, man.
The Bills are undefeated, but they go into Vegas. Will their luck run out?
That's a good game. That's actually one of the more interesting games of the weekend. It might not be the most marquee game, but you know what? I think the Raiders are flirting with being a very good football team. I think the Bills are a very good football team. I'll take the Bills, but I think the Raiders have got a chance in this one.
I will take the Buffalo Bills in this as well. Why?
Because the Hall of Fame 5.
No doubt about it. Unwinning Falcons. I guess the game with the Falcons is not if they're going to win or lose. You know they're going to lose. It's like, how will they give it away in the fourth quarter to Green Bay?
Oh, my gosh, man.
How many points do you think they'll lead by and lose this game by? Like, what's the fourth quarter lead?
Yeah, I don't think they're going to be leading this game at all. Green Bay is, Aaron Rodgers is playing the best football of his entire life right now. But Atlanta, man, isn't it painful? I mean, I just, my gut, turns just watching it. You know the meltdown's coming.
Finally.
Oh, my God, DQ. He can't be for long, can he?
Unfortunately, no. And I love him. I think he's a great coach. But you just cannot have what has happened happen. There's something you're not doing right. I don't know what it is, but you're missing something there. I mean, it's actually inexcusable.
Especially when it's the defense that's melting down, and he's a defensive guy.
Guy's a great guy, though.
Oh, he's
awesome
a great
coach.
Dude. Great dude.
Took Doc Rivers 5 seconds to get a new job. I think Dan Quinn would be the same way, but I don't know what it is, man. You played for him. Can you put your finger on it?
The only thing, if there was anything, he's such a positive guy, and
too much
he reinforces it, and you do mantras inside your head of positivity. If anything, it just needs a little bit more tough love out there.
All right. And last one, we're going a little bit backwards because that Atlanta Green Bay is Monday night, but we go back to Sunday night. This is how it's set up on Fan Football Pick'em. And we got the Eagles, who have not won a game, 0-2-1 against San Fran. And San Fran has, is Jimmy Garoppolo going, or is Mullins? Mullins is starting. Wow, because they've been beat up.
There was a lot of quarterback controversy out there. People were saying that Mullins should start over Garoppolo.
Oh, stop.
Shanahan, shut that thing down.
Stop, please. We're taking the 49ers. I don't know what's going to go on with Wentz.
That's a gosh.
And how long do you want to go before you give Jalen Hurts a shot, a real shot?
They've been going back and forth based off the week on who's dressed as their backup quarterback. Jalen Hurts probably needs an opportunity here. Just see what he can do.
Yeah.
What do you have to lose?
All Jalen Hurts has ever done is won football games.
Yeah, he'll probably keep doing it.
I'm not sure why it would stop. Now, all right, there is an element of the game we haven't really dug into. And plus, I have to yell at Mike Kliss.
Oh.
Yeah, all that's still to come right here on The Fan. Well, we've been through the game up and down, and I want to bring up a different element that I have not heard discussed. What do you do with Blake Bortles at this point?
Well, nothing. I mean, there's nothing you need to do. You certainly don't start him at this point, although I don't know why Coach Fangio was so coy about who the starter is going to be next week. I get it. Brett Rippon tossed 3 interceptions, but at the end of the day, when was the last time we had 37 points on the board?
When was the last time?
He definitely should be your starter next week, and I would imagine that Blake Bortles is your backup.
I think it's pretty cool that we have found a really good, solid backup quarterback. I don't think there's any doubts that Brett Rippon is a better option at backup quarterback than Jeff Driscoll. And to the degree that Blake Bortles can import knowledge, I think Brett Rippon's a better option than Blake Bortles. And you know what? I love Jeff Driscoll as Taysom Hill. I love it. You nailed it.
I could not believe that one, dude. I mean, we were
kind of one magical play.
That is amazing. We brought it up on Thursday, the day of the game, and I suggested that they would use Jeff Driscoll in the red zone in a quarterback designed run, and lo and behold, that's exactly what they did.
Were they in the red zone?
It was like the 25-ish, somewhere right around there. I mean, it was close enough.
I love the play.
Yeah.
I absolutely loved it, top to bottom.
They only did it one time, but
who cares? Listen, it is okay on a football team if you have some specialist. I know specialists just sound like your long snapper and maybe place kicker, although I'd say that's a way more valuable job, as Brandon McManus proved. Dude, by the way, money. Are you kidding me with Brandon McManus?
I mean, he's just nails, absolute nails.
With total swag and confidence.
Yeah, the best part, I always watch him right after he makes the kick. And now that he's got that big old beard, he's always got his mouth fully shut, and he's got that big old beard. The mustache is kind of hanging down. He doesn't even remotely crack a smile. He doesn't anything. He's just business, just cool.
Then he was ripping on ripping on us at the Fan.
well, deservedly so.
Deservedly so. We put out a poll who's the hero of the game or something like that, and there were 4 options
from last week. Yeah.
And he wasn't one of them.
Yeah. He what did he do? Give the googly eyes or something
like that. Yeah. I love it, man. Right. McManus to me is something else. So I'm okay keeping 3 quarterbacks, game day. I'm fine with that. And I love the fact the Saints do. They don't keep Taysom Hill as just the backup. He's kind of their specialist-like player.
Yeah.
I love that play. I love that option.
Well, I don't necessarily feel like that needs to be a big part of what you're doing moving forward. I mean, Jeff Driscoll is not the most dynamic player, but he's dynamic enough that you could use him in a role like that.
Yeah.
The reality is you might get a play like that once or twice a game. If you need an extra body, if you're down somewhere at DB, wide receiver, whatever it might be, Jeff Driscoll, very easy to not activate him. You don't need it. But sure, man. I mean, if you've got the luxury of being able to carry all 3 of them on game day, and you sprinkle something like that in down there in the red zone, which is exactly where I thought it would be.
I know.
It's perfect.
I'm
pretty much a genius.
Just to go back to Blake Bortles. All right, maybe I should take a step back. Would you like to see what you have in Blake Bortles before Drew Lock comes back, or do you not care?
No. The only reason I would want to see Blake Bortles is if Brett Rippon went out there and failed. No reason whatsoever. I'm not curious about Blake Bortles.
Okay.
There's no future with Blake Bortles. He was simply, was he going to be the best option you had in Drew Lock's absence? And Brett Rippon, man, dude, how could you not stick with that? That was the most exciting offense we've had in years around here. I mean, I don't care about the interception. The dude was...
Which interception do you not care about?
I don't care any of them.
All 3? You don't care about any of them?
No, I mean, of course
Even
it's hard.
The pick 6?
Of course it's hard to win football games when you throw 3 interceptions, and I know that's what Fangio was talking about, but man... For a backup quarterback to walk in there and play like that with that kind of moxie, undrafted dude, first start ever, there's a lot to work with there is my point.
You know what I loved about Brett Rippon, watching him, is that it was so obvious this guy has played the quarterback position a lot. And he was asked about, were you nervous or whatever? And he was like, And I don't think
he was nervous.
I don't think he was downplaying in the NFL. But there is something to the degree that he played at Boise State, the degree that even he played in high school, just what he's used to playing at quarterback in terms of making decisions. Driscoll, to me, I don't know what it is. When I watch Driscoll, I'm like, I don't know if you've played enough games at quarterback like that.
I don't know if it's the amount of games that they've played, but there's no doubt about it that there was a certain sense of comfort with Brett Rippon that you can't replicate that. And when you watch Jeff Driscoll, he looks like he's pressing.
Yeah.
And you could see it in his eyes when Jeff Driscoll would come to the line of scrimmage, when he'd come to the sideline, when he'd take his helmet off. He just had that deer in the headlights look all game long. Brett just looked like he was in control. By the way, I was thinking about this as Brett was started. How many people in the city of Denver, if Brett Rippon came in and sat down right next to them at a bar, would have any idea that Brett was sitting next to him?
Well, the first thing you do is ask for an ID if you're sitting down next to you in a bar.
Yeah.
No, they would. He looks
the most anonymous quarterback in Denver Broncos history.
I don't know. You'd be like, what fraternity you are at CU?
Right.
I mean, you're 6'2", okay-looking, good-looking guy.
Yeah, but you just look like another dude.
You just look like another dude.
Right.
Peyton Manning wouldn't, even if you didn't know who Peyton Manning was, the dude's 6'5".
Right.
I mean, there's something about him.
Right.
Brock Osweiler is 6'8". I mean, Paxton Lynch. There's something that says, hey, this might be, Brett Rippon.
Nope, just
are you kidding me?
Yeah,
I think he might have served me up the Americano I lost on my bet to you earlier today.
He probably did. Thank you very much. I mean, goodness gracious, have you been wrong on a lot here lately?
I've been on a run, man.
Man, I cannot. I was so happy for that. I've just been waiting for DeMar Dotson because I've been telling you this dude is going to look good. He
the bet was
fantastic.
The bet was what? He wouldn't give up a sack.
That he wouldn't give up a sack. Yeah. He had one kind of sketchy one that Troy Aikman was calling him out that caused the interception. That didn't even remotely cause it. If anybody caused an interception on that play, it was Dalton Reisner, not DeMar Dotson. But DeMar looked really rock solid, man. I mean, he just looked like a guy that, speaking of a guy that played a lot of football, that's a guy that's played a lot of football. He just looked comfortable.
Does Gase still have his job? What time?
As of now.
What are we doing here?
It looks like he's going to finish it out, man. It looks like they're going to give him an opportunity to finish it out.
They're just, God, are they bad? They are so bad. And we said earlier on, bad teams do stupid things.
That's right. And
they did.
Well,
they did
both
a bunch
teams,
of stupid
you
things.
know what? Both teams did a lot of stupid things.
They did.
Both teams were bad teams, and they both did right down to the end, from the ending to, Brett Rippon's interceptions.
Yeah.
Sam Darnold probably should have thrown at least 3, maybe 4 interceptions.
Yeah.
First they had the Mark Sanchez butt fumble. Now they've got the Sam Darnold violent self-sack. That wasn't a Peyton Manning self-sack. That was like, I'm going to toss my AC joint out type of self-sack.
All right. In terms of the latest news with the Broncos, we caught up with Mike Kliss a little bit earlier, and we'll hear what Klissy Poo has to say next. All right, earlier we caught up with our pal Mike Kliss, and I was all heated. I wrote a blog about the last minute of the game. You can read it at 1043thefan.com. But Kliss is there. Kliss is talking to Fangio, and we caught up with him earlier today. Mike Kliss from 9 News. Brett Rypien is going to go as the starter for the Patriots game. Is that right, Mike?
He said that Drew Lock was 50-50 for that game. He said providing Drew Lock wasn't healthy, Brett Rypien. I don't think Drew Lock will be healthy. But Fangio called him 50-50, and if he's not, Brett Rypien will be the quarterback.
Well, Mike,
he should.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I mean, you absolutely earned that right. Mike, we started to check in with a little bit of the presser there, but curious if Coach Fangio was asked about the end of the game and what his response was.
Yeah, he was asked a couple different times. One, I had him explain the fourth down pass, the deep pass. He wasn't
Good luck explaining that.
He was not intending to complete it. He was intending to throw it far away, eat up. There were 13 seconds left. I guess ate up 8 seconds.
Mike, that just begs a logistical question. Because either way, it was going to go back to the Jets. So why in the world would a pass out of bounds be better than a punt through the end zone?
I agree. He put his quarterback in harm's way. He said, he'd do it again. He said it's commonplace to do that.
Oh my God, this guy.
I mean, I've seen it here and there.
Not with 13
he said
seconds.
the quarterback is not supposed to get. He said the quarterback is not supposed to get hit.
Yeah, no kidding.
On that play, but that's on the protection that he got hit. He wasn't blaming the Jets for hitting Rypien. He was blaming his own guys for not protecting Rypien.
He should blame himself for being so dumb. You were trying to work off 7 seconds of the clock. Punt it if you had no intentions of making a completion, or hand the ball off to a running back. When is this guy actually?
Yeah.
I mean, I cannot take
it. There were actually 13 seconds, weren't there? 13 seconds.
4th and 13.
Right. So you couldn't work off 13 seconds. I dare you to find me any play like that has worked off 13 seconds. And what were you afraid of? The Jets having the ball with 7 seconds to go, down 9?
He overthought it, which is
and they called the timeouts.
And we've talked about this with his game management decisions here so far. He's still young as a head coach. I thought he overthought it.
They called time out to talk about it. How dumb can these?
Why are you yelling at Mike?
That's the thing. They called time out. That's what they came up with.
Here's why I'm yelling. Here's why I'm yelling. If they can't figure this out, what else are they missing? If you can't figure out something as simple as this, what more complicated things behind the scenes are you not getting straight? And if you want to talk about reasons to not have your job anymore, you're making a good example.
Slow down. I mean, that was the best coached game I've seen out of Coach Fangio in a long time. I loved what he was doing defensively.
Right. I'm getting too upset then.
Well, listen, it was a mistake. There's no doubt about it. But look, it was a win.
He said he would do it again.
It was a win. Let's relax for a second.
I get it.
Why are you so heated?
Because you almost got your quarterback killed.
I got
it.
Yeah.
Twice. All right, Mike. What else was he?
See what
Mike,
happened
it's good
there.
to have you.
Adam Gase was a jerk for calling the 2 timeouts.
He was.
And we know why he called the timeouts, because he is mad at Elway, and he's still holds that petty grudge, and he had the onside kick when he was with Miami, and he's still doing that. And but then it looked like Fangio was maybe getting a little payback or there, but that wasn't it. And then when he ran off the field, it looked like there was a problem there. I thought he overthought that too.
Tell me about it.
Really, guys were looking to they can't exchange jerseys anymore because of COVID, but they it didn't. Garrett Bowles was in trouble, but otherwise it wasn't that bad a situation. I thought he kind of overreacted. Overthought that a little bit.
Yep, agreed.
So, Anyway, yeah, I thought Gage was a jerk, and Fangio. I'm using the word overthought it. You use something else there, DMac.
I got my own words.
By the way, Tyler, does he scream and yell at any other guests that are on?
No, I mean, typically we usually try to let the guests talk.
Sorry. It's just see, I mean, Mike, when you told me he would do the same thing again, like what?
Yeah.
What is happening
It
there?
off. It sets you off there. I got a lot of texts from people around the league saying that you cannot put your quarterback in harm's way right there.
Right, because the
Jets,
Jets, right.
On top of everything else, guys, Greg Williams, his reputation.
Right.
He's going to take a cheap shot.
All right. We gotta kind of run. Do you got anything else? I mean, I love you, but
did you ask Mike a single question?
I don't know. It's
It's never long enough, is it? It's never long enough.
It's not. Is there anything really important that we need to know? I mean, we love talking to you. You got any big headlines? Or?
Well, I mean, how did I do with this phone? This is my wife's cell phone. I left mine on top of the hood the other day.
No, you did not.
And it was found by a motorcycle guy. It must have almost hit him on Highway 6. And it's not in good shape. So I'm trying to operate here without my third appendage,
you sound great.
Anyway, there you go.
Yeah, phone was good, Mike.
All right, we'll talk to you later. Bye, Mike.
See ya.
All right, there's our guy, Kliss, and it's a Friday. It feels like a Monday, but hey, the weekend is here, and this is really cool. We do have the basketball game 2 of the NBA Finals tonight. That's cool. But we have Nick and Cecil live on Twitch starting at 7 o'clock, so just here in a couple of minutes. All you have to do on Twitch is search for 104.3 The Fan. Kevin, Richie, Tyler. Have a great weekend, y'all. NBA Finals are next on The Fan.